I read that he just can't vote. He can still get nominated and win awards. He just can't vote.
Bullshit.
Yeah, some bullshit. Is there coffee in the hotel lobby? No.
Earlier. I don't know if they still have it. You know, it's too coffee first.
Yeah.
What happens here is he doesn't have access to screens that are considered for an Oscar. He cannot vote on any upcoming Oscar nominations. And it's still in question whether or not he'll be able to.
You can't find your wallet?
Whether or not he'll lose his Oscar. We'll have to wait until that year on the 18th to really figure it out.
Dali mo yan. Dali mo ba yan?
Ano ba? Ayun ko lang bake.
Yeah, look, Will Packer is saying that this was devastating.
Parang gusto na Jackie, bukas yung plate niya, pero ano, hindi na kaya.
He got all the jokes, just like everyone else. Had to wait for Chris Rock to get off stage to really get confirmation. After all of this, they had a meeting with the Los Angeles Police Department, and said that Chris Rock declined to press
Babe, ano ba?
charges.
45 na.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Dali mo na lang kasi.
Ano ba?
Ba't di ko ba dalhin?
Ako lang po 40 years tayo.
Wala rin tayo.
Oo, ginala ko tayo. Tingin ko yan.
Okay na yun. Gusto nyo tayo tika-tika doon.
Yeah. At least Chris Rock didn't press any charges.
I know. The next day, Will Smith did apologize and said he was sorry for essentially making all of this recognition when it should have been Packer who should have gotten the recognition that he deserved for producing this show. This is in part what Will Smith has said, that he wants to focus back on the people that deserve that attention.
Yeah, Andrew Garfield should have got the fucking Oscar.
You know you're on live, right?
I said it and I'll say it again.
Oh, there it is.
I'll say it again. Right, Jackie? May pagtubig ba siya? Dumi ng sapatos mo. Hindi.
Punta ka sa outlet.
I'm homeless.
Somewhere now that Tally's about to have both. New Supreme Beast and Monster. Just like my daughter makes when she cooks.
Do you think bagay sa akin yung blend? Kung ipapag-blend ko ng todo.
Yes.
Zero surprises.
Go.
So we promise that we'll treat you right.
Let's go, Baba.
You will control.
Let's go, Baba. Maybe let's go.
We'll be back, okay?
Yung may susi ka.
Nakadala yung tubig ako.
Goodbye, baby.
We'll be back, okay?
Be curious. Curious for other people's and then go. Open heart, and you'll find inspiration.
Exploring the world in color.
What if you could have the perspective
Good girl.
to see more? Morgan Stanley, a global collective of thought leaders, offers investors investors
Feedback.
about our view. It's the company protecting the bottom line by putting people first. We see a bright future, still hunger for the ingenuity of those ready for the next challenge. Today, we're translating decades of experience into strategies for the road ahead. We are Morgan Stanley.
With the timeless protection of ADT, it's safe to say, at Google, unlock the front door. With ADT and the new battery-powered Google Nest doorbell, your front door is safer and smarter. Join the millions of people who choose ADT to help keep them safe.
Tomorrow morning, Russia's Ukraine invasion and a strong man's grip on power. A former oligarch gives Fareed his take on the sentiment in Russia. This unprovoked war be Putin's downfall. Fareed Zakaria, GPS. Live tomorrow morning at 10.
This is Coley, my foster family. When I first started fostering Coley, I had been giving him kibble. It never looked or felt like real food. But with the farmer's dog, you can see the pieces of turkey. It smells like actual food. I saw a difference almost healthy groups, healthy dog, right? As he's aged, he's still quite energetic and youthful. I really attribute that to diet. You know, he's my buddy. My job is to keep my buddy safe and happy.
Get started at longlivedogs.com. Selling a home is expensive and stressful. So we set out to create a better home selling experience with a network of the most successful real estate agents in America. They'll sell your home for as little as a 2% commission.
The icing on the cake would be that we saved $12,000 in commission.
They were so stress-free. The whole process was amazing, and I would definitely recommend them.
We are not a discount brokers. These are top-level agents that'll get you the best results.
This is CNN. More people get their news from CNN than any other news source.
Actor Bruce Willis is stepping away from show business after a diagnosis for a brain disorder known as aphasia. The 67-year-old has had a decades-long career with some amazing roles in films like Die Hard, The Sixth Sense, and Pulp Fiction. For more on his condition, here's CNN's chief medical correspondent, Dr. Sanjay Gupta. Sanjay?
Jim, there's a lot about Bruce Willis' situation that we don't know. Per the term aphasia, which is turns out to be now one of the most Googled terms really on the internet, people are searching for this. It's generally something, at least in the world of neuro, something that's sort of a broader term of use. Typically not just speech that it refers to, but communication. And not just being able to express yourself, spoken word or written word, but also being able to receive communication, being able to understand someone is saying or able to read. So I just bring that up, Jim, to tell you that with aphasia, that can mean many different things. It can affect different areas of the brain. It can be caused by different things, small stroke, brain tumor, a head injury, but also things that are progressive, like certain types of dementia can cause this as well. Appreciate quickly, Jim, what I was talking about. If someone has this brain area of the brain that's broken, that's more affected, they're likely to have more difficulty with expression. With speaking, with even writing. If something is affecting more word area, so further back in the brain, typically more of an issue with receiving communication, receiving speech, receiving the written word. So again, we don't know specifically what's happened with Bruce Willis. We don't know what type of aphasia he has or what causes it. But oftentimes speech pathology, speech training, things like that can be useful, especially if that's implemented early. So if we get more details about what's happening,
Sanjay, thanks. With COVID infection rates waning in some places, it's difficult to understand where we are in the coronavirus pandemic right now. But 2 years ago, the situation was clear. We were in a global lockdown. And that's when 2021 Top 10 CNN hero Dr. Ayla Stanford sprang into action, testing and vaccinating more than 75,000 people in Philadelphia's hardest hit Black and Latino communities. Today, she's still on the front lines, working to protect her community from the ongoing virus and bring everyone the health care they deserve.
So we started in the midst of this pandemic with testing, then vaccination. We were seeing folks that hadn't seen a doctor in a decade. We were just literally putting a Band-Aid to a much bigger problem with health inequities and health disparities. So I opened the Dr. Ayla Stanford Center for Health Equity. We are a multidisciplinary clinic. We take care of newborns through grandma and grandpa, and that is the next step to not just save lives, but really impact an entire lifetime with people. But after Christmas, there were so many people sick, literally wrapped around this building to get COVID tested. The positivity rate was 45%. So we had to stop primary care and just focus on testing and vaccination. The need here right now is so great. I feel that this is where I'm supposed to be.
To learn more, go to cnnheroes.com. And we'll be right back.
CNN Heroes is brought to you by Subaru. Love is what makes Subaru. Subaru.
Realtor.com's John that feature helped us find what we wanted, where we wanted.
We could finally buy our first big boy house. Big boy house. Big boy 48. Big boy what? Big boy 46. Realtor.com to each their home.
I don't just play someone brainy on TV. I'm an actual neuroscientist, and I love the science behind Neuriva Plus. Unlike ordinary memory supplements, Neuriva Plus fuels 6 key indicators of brain performance. More brain performance? Yes, please. Neuriva, think bigger.
Soma Cellular has the best customer service.
They care about the customer.
The best price with the best quality.
The prices, the coverage.
The coverage is great.
It was the same, if not better.
Consumer Cellular provides the exact same premium coverage as the nation's leading carriers for half the cost. Switch to Consumer Cellular and get talk, text, and data starting at just $20 a month.
It's like 4 scoops of ice cream for the price of 1.
Switch today and get a 100% risk-free guarantee. Call or go online.
Ancestry made it really easy to learn about my family's history. Finding military information, newspaper articles, how many people were living in the house and where it was, makes me curious and keeps pulling me in. And the photos reminding me of what life must have been like for them. Finding out new bits of information about the family has been a wonderful experience. It's an important part of understanding who we are.
I've always been prone to the hair thinning.
I was under a lot of stress. I was getting older.
I started taking Nutrafol. Nutrafol is the #1 dermatologist recommended hair growth supplement. I am that too. Start your hair growth journey at Nutrafol.com.
This is what real food looks like. Fresh, real meat and veggies. The food dogs want them to eat. The farmer's dog is changing the way we feed our pets. Visit tryfarmersdog.com to see your dog's personalized meal plan.
Everybody sees the success. Nobody's mind really goes to what it took to be successful. As an athlete and as a coach, I work out every single day. I wear Blue Phones because it provides recovery, and once you try them, you'll never wear another slide a day in your life. They are seriously life-changing footwear.
103% of value, including takeout with Chase Freedom Unlimited. That's a lot of cash back. Are you gonna stop me? I'm almost there. Too late. Boom. Earn big time with Chase Freedom Unlimited with no annual fee. How do you cash back? Chase, make more for yours.
Drivers who fix their own cars just got a smarter tool to work with. The easy-to-use vehicle selector on CarParts.com. You'll get savings of up to 50% and find the right part at the right price fast. Get the right parts right now at CarParts.com.
One of my favorite supplements is Quinol turmeric. Turmeric helps with healthy joints and inflammation support. Unlike regular turmeric supplements, Quinol's superior absorption helps me get the full benefits of turmeric. The brand I trust is Quinol.
Attention parents of children with cerebral palsy. If you suspect a medical mistake may have occurred at or near the time of birth, call Science and Curve for a free legal consultation.
Call 1-800-604-4405. That's 1-800-604-4405.
Your time to invest in companies that make stuff like this hard seltzer and this jetpack is now. It's all on StartEngine, which has an investor community of over 500,000. Go to startengine.com today and start investing.
Are
Are you taking a statin drug to reduce cholesterol? It can also deplete your CoQ10 levels. I recommend considering quinoa CoQ10 along with your statin medication. The brand I trust is quinoa.
I'm Hala Garani from Lviv, Ukraine. This is CNN.
This is CNN Breaking News.
You are live in the CNN newsroom. I'm Jim Acosta in Washington. We do start with the breaking news just into CNN. A senior Ukrainian defense official claims the entire region of Kyiv has been liberated from Russian forces. CNN could not independently verify this or immediately verify this. We're working on that. But the Ukrainian military has regained control of suburbs around the capital, which includes the Antonov airport abandoned by Russian forces. In the meantime, peaceful resistance in Ukraine today was met with fierce Russian aggression. Take a look. These civilians went from protesting the Russian occupation to running for their lives. Russian forces there dispersing them with explosions and gunfire. Take a look at how all of this looks from another angle. Just incredible, dramatic footage there. At least 4 people were injured, and further south, the nightmare in Mariupol will not end. 100,000 people, we're told, are still trapped there, and local officials fear thousands are dead. A Red Cross group left from Mariupol today, hoping to help with evacuations, but it was unable to make it there tonight. They're going to keep trying. We'll keep you posted on that. And in the meantime, CNN's Ed Lavender is in Odessa, Ukraine for us. Ed, what do we know about this Ukrainian claim that Kyiv is now liberated? Obviously, that is significant.
An incredible milestone in a war that has been raging for more than a month now, and against all odds, really. There were very few people in the world who thought that the Ukrainian military forces and volunteers and citizenship would be able to hold on to Kyiv. Remember, the Russians came into this war, and the general thought was that they would be able to take over the capital city within 3 or 4 days. Those seem to be what the Russian forces expected. So this is a monumental moment in history for Ukraine, but it does not mean that this war and this conflict is over. There are still Russian forces in the far north of the country. President Zelensky is saying that they believe that the forces are regrouping and going to begin focusing and moving into the Kharkiv area there in the north, into the Donbass region. So while it is probably a moment to celebrate the battle over Kyiv, I think there are many people here in this country who truly believe that this is far from over, that this is perhaps a momentary victory and the beginning of seeing the Russian forces regroup and begin focusing and developing another strategy for attacking the country here. And the focus will now become that Donbass region, which is most of eastern Ukraine, and what happens there could dictate exactly what will happen next. But for the moment, this is a reason for celebration for many people who have been living there in the capital. And Jim, it's also important to point out that Ukrainian officials have also been saying that as various suburbs like Irpin have been liberated and cleared of Russian forces, they've also been quick to point out that it is still very dangerous for residents of these areas to return home. Besides the destruction they've seen, it's also still a very dangerous situation, concerns over mines that might have been planted in various parts of these neighborhoods. This is still a very dangerous situation for residents to just come rushing home to these neighborhoods and suburbs that have been occupied by Russian forces for some time now. Jim?
Absolutely, and you just don't know at this point what the Russians have in store for the Ukrainians next, whether this is a permanent withdrawal of some sort or if they're just repositioning, as you were just saying a few moments ago, for something different and potentially more violent and dangerous than the people of Ukraine. And this dramatic footage we were just showing a few moments ago where the Russian forces in one occupied area of Ukraine are just unleashing explosives and firing upon protesters to try to disperse a demonstration there. And what do you know about that? And I guess it just goes to show you the bravery and the courage of these Ukrainians, time and again in various towns across Ukraine. They are just standing up to these Russian occupiers, even when they're outgunned and outmanned.
Yeah, I'll try to kind of describe it a little bit. See, this is a small village northwest of Mariupol, and this is an area in a region of Ukraine that, right now, for several days, have been in the midst of trying to create human corridors to get people evacuated from some of the worst zones where the fighting continues, like Mariupol, places that have become humanitarian disaster zones. There's the village where this happened, the city where this happened earlier today, is a place that is occupied by Russian forces. There was a protest that was taking place there in the square that you can see, and Russian forces unleashed flashbangs and gunfire on these protesters. 4 people were injured in this protest and in the attack on the protesters. But for this to be unfolded in an area that is occupied by Russian forces and in an area that is really caught up in this midst of trying to create humanitarian exit roads and paths to evacuate the civilians that are trapped in the most dangerous war zones is really a dramatic sight to see.
Absolutely. All right, Ed Lavandera, thank you very much. We appreciate it. And I want to bring in retired Lieutenant General and Senior Military Analyst Mark Kirkland for his perspective. General, thanks so much for being with us. Your reaction to this new information coming into CNN, a senior Ukrainian official says the entire Kyiv region has been liberated. Obviously, we don't know what the Russians have in store for the Ukrainians next, but an encouraging sign.
It is, Jim. And I'd like to comment on Ed's commentary a minute ago where he said all Western officials thought this was going to be an easy Russian victory. Not all Russian officials. I'll remind you that I mentioned to you about 3.5 weeks ago that this was not going to be hard for the Ukrainians to push off the Russian attempted occupation. The only thing I was concerned about was the potential for the use of artillery and long-range missiles against Kyiv. They have been successful in pushing those forces back. They are certainly not withdrawing across the board. They are attempting to reposition to look for new orders. And I think the next step will be how does the Russian force regenerate itself? Because what we're seeing now in the different areas throughout the north of Kyiv, the east of Kyiv, and the Charkiv, is that the Russian forces have sustained substantial losses in both equipment and manpower. The deaths, as I've been saying for so long, is going to be much higher than the predictions. We're seeing that by the fact that there are just, unfortunately, dead Russian bodies everywhere. So I think the combination of the unbelievable assault by Ukrainian forces in their defensive operations and having limited assaults, the lack of training again by the Russian forces, and you could just see it even in that demonstration. If you're sending a force in to try and pacify the local civilians, you don't do the kinds of things that those forces were doing against a civilian activity that's protesting. So in every step of the way, we've seen a lack of training, a lack of leadership, a lack of support, and an extensive amount of casualties on the Russian side.
Well, we're playing that video again, and it is astonishing to see, in part, General, because we just don't get many glimpses like this into what is happening inside the Ukrainian resistance. But this takes you right into the heart of it. They're standing up to these Russian forces, and yes, they're running when there are explosions and gunfire and so on. But here we are, 4 weeks into this invasion of Ukraine, and the Ukrainians are not giving up. They are resisting everywhere, and they're just tough as nails.
They are, Jim. And what I'm very concerned about right now is we've seen the multiple war crimes of Russian forces shelling, conducting missile attacks, bombing with dumb bombs, civilians' apartments, civilian towns. We've seen that in multiple locations throughout. As we see the Russian forces draw back from Kyiv, I'm going to predict that we're also going to see indicators of many more war crimes, not just against civilians, but against the military. We're going to see indicators of that, I think, probably starting next week as more and more journalists get into the area, both national journalists, international journalists, and especially journalists from Ukraine get into those areas that they knew so well before this attack. And unfortunately, I think we're going to see more and more indicators of untrained Russian forces committing war crimes.
And today, General Hertling, we're learning the U.S. is expected to facilitate the transfer of Soviet-era tanks to Ukraine. Help us with the significance of that.
It's a big deal, Jim, because many people don't know, but during the Soviet days, Ukraine actually used to build tanks in Ukrainian land space for the Soviet Union. So they know how to use these kind of tanks, the T-72s. It is certainly a cheaper model than the M1 Abrams, that's for sure, but it has the capability that I think the Ukrainians need. Now, when you're talking about the Abrams tank, the U.S. stalwart tank that I love, that I've spent my career on, it costs anywhere from, depending on the variant, between $2.5 to $6 million per copy. It has a turbine engine. It has technologically advanced fire control systems inside the turret. The Russian tank does not have that. In fact, it is a 1960s Chevrolet compared to a Ferrari. It is easy to manipulate, easy to use, it's lighter, it has a gun control system. The Ukrainian forces know how to use it because they have it. So the transfer from some of the NATO nations, I'm assuming probably the Czech Republic and Slovakia, would be critically important just to give more firepower to the Ukrainian force as they look to perhaps shift their attention toward the east and in the Donbass and maybe even a little bit to the northeast and southeast as well.
And generally, this week the Pentagon said that the U.S. is confident that Putin has been misinformed by his own advisors about what is happening on the ground in Ukraine, these failures that have been, demonstrated in report after report. And, we were talking about this with Colonel Layton, General Zweig, earlier on in the program, and it does seem as though Vladimir Putin is just seeing these lies boomerang back on him. They lied on their way into Ukraine. Their soldiers were misinformed, misled as to what they were fighting for, and now it seems, according to U.S. officials, British intelligence officials, Putin is not getting accurate information as to what is happening, and it just seems as though Putin is kind of drowning in his own propaganda, his own lies.
Yeah, I think so, Jim. There's a definition for the term toxic leadership, which I won't go into, but certainly Putin exhibits every quality of that. We can recall back a couple of days before the attack started, before they invaded, that he was having the meeting with all of his ministers, where it appeared like a couple of the ministers were attempting to talk truth to power, and they were immediately shut down and, in fact, embarrassed by Mr. Putin. He says he can withstand the sanctions and continue on, although the Russian people are bearing the brunt of that. But unfortunately, what we're going to see soon is, I think the mothers of Russia will start standing up because, the amount of deaths that have occurred, the amount of casualties that the Russian force has taken, it can't be hidden. And you've got this new conscription that started yesterday. About 130,000 Russian troops will start coming into the force between now and then. And at the same time, the old conscripts coming who have been start to want to go home. Will they be stopped from doing so to continue this fight? Will they be released? The families of parents, the parents of soldiers, when they start seeing these kind of things, really have a whole lot of trouble, even in a society like Russia. I think you're going to see a societal blowback. We've already seen the beginnings of it with protests in key Russian cities, but I believe there's going to be more and more due to the sanctions, the lack of food on the shelves, and unfortunately the soldiers that won't be coming home from the Russian force.
Yeah, we were showing that video earlier on in the program of Russians scrambling for groceries at the market, and it does seem to be blowing back in their faces. General Mark Hertling, thank you very much. We appreciate it.
Thanks, Jim.
And coming out, burning buildings, craters, shooting flames. This is Kharkiv. After relentless Russian shelling this week, one man, though, has turned his bar into a shelter, and he's risking his life to help feed others. So we've met him before. We have an update from
understand my career, but when we found out our son had autism, his future became my focus. Lavender baths always calmed him. So we turned bath time into a business. And building it with my son has been my dream job. At Northwestern Mutual, our version of financial planning helps you live your dreams today. Find a Northwestern Mutual advisor at nm.com.
Before Marianne packed her bag, she downloaded Babbel.
J'aimerais aller à l'hôtel Pierre.
Start learning today at Babbel.com.
This is an urgent appeal from UNHCR, the UN Refugee Agency. As conflict and tragedy strike Ukraine, the world is watching and worrying, desperate to save their lives and protect loved ones. Some have fled within their country, while others have sought safety across borders. Most are women and youth, and a heartbreaking amount of children are arriving in neighbouring countries alone. Please go online and give what you can today.
I don't just play someone brainy on TV. I'm an actual neuroscientist, and I love the science behind Neuriva Plus. Unlike ordinary memory supplements, Neuriva Plus fuels 6 key indicators of brain performance. More brain performance, yes please. Neuriva, think bigger.
Cooking can be a chance to pause and be thankful for the little moments. When it's finished, all that's left is to savor.
Go to HelloFresh.com and use code TP16 for 16 free meals plus 3 free gifts.
Guys, got hair loss? I know what you're thinking. Should I shave my head? Comb it over? Wear a hat? Just stop. This is 1970. Keep your hair and your confidence because Bosley, America's #1 hair restoration experts, can give you your real hair back permanently. Check them out today because they're giving away an absolutely free information kit and a free gift card to everyone who texts ZONE to 642-642. Dude, you don't have to look like your dad because this isn't your dad's hair loss treatment. People all over the country trust Bosley because they're ahead of the curve. They use the latest technology to give you your real hair back. And the best part, Bosley's permanent solution is protected by the Bosley Guarantee. Let them show you for free how awesome your hair will look with an absolutely free information kit and a gift card for $250 off. Text ZONE to 642-642. Ask about the Bosley Guarantee. That's ZONE to 642-642.
I brought in Ensure Max Protein with 30 grams of protein. Those who tried me felt more energy in just 2 weeks. Here, I'll take that.
Ensure Max Protein with 30 grams of protein, 1 gram of sugar, and nutrients to support immune health.
With the big fresh carrots and the lasagna cheese.
And the mirror from your hand is halfway down the street. Say halfway.
Said someone just put the side of your mirror after the delivery van.
When owning a small business gets real, Progressive gets you right back to living the dream.
Yeah. Where were
Why, you're mixing a real deal.
This is video from the Kharkiv area of Ukraine in northeastern Ukraine. The region experienced heavy shelling this week, with officials saying that in a single day, Russian troops struck 47 times with artillery, mortars, missiles, and tanks, sparking heavy fires. Joining me now is from Kharkiv is Bohdan Yurov. He's the owner of a barn and has been helping shelter and feed Ukrainians since the war started. Bohdan, we spoke with you a few weeks ago. It was great talking to you then. Really admire everything you've been doing for the people there. And you have some new video that you sent us of the sheer destruction in Kharkiv, where the shelling this week was really bad. Tell us what you saw. What are you seeing as you travel around your community?
Well, I would say it's basically the same. Like, the shelling still continues, so we see more and more buildings being destroyed. So I think the only biggest difference is the fact that everyone is so used that you see the city getting alive again. So we see some shops opening, we see some restaurants working, and more people go outside. So yeah, there was even traffic on the roads, obviously everyone is scared.
No question. I can't imagine being anything else but scared, having to live through something like this. And how many people are sheltering with you right now? What kinds of stories are you hearing from them? I remember the last time we spoke with you, we saw a video of it was like 20 or 30 people taking shelter in your business. How are things going now with those folks?
So the biggest change is the fact that we have managed to help people to live healthy, like those who have gathered here not to volunteer but rather to fight. So right now we have about 40 volunteers. Everyone just wants to stay here till the end. So we had some elder folks, we had some children, and we have managed to get them to leave and even volunteer. So right now we have rather volunteer center. So it's less a shelter, but rather some center to help people. And the biggest news is that Kharkiv is finally united in terms of volunteering. So we are cooperating with multiple different centers, and we are currently working on a single CRM for all the requests to go through the same plan. So yeah, that's quite good news because finally, instead of chaos, we have some correct model to help people.
And Bohdan, the last time we spoke with you, we showed some of this video. We're showing it again. You going out in your community, delivering meals. It's sort of, we call it Meals on Wheels here in the U.S. This is Meals on Wheels in a battle zone that you're doing. What are your thoughts as you're driving around that community and delivering food to people? Are you still finding some of those same neighbors that you were delivering food to the last time we spoke with you? Are some of those people still there, or have they left? What's going on?
Yeah, there was lots of folks who literally could not leave. Like obviously there was a bunch of other people who simply could not move. Like they've been living here for all their lifetime. They can't even imagine moving out of the city. And also for some people it's just something that they are not really thinking about. They just want to stay in Kharkiv till and help people to keep the city safe and so on. So as far as I know, about 1/3 has left, but everyone else is staying right in the city. I think the mood is the same, but people just get hurt with all this war going on, and more folks lose their houses, so that's quite a big deal. Even my friends not yet so for them.
No, please continue.
I already have multiple friends who have lost their houses, so we are trying to help with getting some additional placement, and we have even opened the second shelter, so everyone who loses the house, we get them to repay them before they leave the city.
That's great. And I was going to ask you, does it ever cross your mind that maybe you should leave, that you should try to move somewhere where it's safer? Or are you determined to stay where you are to continue to help people?
I've been thinking about this several months ago because it was quite obvious that something might happen. No one had believed into this war, but we were thinking about it, and it was quite a long time decision. So everyone here wants to stay to land. We are not leaving. We will fight for this city. Up until we have any citizens left who will help us food, and then we'll just go to the army.
And do you ever have any run-ins? Do you ever run across the Russians where you are, or are you essentially just seeing your fellow Ukrainians there in Kharkiv? And what is it like when you're just running into people out on the street?
Well, it's quite the same. Like until you see some broken houses, you just see the radicals walking around. So I'm saying people are scared to leave, but it doesn't mean that their everyday life not continue. So it's quite similar, except broken roads, burned cars, and so on.
It certainly seems like it's going to take the whole world to help Ukraine rebuild after everything that you've been going through. Bohdan, we were so impressed the last time we spoke with you. What were you going to say?
I just want to say, obviously, first we need to be in this war. So let's focus on that part.
Absolutely. And you have no doubt in your mind that's going to happen.
Absolutely. Like I literally lost my two close friends. He was administrator of this bar, Seraphim, and
understand. Bodan, thank you so much for your time. We appreciate it. If you don't mind, we'll keep checking back in with you to see how things are going. But thanks for everything that you do. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thanks for your time. For more information about how you can help humanitarian efforts in Ukraine, go to CNN.com/impact. You should know CNN audiences have already donated more than $7 million. Coming up, Will Smith resigns from the Academy after slapping Chris Rock. His statement to his colleagues, plus the other consequences he could face. That's next.
Introducing Astound Business Solutions. To stay competitive in today's business world, you need an astounding network and partner. Astound Business Solutions delivers high-capacity enterprise fiber connectivity in more than 400 cities, with dedicated local experts available 24/7 to support the secure, reliable, advanced solutions you need for mission-critical systems. Stay connected with your teams, your partners, with the world. With Astound.
With the timeless protection of ADT, it's safe to say, hey Google, unlock the front door. With ADT and the new battery-powered Google Nest doorbell, your front door is safer and smarter.
Now ADT customers can get a Google Nest doorbell installed and backed by the #1 rated smart home security.
When you help save more lives than any other home security brand, it's safe to say there's a reason millions of people trust ADT to help protect what matters most. When it comes to real estate agents, experience matters. The best agents know how to market your home for a top dollar and navigate through a complex transaction. At Ideal Agent, we created our smart seller system with top-rated local agents to sell your home for as low as a 2% commission.
I was amazed at the fact that my house sold in 1 day. Ideal Agents saved me in the neighborhood of $20,000 to $25,000 in commissions. The process was as easy as it gets. It was turnkey. I'm a very busy guy. They just took care of everything. They are the #1 way to sell your house.
I've used Ideal Agent 2 times. Ideal Agent guided me through the entire process, every step. You want to have the best agents, but you want to get the best deal. Using Ideal Agent with both properties, I've saved over $30,000. Our service is free, available nationwide, and there's zero obligation. Call us today or visit idealagent.com.
This is Coley, my foster family. When I first started fostering Coley, I had been giving him kibble. It never looked or felt like real food. But with the farmer's dog, you can see the pieces of turkey. It smells like actual food. I saw a difference almost overnight. Healthy groups, healthy dog, right? He's aged, he's still quite energetic and youthful. I really attribute that to diet. You know, he's my buddy. My job is to keep my buddy safe and happy.
Get started at longlivedogs.com.
Deep down, you know, you're not defeated. You are a giant, tied down with strength. And at any moment, you can rise. The only question is how.
The Sleep Number 360 Smart Bed is on sale now. Why choose proven quality sleep from Sleep Number? Because the Sleep Number 360 Smart Bed is really smart. It senses your movement, automatically adjusts to help keep you both comfortable all night. It's also temperature balancing, so you stay cool. It's so smart, it knows exactly how long, how well, and when you slept. Sleep Number takes care of the silence. All you have to do is sleep. Don't miss our weekend special. Save 50% on the Sleep Number 360 limited edition Smart Bed, plus free premium delivery when you add beds and Smart Bed. To learn more, go to sleepnumber.com.
I'm Christiana Monfort, Nick Hughes. This is CNN.
Closed captioning brought to you by mesobook.com.
We offer a free book on mesothelioma. Call for the free book and receive so much more. Call 1-800-831-3700.
Just in, former U.S. women's soccer star Hope Solo has released a statement after being arrested for misdemeanor child abuse, impaired driving, and resisting arrest. In a statement on social media, she said, quote, "Our family is strong and surrounded with love. Our kids are strong, intelligent, happy, and vibrant, and we are present every day giving them the best life possible. We will be able to share the facts in due time." Police in Winston-Salem, North Carolina, arrested the former goalkeeper in a parking lot on Thursday where she was found inside a car with her two children. The 4-year-old was also arrested in 2014 on domestic assault charges, but those charges were later dropped. Will Smith has now resigned from the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences after he slapped Chris Rock in the face at the Oscars. In a statement, Smith says, in part, quote, "My actions at the 94th Academy Awards presentation were shocking, painful, and inexcusable. The list of those I heard is long and it includes Chris, his family, many of my dear friends and loved ones, all those in attendance and global audiences at home. I betrayed the trust of the Academy. I deprived other nominees and winners of their opportunity to celebrate and be celebrated for their extraordinary work. I am heartbroken. I am resigning from membership in the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences and will accept any further consequences the board deems appropriate." Here again is the moment. He's apologizing.
Richard! Oh, wow! Wow!
Controversy unfolded after Rock directed a G.I. Jane joke at Smith's wife, whose head is shaved because of her battle with alopecia. An Oscar producer revealing that the LAPD was ready to arrest Smith, but that Chris Rock didn't want to make a bad situation worse.
The LAPD came and needed to talk to Chris. And so they came into my office and they were laying out very clearly what Chris's rights were. And they were saying, "This is battery. We will go get him. We're prepared. We're prepared to get him right now. You can press charges. We can arrest him." As they were talking, Chris was, he was being very dismissive of those options. He was like, "No, I'm fine." He was like, "No. And even to the point where I said, "Rock, let him finish." And they said, "Would you like us to take any action?" And he said, "No." He said, "No." I didn't have any conversation with him.
Joining us now is Matthew Bellany, founding partner of Puck News and former editorial director for The Hollywood Reporter. Matthew, what does this resignation mean for Will Smith? And what other consequences could he face when the Academy meets later this month? I guess some people are wondering, are they going to let him keep his Oscar?
Right. The actual consequences of this are not much. This is mostly a symbolic gesture. He will not be able to vote on future Oscars, and he loses some Academy privileges, but he can still attend the Oscars, and he can still be nominated for an Oscar. For now, the Academy, as you said, is deliberating and will decide what additional punishment it will levy on him. And my guess is that they will probably take some of those rights away. I don't think they will ask for his Oscar back. I mean, Harvey Weinstein still has his Oscar. Roman Polanski has his Oscar. I don't think they'll ask for it back, but I do think that they will ban him from future Oscar presentations and from being nominated. But the question is for how long?
Well, that would be something. And, the lead producer for the Oscars, Matthew, Will Packer, told ABC's Good Morning America, we were just showing a bit of that a few moments ago, that when he found out about plans to remove Will Smith, he went to Academy leadership and said, Chris Rock doesn't want that. But he tweeted, no, Chris Rock never told Will Packer he wanted Will Smith to stay at the Oscars. So what happened?
According to my sources, Chris Rock did say that he didn't want this to become a criminal matter. He did not want to press charges or file a police report. But he never said that he wanted Will Smith to stay in the building. That was a either interpretation that Will Packer made or something that he kind of fudged when he was talking with the Academy leadership backstage. Now, the result of that was pretty significant because after they asked Smith's publicist to go say, "Hey, we kind of want him to leave, will he leave?" and he said no, they sort of dropped the matter and he stood there for 30 minutes until he got up on stage.
And there's a video circulating online that shows Jada Pinkett Smith, and we're showing some of it right now to our viewers, and her body language right after Will Smith smacked Chris Rock. And you can't see her face, but this video is getting a lot of attention. What do you know about how people around this, people near that table, what they observed when all of this was going down. Just incredible.
Well, I was in the room that night, and they did show a lot of this on the internal screens, and it seemed that Will Smith initially laughed at the joke, whether that was just playing along or whether he was sort of laughing on the outside and angry on the inside. But then he kind of looked over to her, and she was initially not loving it, and then she really was not loving it. And then something seemed to kind of snap in him, and that's when we then saw him jump up and go on stage. He was positioned right next to the stage for the it was very easy for him to walk up there, and most of us in the room thought it was a bit. We thought he was just doing something comedic. It wasn't until we saw and heard the slap, and he went back and started dropping the F-bombs, and we're like, Will Smith doesn't do that.
Yeah, I remember, people were sharing on social media, video of what occurred as it was playing in other countries around the world where there wasn't the bleeping and things weren't, being hidden from the viewers at home. Just remarkable to see it even to this day. Matthew, the other big story in Hollywood this week was the announcement that Bruce Willis is battling this brain disorder called aphasia. There are reports that Willis was having trouble on movie sets for some time. As a matter of fact, earlier on in this program, we talked to Hollywood director Rob Reiner, who said when he was directing Bruce Willis in a stage version of Stephen King's Misery, that he noticed there were some problems even back then, and that was about 7 years ago. But what do you know?
This has been a problem for a while. It was sort of this, unspoken secret within Hollywood that Bruce Willis was having some issues, and yet, either his own wishes or the people around him wanted him to keep working. So he was doing these jobs where he would make a couple $1 million for a couple days of work, and he had to have an earpiece where he would fed his lines. At one point, there was a really devastating LA Times story this week that kind of evidenced what was going on in these sets, where he would sometimes not know where he was. He would say, I know what you're doing here, but what am I doing here? And he just kept working, and he was doing 20 movies over the last couple of years where he could make a couple $1 million for a few days of work. They can get the movie financed because he was in it, and everybody kind of kept chugging along, even though it was obvious that he was not doing it.
Yeah, no question about it. But what a remarkable career, and who could forget Die Hard, and all of those great lines he had, and all those amazing films. So it was such a remarkable career. Matthew Bellany, thank you so much. We appreciate it. Good talking to you.
Thank you.
Coming up, what a White House diarist told the January 6th committee about former President Trump and the days leading up to the riot at the Capitol.
What if you could have the perspective to see more? At Morgan Stanley, a global collective of thought leaders, offers investors a broader view. We see companies protecting the bottom line by putting people first. We see a bright future, still hungry for the ingenuity of those ready for the next challenge. Today, we're translating decades of experience into strategies for the road ahead. We are Morgan Stanley.
When Alaska Airlines needed a partner for the complex operations of travel, they made the switch to T-Mobile. Our 5G has Alaska Airlines and their customers covered from major hubs to remote destinations. With 5G coverage ready now for the demands of today and the future. T-Mobile's network powers Alaska Airlines as they deliver next-level care for all customers. 5G ready now. That's how unconventional thinking is better for business.
That was quick.
And reward. I earned 3% cash back in drugstores with Chase Freedom Unlimited. That means I earn on my bug spray and my sunscreen. Ready to go fishing?
I got the bank.
I also earn 5% on travel purchase through Chase on this rental car. That lake is calling my name.
Don't you get seasick?
We'll find out. Come on. And I earn 3% on dining, including takeout.
So much for attention on that.
Some people are hunters, some are gatherers. I'm dining. Earn big time with Chase Freedom Unlimited with no annual fee. How do you catch that? Chase, make more for yours.
This is an urgent appeal from UNHCR, the and tragedies strike Ukraine, the world is watching and worrying. Desperate to save their lives and protect loved ones, some have fled within their country, while others have sought safety across borders. Most are women and youth, and a heartbreaking amount of children are arriving in neighbouring countries alone. Please go online and give what you can today.
Please listen. Do you have an asbestos claim against Paddock Enterprises, formerly Owens, Illinois, which made cable products?
If so, you could be affected by an upcoming vote on bankruptcy plan on how asbestos is treated. Voting is important because you can participate if the plan is approved. Vote by April 8th, reject by May 2022. Visit paddockvote.com.
Hi, we're Zero, and we believe everyone deserves the purest tasting water. That's why we for Zero. You see, to some it means nothing, but to us, it means everything. Here, take a look. This meter showing triple zeros means our 5-stage filter did its job, and that virtually all dissolved solids, or DDS, have been removed. And all that's left is the purest tasting water. Let's go. A 2-stage filter stops here. A 5-stage filter doesn't quit. Zero water. We strive for zero.
This is the WeatherTech Cup Phone. It'll perfectly fit your vehicle's cup holder and your phone. And here's everything that compares to it.
Hello? Anybody? That's right. Nothing compares to the WeatherTech Cup Phone. It's 100% American made. It extends for easier viewing, turns sideways with 2 view, even dispenses hand sanitizer. No other product does what the one and only Cup Phone does. Order yours today at WeatherTech.com.
Let's flip some birds. Using fresh, quality ingredients can make or break your dish. And with HelloFresh, you don't have to sweat the deets because they always deliver, like literally, to your doorstep.
Go to HelloFresh.com and use code TV16 for 16 free meals plus 3 free gifts.
You don't know how much pressure you put on your septic system, but Riddex does. In a 21-month study, scientists proved that Riddex reduces up to 20% of waste buildup every month. Take the pressure off with Riddex.
A New York mob hitman is set to be released next year, but he has escaped from an Orlando house. U.S. Marshals for Dominic Tadeo shot and killed 3 people, tried to kill 2 others in the 1980s. Tadeo admitted in court that the mafia had paid him to kill certain people. The 64-year-old, get this, was set to be released in February of next year after being convicted in 1992. According to a Rochester newspaper, Tadeo also sparked a nationwide manhunt in 1987 when he disappeared while out on bail on weapons charges. He was found 2 years later. Now a story that was first on CNN from President Trump's White House diarist telling the January 6th committee about an unusual drop-off in details about who Trump was calling or meeting with in the days before the Capitol insurrection. CNN's Paul Reed has more on this.
Well, CNN has learned that just days before the Capitol riot, White House officials started providing fewer details about Trump's calls and visits with those involved in White House record keeping. The sources tell CNN that Trump's diarists, so that's the person whose job it is to collect details about the president's daily activities, was interviewed by the House Select Committee roughly 2 weeks ago. And during that interview, she described a noticeable drop-off in information provided by the Oval Office in the days leading up to the insurrection. Now, one source described how the White House record keepers appeared to be iced out during this critical time period. One source familiar with the investigation says the last day that normal information was sent out was January 4th. And starting on the 5th, the diarist didn't receive any annotated calls or notes as she usually would have. This is very out of the ordinary. The sources close to the investigation say they don't seem to know right now who, if anyone, directed a change in record keeping or what the motivation behind this change was. As with so many other things in the Trump White House, there's an open question about whether this was intentional or just part of the general chaos and staffing issues, particularly so late in the administration. Paula Reed, CNN, Washington.
President Biden is touting the latest new jobs report. In March, the U.S. added 431,000 jobs, and the unemployment rate dropped to 3.6%, a pandemic-era low. CNN's Arlette Saenz joins us now from the White House. Arlette, the White House very happy about this jobs report. In the U.S., we should note, has recovered more than 90% inflation is still a problem. People are still dealing with that.
Yeah, Jim, these figures in the March jobs report are really something any White House would be celebrating, but it's inflation that still looms large over the economic picture in this country and how Americans are feeling about that. If you take a look at recent polling, inflation and the economy writ large are really the top issues of concern to American voters. And that is something that this White House is fully aware of, that concern that has been bubbling up. And yesterday, President Biden was touting those numbers relating to the jobs report, the 431,000 jobs added last month, as well as that downtick in the unemployment rate to the lowest level of the pandemic so far. But he also acknowledged that his administration still needs to work to get prices down. Take a listen.
Our policies are working, and we're getting results for the American people, which is what it's all about, to state the obvious. Record job creation, record unemployment declines, record wage gains. More and more Americans get jobs as they do. It's going to help ease the supply pressures we've seen. And that's good news for fighting inflation. It's good news for our economy, and it means that our economy has gone from being on the mend to being on the move.
And inflation really impacts how Americans are viewing President Biden's handling of the economy. Recent polling has his approval rating when it comes to the economy around roughly a third of Americans approving. There's still a lot of work for the president to do there in order to try to improve. And that's why you have seen the White House roll out these measures to try to show that they are working to get prices down. Earlier this week, he announced a historic release of the Strategic Petroleum Reserve, trying to get gas prices down, especially amid this crisis between Ukraine and Russia. But this is something that the White House and Democrats are watching very closely, especially as they're heading closer to the midterms next year. Jim?
Absolutely. A lot of folks struggling with those gas prices right now. Arlette Science, thank you very much. Coming up, snow is not just fun for skiers and snowmobilers. Why a lack of this vital resource spells trouble for parts of the United States.
I've always focused on my career, but when we found out our son had autism, his future became my focus. Lavender Baths always called him, so we turned bath time into a business. And building up my son has been my dream job. At Northwestern Mutual, our version of financial planning helps you live your dreams today. Find a Northwestern Mutual advisor at nm.com.
When it comes to real estate agents, experience matters. The best agents know how to market your home for top dollar and navigate through a complex transaction. At Ideal Agent, we created our smart seller system with top-rated local agents to sell your home for as low as a 2% commission.
I was amazed at the fact that my house sold in 1 day. Ideal agents saved me in the neighborhood of $20,000 to $25,000 in commissions. The process was as easy as it gets. It was turnkey. I'm a very busy guy. They just took care of everything. They are the #1 way to sell your house.
I've used Ideal Agent 2 times. Ideal Agent guided me through the entire process, every step. You want to have the best agents, but you want to get the best deal. Using Ideal Agent with both properties, I've saved over $30,000. Our service is free, available nationwide, and there's zero obligation. Call us today or visit idealagent.com.
Her boyfriend killed himself. She was texting him to do it. Why would she do that?
We're still piecing that together.
I wanted to spend the rest of my life with
What motive could she possibly have?
him full of surprises.
I'm the only one who knows why you really did it. I think it's weird.
She was in contact with him until he died. And I just wanted to help him.
Did you know you can address one of the root causes of aging by targeting all the cells in your body? Try True Niagen. Life as we know it cannot exist without NAD. As we age, NAD can decrease by as much as 50%. True Niagen is proven to increase NAD to support heart and muscle health and energy production that starts in your cells. Address one of the root causes of aging with True Niagen, researched by the world's top scientific institutions.
Tomorrow morning, Congress will report in Ukraine on how its accidents and its content. Now, veteran war correspondent and his senior producer join Brian Stelter view how the crew survived, reliable Sources, live tomorrow morning at 11.
This is the feeling of certainty. The feeling that comes from knowing you're inspiring your customers, uniting your team, recognizing achievements, and expressing heartfelt thank yous with promotional products people use and love from the experts at 4imprint. Your partners in creating special moments and memories by making people smile. Enjoy that feeling of certainty with promotional products at 4imprint.com. 4imprint, for certain. Clothes, like life, are meant to be enjoyed. That's why Blair makes quality clothing easy to wear, with fits that move with your body. Easy to love, with fun colors, flattering styles, and soft, comfortable fabrics. And easy to buy with affordable prices. Easy to wear, easy to love, easy to buy. Get $10 off and free shipping at Blair.com with promo code BlairTV.
On the CNN original series, No Man, with Carlton McCall from the script to CNN. If you really want to find out what you're made of, you can forget the personality tests and social media quizzes. Because the only way you're ever going to know is by heading into the big, the wild, raging, so damn beautiful it hurts world and finding out for yourself. Were you going to follow a path or were you born free? These are the things we thought about when we made the new Grand Cherokee. Made for what you're made of.
Project Blend, brought to you by Jeep Grand Cherokee 4xe. Jeep, there's only one. Go to CNN.com/Project Blend for more on the people, technologies, and movements working to solve the world's most pressing environmental issues.
New evidence now that California's drought is worsening. State officials say the current snowpack in the Sierra Nevada mountains will provide just 4% of the average water at this time of the year. CNN's in the Sierra is a California water supply.
Sierra Nevada mountains, a winter wonderland where people come to enjoy the snow. This is taking the place of it. In California's last snowpack survey of the wet season, just 2.5 inches of snow were measured, containing the equivalent of only 1 inch of water. That's a mere 4% of the April 1st average. Most of the 7 readings here were on dirt and grass.
As of April 1st, where we should be in terms of our snowpack, we should be standing on roughly 5 feet of snow. So my feet should be roughly right here.
Think of the snowpack as a frozen reservoir. The state says it's responsible for about 30% of California's water, including drinking water.
It's a beautiful day out here, but that's actually part of the problem. These rushing waters are because the snowpack is already melting, but not all of this water is going to make it to California's reservoirs, which are already low.
We could be losing it down into the groundwater, down into the soil. So that would also help replenish the groundwater. But at the same time, we could lose some through evaporation.
Winter in California started off wet, but hopes of a drought-busting rainy season quickly dried up. By March, the state had notched the driest first 3 months of a year in its recorded history.
Some would consider this a wake-up call. I disagree. The alarm's already gone off. Climate change is here, and it's been here across the American West.
According to the U.S. Drought Monitor, more of Northern California sank into extreme drought. So did parts of Utah and New Mexico. Even worse, parts of Oregon and Nevada are in exceptional drought.
We are encouraging people to do common sense things.
Last summer, California Governor Gavin Newsom called on residents to cut their water consumption.
A 15% voluntary reduction, not only on residences, but industrial, commercial operations, and agricultural operations.
Now the governor is urging local leaders to institute bans on watering grass near commercial and industrial buildings. But for residential areas, no mandatory cuts for now.
We may really see some mandatory water restrictions in place by the summertime.
And Jim, Secretary Crowfoot pointing out that those reliably wet winters that we used to get here in California, say 50 or 100 years ago, they're not something that we should expect any longer because of climate change. And he says because of that, everyone who lives in the state and throughout the West needs to change their relationship with water and learn to use less. Jim?
Alarming situation. All right, thanks, Stephanie. That's the news reporting from Washington. I'm Jim Acosta. I'll see you back here tomorrow at 5 p.m. Eastern. For now, Christina Amanpour picks up our coverage live from Ukraine right after a quick break. Good night.
Hi! Need new glasses? Buy one pair, get one free at Vision Works. How can you see me squinting? I can't, I'm just telling everyone. Hey!
Buy one pair, get one free. VisionWorks. See the difference.
Stay tuned to get this free five-piece non-stick bakeware set from Gotham Steel.
I paid so much for these pans, but they still burn and they never come clean. And I just know a new set is going to cost me a fortune.
Not anymore. Introducing Aqua Blue from Gotham Steel. Ultra modern cookware that's so durable it's the last non-stick cookware you'll ever use. Now at the most affordable price anywhere. This is chef quality cookware. Cast from solid aluminum and finished with Thai ceramic. Made from ultra durable titanium and super slick ceramic. That means no sticking. Everything slides right out. So cook healthier with no butter or oil ever needed. And forget scratching because these pans are metal utensil safe. Even oven safe up to 500 degrees. So bake hearty pasta dishes or even oven roasted succulent chicken. And no more oil overs because the set comes with vented glass lids. Plus they're all PFOA free and dishwasher safe. Other cookware sets can cost up to $400. But get the Aqua Blue 12-piece set with Thai ceramic surface. Not for $400 or even $300, but for just 5 payments of $49.99. But wait, order now and we'll drop a whole payment. Plus, you'll even get free shipping and our 10-year warranty. But it gets even better. Order today. You'll also get our self-draining fry basket, stainless steel steamer rinser, and steamer rack. A $50 value, absolutely free. Plus, our 5-piece Gotham Steel bakeware set. The fast, ultra non-stick way to make your favorite desserts. Together, that's $110 in free gifts. Get this huge 20-piece set delivered free to your front door for your first payment of $49.99. Try it for 30 days, and if you're not thrilled, get a full refund and keep the bakeware set as our free gift. This is a limited time offer, so order now.
To order, call 1-800-763-7913 or go online to aquabluepan.com. So call 1-800-763-7913. That's 1-800-763-7913 or go to aquabluepan.com.
This is an urgent appeal from UNHCR, the UN Refugee Agency. As conflict and tragedy strike Ukraine, the world is watching and worrying, desperate to save their lives and protect loved ones. Some have fled within their country, while others have sought safety across borders. Most are women and youth, and a heartbreaking amount of children are arriving in neighboring countries alone. Please go online and give what you can today.
I don't just play someone brainy on TV. I'm an actual neuroscientist, and I love the science behind Neuriva Plus. Unlike ordinary memory supplements, Neuriva Plus fuels 6 key indicators of brain performance. More brain performance. Yes, please. Neuriva, think bigger.
There were 3 sites that hit this facility. This is as close as you're going to get.
Just look at the utter destruction caused by this massive explosion.
Imagine the good fortune of the truck driver. He managed to survive.
More than a month into the war here in Ukraine, the refugee crisis continues.
It is not even remotely close to being a ceasefire.
The Kiev Kherson Zaporizhzhia Lviv. This is CNN.
Is that pepperoni pizza? It sure is. Oh, my pizza days are over. And digestion loaded? You should try probiotics. They never work. I totally agree. I used to feel like that, and then I found this. Captiva.
Captiva is the first doctor-formulated probiotic that works at night with key ingredients backed by 7 clinical studies. And right now, you can get a complimentary sample by texting SKY to 231231. Captiva works while you sleep to soothe indigestion, cramping, bloating, even constipation, while promoting digestive health. And it has time-released melatonin to help you get the best sleep of your life.
What? A great night's sleep and pepperoni pizza? I'm getting Captiva.
Me too.
Captiva is flying off the shelves at GNC, but you can only get your complimentary sample by texting SKY to 231231. Text now, and we'll include a box of Captiva digestive enzymes to help your body digest meals and avoid occasional gas and discomfort absolutely free. That's SKY to 231231.
I'm Rafael Romo in Lviv, Ukraine. This is CNN.
This is CNN Breaking News.
Welcome to this special edition of CNN Newsroom. I'm Christiana Manpour, live in Kyiv.
A senior Ukrainian defense official says tonight this Kyiv region has, quote, been liberated from Russian forces. But U.S. officials are now saying that Russia is shifting its focus to victory by early May in eastern Ukraine. All this just days after Russia said it is de-escalating around this capital city, and Ukraine is bracing for heavy fighting in the east and the south. This is new video into CNN of gunfire and explosions used to disperse a crowd of pro-Ukraine protesters in the Russian-held town of Anahoda, that's in the east. An advisor to President Zelensky is warning the days ahead will, quote, not be easy. Today, Russia unleashed an attack on a major fuel refinery in central Ukraine, one day after they accused Ukraine of targeting a fuel depot on Russia's side of the border. That, of course, was neither confirmed nor denied by Ukrainian officials. And all of this as the fight to evacuate trapped civilians is also intensifying. Today, the Red Cross is trying for the second day to reach the devastated city of Mariupol. 100,000 civilians are still trapped there. Video obtained from Twitter showed just how dire the situation is. It showed destroyed bridges and debris-filled streets. But let's begin right here in Kyiv with these developments. And our senior international correspondent, Fred Blacken, he's joining me now. You know, this is pretty big. You know, 1 week after Russia said it was de-escalating, and you've been out and about like I have to see what's going on around here.
It's absolutely massive. And one of the things that we have to keep in mind is just a couple of days ago when we were standing, you were standing here, I was standing here, we could hear the shelling going on the entire time when the Russians were hitting this place even harder than they had in the past. Now it's fairly quiet. We've had a couple of air raid sirens, I think, today, but you can really tell that there is more life in the city, and there seems to be a mood among the folks here in the city that they are pushing the Russians back. But as that happens, more and more things are becoming clear. And I think the two main things are that the Russians got absolutely clobbered here around the capital city.
Well, you're right about that, because I spoke to the foreign minister, and he said, you know, the fact that they're getting pushed back is not just for their just because they want to, it's because our forces are pushing them back.
And I think that seems something that the more we get into these areas that have been liberated as the Ukrainians before the Russians have been pushed out, you see the amount of Russian armor that has been destroyed, but also some of the wreckage and just how destroyed some of these towns are. We managed to get to a place called Irpin, just northwest of here. Let's have a look at some of what we saw there. Ukrainian authorities say this is still one of the most dangerous places in this war-torn country. You can immediately see why. We are driving right towards an area engulfed in smoke from artillery shelling. This is where Russian forces tried to push into Ukraine's capital, but were stopped and beaten back by the underdog Ukrainians. The battles here are fierce. Authorities say 50% of the city has been destroyed. To us, that number seems like an understatement. It moves quickly because this place can get shelled anytime. Ukraine's national police now patrols Irpin again, but their forces frequently come under fire, the chief tells me. Just yesterday, our officers who were searching for dead bodies, they were shot at with mortars, he says. They had to lay under the bridge and wait for it to stop. But the grim task of finding and taking out the many dead continues. More than 24 on this day alone. It's an absolutely awful situation there in Irpin. And Irpin, of course, was a really important place because that was where the Russians tried to break through here into Kiev. And that's really where the Ukrainian forces made that massive stand and managed to push it back.
And you know, we've heard lots of names that have become totemic really in the background. So Bucha is another one. That also fiercely contested. And now we're getting some pretty grim news coming out of there.
We certainly are. The Ukrainian government said that they have mass graves there and are already filling those mass graves. I think it's almost 300 bodies. So you can see just the toll that all this has taken. And I think that's something that unfortunately we're going to see a lot more of in the next couple of days. That the civilian toll is massive.
And I think it's really true. I mean, I went out to a little bit further out and saw a column, an armored column, including the T-90 tanks, which apparently are the most modern that Russia has. Anyway, blown to smithereens by the Ukrainians using javelins. Those obviously are unusable. But the Ukrainian officials are saying that any weaponry and armor that they find that they can be fixed, they're going to put it back on the road.
Yeah, exactly. And this is one of the things about the Ukrainian military. that is modern equipment. So for the Ukrainians to have gotten that, that was certainly a major feat. But there are, and visit one of these workshops. There's a lot of workshops here where they get stuff that they find from the Russians. They do it up. Sometimes they take all the old stuff out and then reuse these vehicles. The Ukrainians, I think it was President Zelensky, he said that the Russian army is the single largest supplier of gear to the Ukrainian army simply because they're getting so much stuff.
And let's just, kind of refocus on what the Russians seem to be refocusing on, what the US intelligence now says. They think Russia is aiming for a victory by May, but in the East. What do you think that means?
Well, I think that means they're moving the goalposts. I mean, it's absolutely clear that at the beginning of this war, that the Russians thought they were going to get a quick victory here in Kiev. In fact, they tried to get in here through the main highway. They just drove, in some cases, unarmored trucks right into the city because they thought they would be greeted as liberators. The Ukrainians told me this. They said they were surprised. And now they realize that they're not going to make it. They've gotten absolutely beaten back here, not just by the javelins, by the way, but also by artillery. They never really had a strategy. So now it seems as though they're moving the goalposts. And one of the things that we've seen today is that there already seems to be some of this Russian military gear that's coming out of here, moved to Belarus and put on trains, brought somewhere, possibly brought to the west of Russia, the east of Ukraine,
To come back in that way.
possibly come back over there. So it seems as though, and I think this is something that the foreign minister actually told you, that he believed that it was the low-hanging fruit. It was, I think what he said, it was the southeast of the country, where it seems as though the Russians are going to try and make a lot of headway there to then have a stronger position when these negotiations really start, when they really talk about some sort of ceasefire.
Well, we'll see, but it really has been a dramatic week of change here in the Kyiv region. So, Fred, thanks a lot. And let's go now to the port of Odessa. And the regional military governor there says 3 missiles struck an area in that city on Friday. And Ed Bandera is joining me from that southern city. So, Ed, what is the situation? Because obviously the Russians have been pounding a lot of that southern area, not yet getting to where you are, but maybe aiming for it.
Right, and that's the concern I think many people here in Odessa and the southern part of the country have. They're watching what's happening and unfolding there in the north where you are, and they're wondering what's next, what is the timing of it all. So here, when you walk around the streets of Odessa, you find this mixed sense of people trying to go about their daily lives. And in the background, you see a city center completely fortified, bracing for what might be coming. We went to a market and we came across a group of university students drinking coffee together and talking. And I asked them, is this normal or does it just kind of appear like it's normal?
It's home and we can live a normal life. But that's for now. We don't know what's going to be tomorrow or in a week. Besides, everyone is afraid. If something's going to happen in Odessa, of course, we will protect our city. But right now, we can just sit and live normal life.
And that's the thing. They feel like anything can change here at any moment. So you see volunteers and activists making bulletproof vests for frontline soldiers. And then 24 hours ago, you have 3 missile strikes here in the Odessa region. And that kind of brings everything to life once again of the dangers that there could be facing in the weeks ahead.
And of course, Odessa is again massively strategic because if they did get it, it would really cut off Ukraine from its sea and its ports. Next door, practically next door, Mariupol is feeling the full brunt of a very, very brutal slaughter and a brutal attack on that civilian area. What do you know? Have anybody sort of trickled out today? Because the ICRC tried again today, they weren't able to get there. What's the latest from there?
Well, there were supposed to be 7 humanitarian corridors opened up throughout the country. There is a mixed bag of success. According to officials today, about 4,200 people were able to use these routes to escape. There were about 6,000 people that were able to escape nationwide. But when you take a closer look at Mariupol, where people in aid organizations are desperately trying to reach here to evacuate the more than 100,000 people that still need to be evacuated. This is an area where officials have been saying that the residents and the civilians in the city have been living like mice for weeks underground in bunkers under the homes. I mean, and so one official even said, we are running out of adjectives to describe how bad the situation is. And as you mentioned, the International Red Cross tried to reach it the city again today. It's been turned away. This has been going on for several days. We were told that about 1,200 people in that city were able to escape Mariupol today, but they did so in their own cars. What they need is a massive amount of buses to be able to move the vast numbers of people that need to be evacuated from there.
Indeed, and as you're talking, we see some video from Mariupol from earlier where there are downed bridges and civilians are just trying to get across, however which way they can. So we'll keep watching that. And thank you so much. And ahead, the United States has just announced new aid to Ukraine to stock up on weapons, armored vehicles, and Soviet-era tanks. Could the new security assistance be a game changer?
We believe there's an innovator in all of us. That's why we build technology that makes it possible for every business and every person to come to the table and do more incredible things.
I don't know what everyone's doing on their phones. They're banking with Bank of America. The groom's parents, they just found out they can redeem rewards for a second honeymoon. Romance is in the air. Like these two. He's realizing he's in love and that his dating app just went up. Must be fate. And so, he forgot a gift, so he's sending the happy couple some money.
Did you know what was so impressive? You just can't stop banking. What would you like the power to do?
I've always been prone to hair thinning.
I was under a lot of stress. I was getting older.
I started taking Nutrafol. Nutrafol is the #1 dermatologist recommended hair growth supplement. I know. Start your hair growth journey at Nutrafol.com.
To continue with my business and at the same time to be able to improve myself, I was like, okay, I'm on board.
On Coursera, you can earn a career-advancing bachelor's degree online from a world-class university. Courses, certificates, degrees. Join for free at Coursera.org. Every year, we try to exercise more, to be more social, to just relax, and eating healthy. Every single meal. If only it was this easy for us.
I earned 2% cash back at drugstores with Chase Freedom Unlimited. So I got cards for birthdays, holidays, graduations. I'm coming for everything. Which reminds me, thank you for driving me to the drugstore. Earn big time with Chase Freedom Unlimited with no annual fee. How do you cash back? Chase, make more for sure.
Does daily stress leave you feeling sick? New Tough Men Stress Relief Body Wash with a plant-based adaptogen helps alleviate stress on skin so you can get back in sick. New Tough Men, a restorative shower for body and mind.
Did you know you can address one of the root causes of aging by targeting all the cells in your body? Try True Niagen. Life as we know it cannot exist without NAD. As we age, NAD can decrease by as much as 50%. True Niagen is proven to increase NAD to support heart and muscle health and energy production that starts in your cells. Address one of the root causes of aging with True Niagen, researched by the world's top scientific institutions.
We all love video doorbells. Voice assistants have changed our lives. We now control our home with a touch. Indoor and outdoor cameras help us keep watch. We want to guard our lives and hold tight to our loved ones everywhere. And you know what's better than all these things by themselves? All these things together from the most trusted name in security, ADT.
You're a one-man stitch work master, but your staffing plan needs to go up a size. You need to hire.
Indeed.
Indeed, you do. Indeed Instant Match instantly delivers quality candidates matching your job description. Visit Indeed.com/hire.
I swear I live.
Sources tell CNN the United States is now expected to help transfer Soviet-era tanks to Ukraine me now to discuss is the former U.S. ambassador to NATO, Kurt Volker. He also served as a special representative for Ukraine negotiations. Also, Lieutenant General Ben Hodges, he was the commander of all U.S. Army forces in Europe. Gentlemen, welcome to the program. Can I first ask you, General Hodges, what you make of the fact that what we've seen around Kiev and what the Ukrainians are now calling a liberated Kiev region? Are you surprised to be hearing that?
No, I'm thrilled about it, but not surprised. Ukrainian soldiers, as we've watched now for the last 5 weeks, have demonstrated a tactical skill as well as a tenacity that has been successful. I think now, Christian, we're in the decisive phase of the campaign. The next 3 weeks are going to determine, I think, what happens in the future if we can get Ukraine everything that they need to go ahead and break the back of the Russians right now.
So, Ambassador Volker, I mean, I know that you're the diplomat, but nonetheless, you know, there's diplomacy and there's, you know, it's backed by some kind of force often, and so it's kind of working. The Ukrainians, according to the Polish Prime Minister, said, you know, are fighting like lionhearts. That's what he told me. U.S. is sending weapons, NATO is sending weapons. They're using them and they're effective, but they need more. What more would you want to see, you know, world leaders do now?
Well, I think there's a short term and a long term here. And General Hodges is exactly right about the short term. This is the time to lean in. The Ukrainians have stopped the Russian offensive. They've cut supply lines. They are now targeting those stranded Russian forces. And the Russians are pulling them back away from Kiev, from Kharkiv, from Mykolaiv. And so this is the time to lean in. The Russians will reconsolidate their forces in the east, and they will try to make new territorial gains. So we should be resupplying the Ukrainians with everything we can. And in particular, right now, there's a shift. We need to keep giving them air defense and anti-ship systems, but we also need to be thinking about heavier armor, artillery, and tanks so that they can advance and push out those Russian forces. All that is necessary, as you say, to create conditions on the ground where diplomacy might then be effective. As long as the Russians think they have a military card to play, there is no serious negotiation going on. But the moment they realize that the Ukrainians are actually pushing them out, then there might be a scope for talks.
Okay, so that's an interesting question now to ask General Hodges, because you heard just now what the U.S. intelligence seems to think that Russia is bent on a early May victory. That must mean that they have, I mean, it has to mean that they have reduced the scope of their ambitions, and that everybody here, including the government, believes it's all going to take place in the Donbass region. When you hear that, what do you think?
Well, of course, you and all your viewers know, Christian, that 9 May is Victory Day in Russia. This is when they celebrate the end of what they call the Great Patriotic War, World War II, and it's a massive parade there in Red Square. This is going to be really embarrassing for President Putin on Victory Day to not have something to show for it. So I think that's why there's a priority on the Russian side to claim some sort of victory, which means it's going to be hell for people, whoever's left in Mariupol and everybody else there in the Donbass region. And that's another reason why we have got to press. Ambassador Volker used the phrase to lean in. I would agree with that. The Russians, now is the time to break their back so that they are not able to regroup, because they have shown from history that they can and will regroup if given the chance.
Well, okay, so that's a really important point, and it's a military question and it's a diplomatic question, Ambassador. You've been involved in these negotiations with Ukraine in the past and different administrations. Do you see, I mean, just like the general said, it's time, if you're going to get a proper negotiation, to quote unquote break the back of the Russian machine here. Do you see any hope for any kind of settlement at this pace right now?
I think we have to think about this in a couple different ways. Is there hope for a settlement right now? No. The Russians are intent on a military victory, which they will not achieve. The Ukrainians are intent on removing Russian forces from their territory. They look 2014 settlement, where Russians continued to occupy eastern Ukraine and say, look what happened. That was a failure. It set the stages for today. No more. We have to push them out. And so I think that is a fundamental disconnect in their perspectives right now, and it's going to be the situation on the ground that determines where things go. As with General Hodges, however, I believe that this is already turning in Ukraine's favor. And if we look 3 months, 4 months down the road, I think we're going to see a Russia that has exhausted itself trying to defeat Ukraine. A Ukraine that survives as an independent and a European state, and a EU and the United States, UK, Canada, that are committed to Ukraine's reconstruction and redevelopment. So this is a real fundamental turning point in the war right now.
So let me ask you, General, I mean, you commanded land forces in Europe for a long time. You see, what the battlefield is. We've just heard some news from senior Ukrainian officials here. They believe, and they say, that there is progress in talks with the Russians that may, in the not too distant future, lead to this, direct negotiation between President Zelensky and Putin. The Ukrainians have wanted that for a long time. The Russians have been stalling. So I guess the question for you in terms of the military landscape is, can the Russians afford to hang in and even beyond May, Victory Day and all the rest of it, try to secure some kind of victory? Do the Ukrainians need to go for a proper settlement while they have what by and large seems to be the upper hand in most parts of the country?
Well, first of all, we need to hear our administration and our allies talk about winning, to use the word win instead of so much emphasis on avoiding escalation, and there's so much talk about getting a settlement. And I think that I take President Zelensky at his word. He says, until the Russians have left Ukrainian territory, now is the chance to correct the mistake of 2014 that Ambassador Volker referenced, to get the Russians out of Ukraine. And if we don't, then for sure the Russians are going to wait for us to lose interest in the Black Sea region for 2 or 3 years, and they're going to come back. So this has implications not only for Ukraine, but for all of Russia's periphery. Our president a week ago said this is about democracy versus autocracy. This sounds to me like we need to talk about winning and achieving an objective, not rushing to get a settlement that rewards Russia in any way for the murder of thousands of innocent Ukrainians.
Interesting you should put it that way, General, because the French leaders have also said winning is a strategic necessity, not just for Ukraine, but for the West as well. General Hodges, Ambassador Volker, thank you so much for joining me. And we are going to take a short break now. We'll be back with much more.
I've always focused on my career, but when we found out our son had autism, his future became my focus. Lavender baths always calmed him, so we turned bath time into a business. And building it with my son has been my dream job. At Northwestern Mutual, our version of financial planning helps you live your dreams today. Find a Northwestern Mutual advisor at nm.com.
I didn't know my genetic report could tell me I was prone to harmful blood clots. I travel a ton, so this info was kind of life-changing, maybe even life-saving.
When it comes to real estate agents, experience matters. The best agents know how to market your home for top dollar and navigate through a complex transaction. At Ideal Agent, we created our smart seller system with top-rated local agents to sell your home for as low as a 2% commission.
I was amazed at the fact that my house sold in 1 day. Ideal Agents saved me in the neighborhood of $20,000 to $25,000 in commissions. The process was as easy as it gets. It was turnkey. I'm a very busy guy. They just took care of everything. They are the #1 way to sell your house.
I've used Ideal Agent 2 times. Ideal Agent guided me through the entire process, every step. You want to have the best agents, but you want to get the best deal. Using Ideal Agent with both properties, I've saved over $30,000. Our service is free, available nationwide, and there's zero obligation. Call us today or visit idealagent.com.
and tragedies strike Ukraine, the world is watching and worrying, desperate to save their lives and protect loved ones. Some have fled within their country, while others have sought safety across borders. Most are women and youth. And a heartbreaking amount of children are arriving in neighbouring countries alone. Please go online and give what you can today.
As an athlete and as a coach, I work out every single day. I gotta move. I wear Blue Phones because it provides recovery and they are seriously life-changing footwear.
This is Fubo TV. It's a better way to watch live news, shows, and sports without cable. Watch multiple games at once with multi-view. Try free at FuboTV.com.
DirecTV brings you the best of live and on demand. This will be exciting. Watching what you want is never easy. Press the dash button on your remote and find shows and movies faster with Smart Search. Press the bottom right enter button to see what else is on. Now missing what's on now. Push the up arrow and get to your favorites with QuickTip. Or customize your guide to feature all your favorite channels. I got your attention. Having the best keeps getting better. With DirecTV, entertainment you love.
Why pay over $100 a month for cable when it's half the cost for Fubo TV? Get all the channels you want with all the entertainment you love for the price that cable can't beat. Try free at FuboTV.com.
I'm Phil Black in Lviv, Western Ukraine, and this is CNN.
Closed captioning brought to you by Mesobook.com.
We offer a free book on mesothelioma. Call for the free book and receive so much more. Call 1-800-831-3700.
Putin's war in Ukraine is putting increased pressure on his political allies, especially in Europe. Hungarian President Viktor Orban is a longtime Putin supporter who's facing his toughest re-election bid in years, as his opponent argues that Orban is simply following in the Russian leader's footsteps. Matt Rivers is joining me now from the capital of Budapest. And Matt, polls are opening in just a few hours. The election's tomorrow. It's tight. What do you think? Can Orban hold on to power?
He certainly has a chance, but you said that this is one of the closest races in years. Part of that is because literally every single opposition party has joined together across the ideological spectrum in kind of a desperate attempt to defeat Orban and prevent him from staying in power another 4 years. That said, Christiana, if you would have asked people 2 months ago what the top issue was, it certainly would not have been Ukraine, and everything has changed since Putin invaded Ukraine. Viktor Orban, by most measures, is the EU leader closest to Vladimir Putin recently. Just 3 weeks before the war began, Orban took a trip to Moscow, welcomed by Putin across a very long table. National elections in Hungary on Sunday will test whether Orban's 12-year run as prime minister will go another 4 years, and his relationship with Putin is suddenly at the center of Hungarian politics. What began as a campaign focused on local issues now has opposition leaders determined to link Orban with Putin and his bloody war in Ukraine, with political attack ads painting Orban as Moscow's puppet, a strongman leader determined to side with authoritarian Russia instead of the democratic West. This ad saying, quote, "We want Hungary to be a Western country again. If you are voting for Orban, you're voting for Putin." Or this one saying, quote, "Orban, tell your friend 12 years, don't kill." Orban has undeniably supported Putin, vetoing sanctions against Moscow over the years and expanding the Russian-Hungarian partnership.
For Russian policies of Viktor Orban, which are a very important building block of his entire political vision, are not exposed.
And with Putin's popularity plummeting, the opposition calculus is simple.
Orban plus Putin equals a winning political strategy, but not so fast. Because Orban is fighting back. Call it a flip-flop, call it a pivot, but Orban is no longer Putin's best buddy. Even though he's not openly criticizing him personally, the Hungarian leader went along with initial EU sanctions against Russia, has described the invasion as Russian aggression, and despite being vehemently anti-immigrant for years now, has let in hundreds of thousands of Ukrainian refugees in the past few weeks. He says we are a great country which gives everything to people who are fleeing trouble. Since the war began, Orban has refused to let weapons pass through Hungary to Ukraine or provide military aid. But he's deflected any criticism of that by claiming he is simply a man of peace, counting on the notion that many Hungarians want nothing to do with the war.
And the gut reaction of most of the public is that, we should just not get involved with this thing. Yeah?
And Orban has taken advantage of that.
And that's what they are trying.
Whether it works remains to be seen, but polling, which isn't always reliable in Hungary, has Orban and his party out in front. One big name in the opposition hopes will change that. That's of course Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky, who has criticized what he calls Orban's lack of support for Ukraine's fight for its existence. But it's not clear if that will be enough. At an anti-Orban rally on Saturday, Ukrainian flags flew and the crowd kept pushing the Orban-Putin narrative. But not many people showed up. Whether that's an ominous sign for the opposition or just the result of cold, rainy weather, we'll find out when the votes come in.
Now, Orban is still trying to find ways to help out his old friend Vladimir Putin. For example, he initially went along with EU sanctions, but Orban has said he will not go along with any ban on Russian energy being imported here to Hungary. He says that that would make life harder for ordinary Hungarians, more expensive, which is true, but at the same time, it's pretty convenient that it also continues to allow Vladimir Putin access to this energy market, something that can be lucrative. So it's, they're still trying to find some ways, I think, Orban is, to help out Vladimir Putin. Christian?
Indeed, and you heard President Zelensky lay into it, really. Matt Rivers, thank you so much. And let's just not forget that Hungary defines itself as an illiberal democracy. It is practically autocratic, and it figures very, very importantly in President Biden's attempt to win, democracy versus autocracy. So it's an important election. Now, as the war in Ukraine enters its sixth week, we're seeing more scenes of destruction. This week, I visited a town just east of Kyiv where Ukrainian fighters pushed back Russian forces early in the war. But now, they wait in an uneasy calm for the next assault. The first thing you notice approaching the front northeast of Kyiv are the lines of villagers waiting for humanitarian handouts. They receive a bag of bread and basics to get them through these difficult days. The first week of the war, a shell hit us near the greenhouse. We barely survived, says this woman. We had help from strangers around us. They gave us bread and canned food. We wouldn't have managed otherwise. No one here knows when this war will end or whether Russia still has designs on Kyiv. The front line is about a mile away. For now, an uneasy calm prevails ever since the Ukrainian defenders stopped the Russian advance here. It was February 28th, they say, day 4 of the war. They want to show us how they did it, but first we have to clamber over the bridge they downed to see the armored column they managed to take out. The riverbank is littered with their skeletons. This was a turkey shoot. Russian armored vehicles and tanks had come off the road to avoid the anti-tank mines, only to find themselves unable to cross the bridge and unable to reverse in time. Ukrainian forces tell us none of the soldiers inside survived. A little further up the road, 2 tanks have been virtually smelted, blasted almost to smithereens. 40-year-old Yevgeny, a veteran fighter, proudly tells us this was his handiwork. We all here have one role, to keep the enemy off our land, he says. First thing they did after seeing the village, they started to shell houses, just like that. They didn't see us. They didn't know we were here, so they just started to work on houses. So I took the tank in my sights and I fired a rocket. And apply to him. The destroyed vehicles are stamped with an O. Ukrainian officers here tell us this identifies them as Russian units that entered from Belarus to the north. Oleg is the officer who commanded this operation. As for now, looking at previous fighting we've had, I can tell you that we are trained better, he tells me. We have stronger morale and spirit because we're at home. They are afraid, but they go because they're made to. He's been battle-hardened ever since the first Russian invasion in 2014. He says his side has enough weapons, ammunition, and determination to win. I can tell you I'm almost sure the Russians are regrouping and not retreating, he says. Besides, we are preparing ourselves to go forward. We're not preparing just to defend here. US and British intelligence say Putin seems to have, quote, massively misjudged this situation and clearly overestimated the abilities of his military to secure a rapid victory. This old lady tells us, I have seen one war and here we go again. I wish Putin would go away. The people of this land remain stalwart and the soldiers remain dug in, hoping they can continue to withstand whatever Putin has in store for them next. So, as we heard, senior officials saying that actually this whole region, they say, has now been liberated. And up next, we take you to Mykolaiv, where Russia is continuing its onslaught of attacks. And we're learning the death toll from a devastating attack on the office of the regional military governor is rising there. That town's mayor joins us ahead.
I don't just play someone brainy on TV. I'm an actual neuroscientist, and I love the science behind Neuriva Plus. Unlike ordinary memory supplements, Neuriva Plus fuels 60 indicators of brain performance. More brain performance? Yes, please. Neuriva, think bigger. 3 times the electrolytes and half the sugar. Pedialyte Cover Packs. Feel better fast.
Verizon Business Unlimited is going ultra. Get more, like Manning. Event planning with our best plan ever. Yeah, that's what I do. With 5G ultra wideband and many more cities, you get up to 10 times the speed at no extra cost. Verizon is going ultra, so your business can get more.
Carvana's had a lot of firsts. 100% online car buying, car vending machines, and now putting you in control of your financing. At Carvana, get personalized terms, browse for cars that fit your budget, and customize your down payment and monthly payment. And these aren't made up numbers. It's what you'll really pay, right down to the penny. Whether you're shopping or just looking, it only takes a few seconds and it won't affect your credit score. Finally, a totally different way to finance your ride. Only from Carvana.
We love being outside, but the sun makes our deck and patio too hot to enjoy.
Now, thanks to our new Sun Center retractable line, we can select full sun or instant shade in just 60 seconds.
It's 20 degrees cooler under the sun center, and we get instant protection from harmful UV rays and sun glare.
For pricing starting at less than $800, transform your outdoor living space into a shaded retreat your family will love. When you call, we'll rush you a special $200 discount certificate with your free awning idea kit. You'll get your Sun Center for as little as $599. But this is a limited time offer.
For over 20 years, Sun Center has been the best-selling retractable awning in America.
Call now for this free awning idea kit, packed with great awning solutions that will let you enjoy your deck or patio much more often. Plus, get this $200 discount certificate that will bring you your Sun Center for as little as $599. But this is a limited time offer. Call now.
Sun Centers are backed with up to a 10-year limited warranty.
More than 750,000 families in America own and love their Sun Center retractable awnings. Now you too can discover why life is better under a Sun Center. And talk about options. Choose motorized or manual. And for just a little extra, add LED lighting for evening enjoyment.
There are so many incredible styles to choose from in our free awning idea kit. Get a custom built awning without the custom built price.
Call now to get the whole Sun Center story. You'll get this free awning idea kit plus a $200 discount certificate. And there's no obligation. With Sun Center, you'll create the ultimate outdoor living space perfect for entertaining friends. Call now for your free awning idea kit with local dealer info and $200 discount certificate. Life is better under a Sun Center. Act now.
everyone. I'm Drake. We did receive a program on. Do you want to please check it out?
When someone tried to break in, Ring Alarm protected this real family. Learn more at ring.com.
This isn't dry food or wet food. It's not brown pots. The farmer's dog makes it simple to feed your dog real food. It's real meat and veggies. Freshly made, developed with vets, delivered right to your door. That's why dog lovers are choosing the farmer's dog. A smarter, healthier pet food. Delivery. Visit tryfarmersdog.com and get 50% off your first box of food.
A Ukrainian photojournalist missing for nearly 3 weeks has been found dead north of Kyiv. According to the Ukrainian Attorney General, photographer Maxim Levin was killed by Russian troops. He was known as Max. Levin worked for a number of Western outlets, including the BBC and Reuters. One of Levin's friends described him as an energetic and tenacious reporter who often looked like he had no fear. Reuters released a statement today saying, in part, that Levin's death is a huge loss to the world of journalism, and at least 6 of our colleagues have been killed while covering this war on Ukraine. I want to head now to Mykolaiv. It's been days since a Russian missile strike on a government building in the southern city there, but the death toll from that attack keeps rising. The number now stands at 36. The mayor of the city, Alexander Senkovich, is joining me now. Mr. Mayor, thank you and welcome to the program. Tell me about the situation in that building that you continue to, I guess, pull bodies from there. Do you think the death toll will rise any further?
The operation is still going on. We got 36 people out of the ruins. 34 of them were dead and 2 of them died in the hospital. We have more, I'd say 35 people injured, but let's say 8 of them in hard situation, all others left home. And we keep looking for people.
And just to be clear, of what strategic value was that building in terms of military value? Why do you think that building was attacked?
For sure, that building was attacked because of a head of a regional administration brutality. Because I would say that the missile, the guided missile, cruise missile, just hit his office. And I would say that only 4 armed people who were guards and on first floor died while this attack. A lot of people were just civilians, office workers who worked in the humanitarian sphere with refugees, with food and everything. So no military outfit, no tanks or something like that were there.
Mr. Mayor, I don't know whether you can judge from where you are right now, but you've probably heard your senior officials here in the capital, Kyiv, say that the Kyiv area has been, in their words, liberated. And we have witnessed ourselves, Russian forces being pushed back or just like moving back. They're obviously going to be regrouping, as it appears, to the south, to the east. What do you make of that when you're sitting there in Mykolaiv and under shelling? Does that give you hope?
No, I don't believe to Putin. I think the Russian troops are regrouping, and they fall back just to get more force from Russia and to go to the east and to the south where we are. And in the previous episode of your program, someone said that Putin overestimated force or strength of his troops. But I would say he underestimated the strength of Ukrainians. And for sure, we're ready to meet him here again and fight with his troops here on the south.
So in your town, do you have enough to fight back? Do you have enough weapons? The last time I spoke to you on the air, you said you had enough, but I'm just wondering whether that's still the case.
Sure. We're getting more lethal weapon from the West, from the United States and NATO. We're getting more troops. We train our troops from territorial defense. last 2 days we had fights on outskirts of the city from the Kherson area, and we won in those fights, and the Russians fell back. But they still gathered their group of troops, and plan to go further, as I think.
You just mentioned Kherson. It's not a huge town, but it is the only town that the Russians have been able to take. No major cities, but of course they're pounding Mariupol, which is again not that far from you. Are you receiving any? I mean, are you seeing any of the citizens trying to get out? What do you think will be the eventual fate? Can Ukrainian forces hang on there?
Let's say we lost Kherson because we had less, not too much troops there, and the start of this war was so, let's say, unexpected. So we had no ability to empower them there. So let's say they haven't got Kherson. They just moved in Kherson, and armed people fall back to Ukraine here to the Nikolaev region. Now we don't have connection with the occupied area, and several, let's say, buses from the Kherson region come here with refugees. We're getting them here in Nikolaev. We give them food and etc. and send them back to not back, but forward to the west.
Mayor Alexander Stankiewicz, thank you so much. And still ahead, Pope Francis takes on Vladimir Putin, blasting the Russian leader for launching, quote, a savage war in Ukraine. Could we see the Pope make a trip here to Kyiv? A live report next.
I earned 5% cash back from driving purchase through Chase with Chase Free Money. I earned 5% on my cash. Hello, cash back. Earn big time with Chase Free Money Limited with no annual fee. How do you cash back? Chase, make more with yours.
Feel stuck with credit card debt? Move to SoFi and feel what it's like to get your money right. Move your high interest debt to a SoFi personal loan. You can get out of debt sooner and get your money right.
I wanted to show you guys something that has been truly bringing me joy, and that is HelloFresh. I get a variety of delicious ingredients, and I can whip up my meal in about 20 to 30 minutes, and I save money, which are all touchdowns in my book.
Go to HelloFresh.com and use code TV16 for 16 free meals plus 3 free gifts.
Toughest spills are no match for the world's best vehicle protection. Laser measured WeatherTech floor liners. Discover all the ways to keep your vehicle looking like new at WeatherTech.com. Proudly made in America.
This is an urgent appeal from UNHCR, the UN Refugee Agency. As conflict and tragedy strike Ukraine, the world is watching and worrying, desperate to save their lives and protect loved ones. Some have fled within their country, while others have sought safety across borders. Most are women and youth, and a heartbreaking amount of children are arriving in neighboring countries alone. Please go online and give what you can today.
When Alaska Airlines needed a partner for the complex operations of travel, they made the switch to T-Mobile. Our 5G has Alaska Airlines and their customers covered from major hubs to remote destinations. With 5G coverage ready now for the demands of today and the future. T-Mobile's network powers Alaska Airlines as they deliver next-level care for all customers. 5G ready now. That's how unconventional thinking is better for business.
Hi! Need new glasses? Buy one pair, get one free at VisionWorks. How can you see me squinting? I can't, I'm just telling everyone. Hey!
Buy one pair, get one free. VisionWorks. See the difference.
Fact, we all love video doorbells. Voice assistants have changed our lives. We now control our home with a touch. And you know what's better than all these things by themselves? All these things together from the most trusted
The International Fellowship of Christians and Jews needs your $45 gift now to help rush food, blankets, and shelter to Jewish refugees fleeing for their lives in Ukraine. Please give as generously as you can to help the refugees while there's still time.
This is one plane. Praise God. But we need 5 planes. We need 10 planes. We need 100 planes.
You can give $45 now to help provide the food, medicine, and blankets that they so urgently need. This is CNN, the world's news network.
The Russian war in Ukraine has turned more than 4 million Ukrainians into refugees. Now that's just across the borders. There's another 6 million who are internally displaced. About half of all the refugees are children, according to the UN. Now, some babies are being born beyond Ukraine's borders. And CNN's Kyung La has the story of one Ukrainian infant born into a family that's been torn apart by this war.
Born just hours ago in Poland, baby Adelina is already a survivor of the war in Ukraine. Is it hard to be happy? It is, she says. Adelina is Kristina Pavlyuchenko's first child. You feel guilty? Why? Because I left, she says. Left her home in western Ukraine. The war had begun, a bombing near their city. Pavlyuchenko escaped by bus, then walked on foot across the border. Paramedics rushed her to the hospital. She delivered Adelina a month early, separated from her family. My mother, sister, grandparents still in Ukraine. He's killing our people, she says of Vladimir Putin. How could anyone be so cruel?
I'm terrified. I'm terrified that something like this can happen, that you can lead your everyday life and all of a sudden, because of decisions that you have no influence upon, there's a war and you have to flee. It's unbelievable. It's terrifying.
Dr. Magda Duch is a psychiatrist at Inflanta Specialist Hospital in Warsaw. The hospital, focused on treating women, has seen 80 Ukrainian patients this month, delivered 11 babies, and treated cancer patients like 58-year-old Tatiana Mikhailov. I ran with my granddaughter in my arms, she says. Missiles had already blown out the windows in their building. As they fled, something exploded next to their car. Her city is now occupied by Russians. She's grateful for her doctors at the hospital and the free healthcare in Poland that's treating her cervical cancer. Christina is one of the doctors. We're not using her last name because she herself is also a refugee from Ukraine, a mother of a 5-year-old and the wife of a Ukrainian military man. Her husband. My husband has been in the military since 2014. At the moment, he's in Lviv. You had to leave your husband behind. Yes, she says. Now in Warsaw, I can't sit and do nothing, she says. I have this opportunity here to help women who fled the country. With each breath, baby Adelina offers her mother a respite from the war. What will you tell your daughter about her birth? The truth, she says. We will tell her everything as it was. She should know the truth. All the Ukrainian patients you've seen in this story, that healthcare is being covered by the government of Poland, including all the care once they leave the hospital. And they're not the only ones. The Ministry of Health here in Poland says 197 Ukrainian children have been born in Poland since this war began. Kyung La, CNN, Warsaw, Poland.
Now, Pope Francis is taking on the Russian President Vladimir Putin in what appears to be his sharpest comments yet. The Pope has criticized Putin for what he calls a savage war. The pontiff did not name names, but his target was clear. During a 2-day trip to Malta, the Pope branded Putin a, quote, potentate sadly caught up in anachronistic claims of nationalist interests. He's also shown his support for Ukrainian refugees, and he's called for an end to this war. Earlier today, he spoke with journalists and said that a trip to Ukraine, a trip here to Kyiv, is, quote, on the table. Our breaking news coverage continues after this break.
Once upon a time in the magical Everly Estate, landscape hilarious is trusting Peru. Were delayed when the new kid totaled his truck. Fortunately, they were covered by Progressive, so it was a happy ending for almost everyone.
Ben isn't worried about retirement. His personalized plan is backed by the team at Fidelity. His IRA is professionally managed, and he gets one-on-one coaching when he needs it. So Ben is feeling pretty zen. That's the planning effect from Fidelity.
I knew you should have called the pro.
I got this. You know a contractor? No, but I watch a lot of home improvement shows on Sling TV. I'm gonna need a forklift, a laser thingy, 5 tons of concrete, and a stud finder. Don't worry about a permit. The mayor owes me a favor.
There's Sling to choose your channel lineup of live sports, news, and entertainment. Be confident it's the TV you love for a price you
I'm gonna need lots of duct tape. Sticky kind.
need to have. Sling, try it today.
What could the father of the bride possibly be doing on his phone? Checking with his mail advisor to see if he's on track to do this again. And again. Did I mention she made the guest list?
Digital tools so impressive, you just can't stop. What would you like the power to do?
My A1C stayed here. It needed to be here.
Ruby's A1C is down. With Rebelsis. My A1C wasn't that cool. Now I'm down with Rebelsis.
Long as A1C is down with Rebelsis.
Study what's daily Rebelsis significant for A1C better than a leading brand pill. Rebelsis isn't for people with type 1 diabetes. Don't take Rebelsis if you or your family ever had visual thyroid cancer or multiple endocrine neoplasia syndrome type 2 or allergic to it. Stop Rebelsis and get medical help right away. Lumbar swelling in your neck, severe stomach pain, or allergic reaction. Serious side effects may include pain and attacks. Tell your provider about vision problems or changes. Taking Rebelsis with a sublingual relief will increases your blood sugars. Side effects like nausea, vomiting, diarrhea, pain, and dehydration, which may worsen kidney problems.
Need to get your A1C down?
Ask your healthcare provider about Rebelsis today.
One of my favorite supplements is Qunol turmeric. Turmeric helps with healthy joints and inflammation support. Unlike regular turmeric supplements, Qunol superior absorption helps me get the full benefits of turmeric. The brand I trust is Qunol.
AT&T is America's most reliable 5G network, so now you'll never miss a moment. Great. Can you imagine what you do if the game was cut out in the middle of the action?
I can. We would immediately start tearing out our hair and screaming at the top of our lungs.
Real animalistic, primal scream that devolves into philosophy. Oh, that sounds very specific, like it's happened before. God, no.
That's my assertion.
It's not complicated. AT&T 5G is fast, reliable, and secure. America's most reliable 5G network.
Are you taking a statin drug to reduce cholesterol? It can also reduce your CoQ10 levels. I recommend considering Qunol CoQ10 along with your statin medication. The brand I trust is Qunol.
I'm Ivan Watson in Zaporizhzhia, Ukraine. This is CNN.
This is CNN Breaking News.
Welcome to the special edition of CNN Newsroom. I'm Christiana Monfort, live in Kyiv. Liberated, that is how one senior Ukrainian defense official is describing the situation in the Kyiv region. That's where I am, the capital. This after weeks of relentless attacks across the area. Here in Kyiv, Ukraine has regained control of the nearby Antonov Airport. Russian forces stormed that airfield on the first day of the war, but new satellite images show that it is now completely deserted. Now, Russian forces are repositioning their efforts, and U.S. officials say they are revising their war strategy to focus on the east, trying to take control of the Donbass and other regions in that part of the country by early May. Still, negotiations between the two countries appear to be gaining momentum, at least according to a member of the Ukrainian negotiating team who says that Russia has responded positively to several Ukrainian positions. He now says there was a possibility of, quote, direct consultation trying to reach the devastated city. 100,000 civilians are still trapped there. But let us begin right here in Kyiv with senior international correspondent Fred Plotkin. He is here with me. Fred, it is pretty amazing after all of this that we've been covering to hear a senior official say liberated around here.
Yes.
But you've been out and about. Just explain what you've been seeing.
Yeah, and it seems to be real, and it certainly seems to be the case that the Russians are simply gone. They've withdrawn from this area, but they did so under a hail of fire. That's one of the things that we always have to point out, that when they were withdrawing, they just unleashed this massive artillery fire, especially on the outskirts of Kiev, as they were probably trying to cover their retreat. And what you see then in the aftermath is, first of all, that the Ukrainians seem to not have been underestimating the amount of Russian armor that was being destroyed. I mean, when we were going around, you see it everywhere. You see destroyed tanks, armored vehicles, trucks, everything. The Russians seem to have taken a massive beating here. And the other thing, unfortunately, is you see a lot of dead bodies everywhere. It's a really gruesome thing, but it does seem as though a lot of civilians have been killed.
I mean, there was even some talk, in the town of Bucha, there might be a mass grave.
Yeah, this is what the Ukrainian officials are saying. They say that around 300 bodies. I think they're still trying to sort of come to terms with that, and it's not the end of it. There's still more bodies in the streets.
Can we just take a reality check here? I mean, you've seen the videos, we've seen drone footage that the Ukrainians have provided, we've seen overhead satellites and stuff. It is actually extraordinary to see how they did target civilians in real time on video. The evidence is there.
Absolutely, the evidence is there. There's one incident that took place at the beginning of March where you saw there was a drone crew from the Ukrainians, which is a civil defense force, and you see a tank shooting a civilian. You see a civilian getting out of a car, raising their hands, and getting mowed down by a Russian tank. And two people were killed in that incident. There's others as well that we've seen that we've been able to geolocate and verify. Of course, geolocation is so important in this conflict. But yes, it is something that's happened. And in other cases, I mean, those were the most blatant cases. But there's other cases where just recklessness, carelessness, and it led to civilians dying. And I think one of the things that we always have to keep in mind, we always have to take a step back in all of this and remind ourselves at the beginning of this, the Russians claimed they were only here to target Nazis or something. They would not harm the civilian population. Look at these places.
And actually, it's important also to say that the Ukrainian officials say, look, they're not just running away because they're trying to regroup or whatever. We have pushed them out. And actually, we have got some very exclusive video and access to some prisoners of war. We're hearing now from two former Ukrainian prisoners of war. Let's just listen to them.
At first, they took us very aggressively and made us shout glory to Russia. And whoever didn't want to do that, they used physical measures.
They hit me in the face with machine gun butts and kicked me. My front teeth were also chipped.
I mean, it's pretty amazing to hear that. And it appears that the Ukrainians managed to get some 83 to 86 POWs back in return for sending some
Russians back. Negotiations that
yeah,
have been going
exactly.
on. The negotiations that continue to go on. But there's other harrowing stories from these people. You can see some of the video here. Obviously, they're very relieved to finally be out of there, getting greeted by some of their comrades, some of their friends. And they were taken prisoner in various places along the front lines, and then brought together and brought over here. But a lot of them did say that they've been harmed. And you see people here on crutches, unclear where that came from. But there's others who say that their legs were beaten, that they were humiliated. It was really bad. They had to watch Russian TV all day. They said with that. But in general, look at this. I mean, look at the
morale of the Russians.
I don't think they said much about that. But I think that the Russians, they did say that the Russians believed that they were all neo-Nazis, and I'm sure we're surprised to find that isn't the case. That's the big lie of this war. That the Russian troops come here, they think they're liberating these people. These people don't want to get liberated. They're fine, and that's just one of the big things where we just see the reality gap that the Russian government has just lied to its own troops, to its own people, is lying to them, and then obviously that's probably one of the reasons why they walked into this disaster.
It's extraordinary. We've still got weeks of this to play out. Fred, thank you so much indeed. Now, let's talk more about the state of this war right now, because I'm being joined by the CNN military analyst and the former Supreme Allied Commander of NATO, General Wesley Clark. Welcome to the program, General Clark. We go back a long way. We've covered a lot of boys together. I just wonder what you're seeing now with this claim of liberation around Kyiv, obviously redirection of forces to the east, but how you see the momentum countrywide potentially, playing out over the next few weeks.
Well, it's on the ninth page, Christian. I mean, it's really reassuring to see the liberation of the Kyiv area. On the other hand, if the Russian forces that are building up in the Donbass are not eliminated, this moment of exultation could be very, very temporary. There's a lot of Russian combat power there. And remember, the Ukrainians don't have their own military industrial complex. They're dependent on assistance from other countries, not only the U.S., but from our NATO allies, because they need that kind of old Soviet equipment. They can't use our M1 tanks and so forth. If they don't get what they need, they could be quickly overwhelmed by in the next.
So certainly the Ukrainians are not feeling exultant, as you say. They're also saying that the next phase of this, the east and the south, is going to be very, very difficult, is what the senior defense official said here. Now you talk about this equipment that they need, that they can use. So the U.S. has got a lot more aid, military aid, including heavy armor and Soviet-era tanks. Tell us what they might be and how they might play into this.
Well, of course, we don't have those Soviet-era tanks. Our Polish allies, Bulgarian, Czechs, Slovaks, people in Eastern Europe have those tanks. How many do they need? Several hundred, maybe more. You look at what the Russians are prepared to throw against them, it could be as many as another 1,000 tanks, 2,000, 3,000 tubes of artillery coming in Donbass. You can't have 40 tanks against 700 tanks and expect to succeed on this. The Ukrainians do have some tanks, but they've got to fight. They've got to still protect Kyiv. They've got a problem in the south. They've still got Russians in the south. In the Donbass area, it may look little on the map, but when you're there, that's a big, wide, open area. And so we've got to appreciate this. Christian, we're having a slight problem. We Americans. We've been advising people for years that don't really want to fight. I mean, the Afghans, the Iraqis, we tried to train before that, the Vietnamese. But these people want to fight. They know how to do it. We've got to listen to them and give them what they need to win.
And you raise a good point, General Clark, because frankly, nobody thought, including U.S. intelligence, that actually the Ukrainians would be able to hold out and would have the heart to fight. So you're right. I mean, these people have actually shown what they are willing and capable of doing. And I hear you saying has to be defeated. We talked to General Hodges last time, who said this is the moment to break the back of the Russian military, machine. And in terms of the Russians who say they're looking at a early May victory, what is it going to take then right now? Do you think it's possible to break that back, as you say, in several weeks, or is it going to take a long time?
Depends on the rate of resupply and the rate of the provision of this heavy equipment that we can get into Ukraine. They've got lots of troops. They've got a lot of people who aren't well equipped, who know how to use this equipment. They're very technologically savvy. They can take our equipment and rewire it and make it work better than it works for us. Some of our counter-battery radars, for example. So we're not dealing with a third world country here, but we are dealing with a country that doesn't have its own defense establishment, and it's critically reliant on us. They believe they're fighting for us, and I believe it too. Ukraine is the toughest opponent Russia will have to fight. If it gets through Ukraine, NATO's, these countries in the front line don't have the experience, they don't have the size of the forces, they don't have the same population. This is for all the marbles here in Ukraine. This is the future of the international system. I think the United States has come to realize this. We've just got to break the logjam and getting them the full array of equipment they need and not prejudging it and thinking we know better than they do. We probably don't. Not on this battlefield.
It's remarkable, and the stakes, as you say, are so massively high. General Clark, thank you for joining us. And still to come, after a break, a church in a small Ukrainian town has become a temporary home for refugees fleeing Russia's attacks. How they made the daring escape. That's ahead.
Thanks to Realtor.com's homeowners, we're able to get those homes on the market super fast.
So we could finally buy our first big boy house. Big boy house. Big boy kitchen. Big boy waterfall shop. Big boy bar space. Big boy soul sign. Big boy logo. Realtor.com. To each their own.
At JP Morgan, the only definition of wealth that matters is yours. It can be a smaller house, but a bigger nest egg. A goal to work toward, or the freedom to walk away. With 200 years of experience, personalized advice, and commission-free trades on an award-winning app, we are working for you. Planning, investing, advice, JP Morgan Wealth Management. I've always focused on my career, but when we found out our son had autism, his future became my focus. Lavender baths always calmed him, so we turned bath time into a business. And building it, my son, has been my dream job. At Northwestern Mutual, our version of financial planning helps you live your dreams today. Find a Northwestern Mutual advisor at nm.com. Will you help an animal who's starving today? An animal who's been left in never-ending pain. Online, call or scan the QR code right now. Because hunger hurts. No animal should have to suffer this way. Your gift of just $19 a month can rescue an animal from an agonizing life and get them the food and water they need so desperately. Today could actually be the day you save a life. Go online, call, or scan now, and we'll send you this free welcome kit. It's yours for taking action to help people in need today. Do it in the next 10 minutes, and we'll also include this one-of-a-kind t-shirt because you took action right away to show you care. For the animals who need food and kindness, please show them your heart and tell them you'll help. Go online, call, or scan right now.
I've always been prone to hairthinning.
I was under a lot of stress. I was getting older.
I started taking Nutrafol. Nutrafol is the #1 dermatologist recommended hair growth supplement. I know that it's amazing. Start your hair growth journey at Nutrafol.com.
Did you know you can address one of the root causes of aging by targeting all the cells in your body? Try True Niagen. Life as we know it cannot exist without NAD. As we age, NAD can decrease by as much as 50%. True Niagen is proven to increase NAD to support heart and muscle health and energy production that starts in your cells. Address one of the root causes of aging with True Niagen, researched by the world's top scientific institutions.
Ukraine says more than 4,000 people were evacuated through humanitarian corridors today, but with Russian attacks making it hard to keep the corridors open, some refugees are finding their way to safety through more unconventional methods. And CNN's Ben Wiedemann joins me now. Ben, what are you learning about how some of these poor people are actually getting out of the way of the fighting?
Yeah, Christiana, we were in a town about an hour's drive from Mykolaiv, where we found some drivers who were transporting civilians from behind Russian lines, and they are using the hunger of Russian soldiers to their advantage.
Everything will be all right, he sings, for every one of us.
words of comfort for those desperately in need. Popular singer and former lawmaker Sviatoslav Vagarchuk goes from village to village with a simple message. Smile. This church in the village of Bashtanka is now home, temporary home, for those who have managed to flee Russian-occupied territory. Volunteering in the kitchen, Svetlana Lyashuk finds peace, but not peace of mind. It's really hard, says Svetlana. People here are very, very nice, but I just want to go home. Vitaly Butochev, a mechanic in peacetime, now runs a complex operation feeding and housing the displaced.
This war make us like a family, very close.
The church feels like an oasis of the ordinary, far from the madness outside. Early evening and a bus approaches marked Deti, Russian for children. Alas, no guarantee of safety. It's coming from the town of Snihorivka, under Russian control. But it didn't pass through a humanitarian corridor negotiated by the Red Cross. The arrangement whereby these people are able to get out of the Russian-occupied areas to here is very simple. Men on the bus give Russian soldiers food and cigarettes, and the Russian soldiers let them pass. Larisa Shevchenko made it out, but remains tormented by fear for those who couldn't get away. Everything is really bad, she says. Her parents in Snihorivka are still hiding out in the basement. She hopes they'll get out tomorrow. And what we're hearing from the people who are getting off these buses is that in the towns occupied by Russian forces, Russian troops are basically looting stores, breaking into people's homes. There doesn't seem to be any attempt even to establish any order. Many of the people said that it doesn't even appear that they plan to stay there for very long, but the soldiers are simply taking advantage of their absolute power to take what they can. Christian?
Ben, the absolute power, but also a slight desperation. I mean, do they just not have? They're not being supplied by their own commanders and their own logistics?
Yeah, it seems that, I mean, for instance, this whole arrangement, I mean, these buses go back and forth inside Russian territory several times a day. And when they go back into Russian territory, they are taking food to distribute to people inside. And it seems to be fairly open. And what makes it possible is the fact that these Russian soldiers, they want cigarettes, they want food, and perhaps they're sharing it with their fellow soldiers inside. There does seem to be the sense that they're not doing well, and they're doing it sort of the old-fashioned way, as we saw 200 years ago, when a conquering army would live off to the best of their ability the land, rather than bring their supplies with them. Christian?
Incredible. Ben Wiedemann, thank you so much. And still ahead, Vladimir Putin appears to be changing the minds of some in his country as more Russians now rally behind Ukraine invasion. So is this the work of Russian propaganda? We'll discuss next.
That little rocket ship was just going on up, and that thing boosted my score 21 points. I'm really grateful for Experian.
Experian Boost has helped millions of people. How can it help you? Boost your credit scores instantly. Download the Experian app now.
Everyone remembers the moment they heard, "You have cancer," how their world stopped, and when they found a way to face it. For some, this is where their Keytruda story begins. Keytruda, a breakthrough immunotherapy that may treat certain cancers. One of those cancers is advanced non-squamous non-small cell lung cancer, where Keytruda is approved to be used with certain chemotherapies as your first treatment if you do not have an abnormal EGFR or ALK gene.
Keytruda helps your immune system fight cancer, but can also cause your immune system to attack healthy parts of your body. This can happen during or after treatment and may be severe and lead to death. See your doctor right away if you have a cough, shortness of breath, chest These are not all possible side effects. Tell your doctor about all your medical conditions, including immune system problems, or if you've had an organ transplant, had or plan to have a stem cell transplant, or have had radiation to your chest area or a nervous system condition.
Today, Keytruda is FDA approved to treat 16 types of advanced cancer and is being studied in hundreds of clinical trials, exploring ways to treat even more types of cancer. It's true. Keytruda from Merck. See the different types of cancer Keytruda is approved to treat at Keytruda.com and ask your doctor if Keytruda can be part of your story. It's time to start your own business, to turn your dream into something official. LegalZoom has helped launch and support millions of small businesses. Start an LLC, corporation, or nonprofit with LegalZoom. Let's make it official.
With the timeless protection of ADT, it's safe to say, at Google, unlock the front door. With ADT and the new battery-powered Google Nest Doorbell, your front door is safer and smarter.
Now ADT customers can get a Google Nest Doorbell installed and backed by the #1 rated smart home security.
When you've helped save more lives than any other home security brand, it's safe to say there's a reason millions of people trust ADT to help protect what matters most.
Last year, more homes canceled cable TV than ever before. Why? It's just too expensive. For half the price of cable, you can get Fubo TV and watch the live sports and TV you love. Try free at FuboTV.com.
Unprecedented detail, clarity, color, and depth. And the industry's best picture format, DirecTV gives you the most live sports in 4K. You can experience the Masters, golf's legendary tournament in stunning 4K HDR. With complete coverage from Augusta National's famed Amen Corner. It's just like being there. The Masters live in 4K HDR. If you don't have 4K, call and ask for it today.
Why pay over $100 a month for cable when it's half the cost for Fubo TV? Get the channels you want and the entertainment you love for the price that cable can't beat. Shop free at FuboTV.com.
I'm Selma Philippines at the Poland-Ukraine border, and this is CNN.
Closed captioning brought to you by Mesobook.com.
We offer a free book on mesothelioma. Call for the free book and receive so much more. Call 1-800-831-3700.
Vladimir Putin has launched his war and he's been very busy selling it to his people. Russian airwaves are clogged with propaganda, and the Kremlin has passed laws making it difficult to report on this unprovoked invasion, much less criticize it. Joining me now are Angela Stent, Senior Fellow at the Brookings Institution and the author of Putin's World, plus former U.S. Ambassador to Ukraine, John Hurt. Welcome to the program. Can I ask you, Angela Stent, because you've really dug into, I guess, Putinism as well as the man himself. What do you make of how it's going down in Russia? Are you seeing anything other than, acceptance and sort of a rallying around the flag, so to speak, there?
Well, Putin has sold this very successfully by appealing to Nazism, right? He's saying this is like World War II when we defeated the Nazis, and now we're defeating the Nazis in Ukraine. And those Russians who opposed the war, many of them have left. I think over 200,000 people have left. There are obviously people who remain in Russia who do oppose it. But, he has an 83% popularity rating, almost as high as it was after the annexation of Crimea. And I have to say, there are some Russians who have relatives in Ukraine. Their relatives tell them what's really happening. They don't believe it. They don't want to believe it. They want to buy into this myth that Russia is
images now where that famous Z, the letter Z or Z, is being put on various places in Russia. We understand sometimes, on critics, doors and windows, but it's incredibly prominent now. So, Ambassador Hertz, do you think this skyrocketing popularity of Putin is real, or is it because people don't dare say anything else, particularly in the midst of a war when pollsters come knocking?
I'm a bit more skeptical. I don't think the Russian people are fools. And when someone they don't know asks them either at the door or on the phone if they support President Putin's special military operation in Ukraine, they look around and they know that there's only one answer that's acceptable. And it is true, these reports we have seem real, of Russians listening to their relatives in Ukraine and not believing it. But as Angela said, maybe they don't want to believe it because they don't like consequences. So this is a very flimsy house of cards that Putin has built with this information system, which can easily come crashing down, especially as the extensive Russian casualties become known.
So just to pursue that with you quickly, Ambassador, what about this whole notion that he's isolated, that he has been, not told the truth, he completely miscalculated everything, maybe he doesn't even know what's happening on the battlefield. Do you actually think that's possible, that he might not know how bad things are going?
I think it is plausible for the following reason. I talked to many people who've had access to the Kremlin, and I would say over the past 6 or 7 years, they all tell roughly the following story. That, 15, 20 years ago, there were people around Putin who were more or less his equals, his peers, and he listened to them. But as early as, say, 2013, 2014, after he came back to the presidency in 2012, he set things up and removed a lot of those peers. And even folks who are close to him think carefully about what they tell him because he wants to hear something, and they don't want to disappoint him. So the notion he's not well informed, I think, is a plausible one.
I understand. I've spoken to foreign leaders who tell me that they tell Putin what's going on, but he comes back at them with all sorts of, I guess, conspiracy theories and his own agenda and ideology. Talks about terrorists and extremists inhabiting Mariupol, for instance. A lot of people have posited that his real aim, his real ideology right now is about reconstructing empire. Not the Soviet Union, but the idea of empire, or at least dependencies. What do you think? What do you think is his motivating purpose right now?
Well, he said in 2005 famously that the greatest geopolitical catastrophe of the 20th century was the collapse of the Soviet Union. He has been determined to reverse that in some form, not reconstruct the Soviet Union, but certainly rebuild part of the Russian Empire. Ukraine was supposed to be the first step on the way, first of all, to create a new Soviet Union between Russia, Belarus, and Ukraine, and then possibly move further westward and recreate a sphere of influence in Central and Eastern Europe. He really wants to reverse the results of the Soviet collapse, to revisit the settlement that was agreed upon in 1991. That's his ultimate aim. Of course, it's going much more difficult for him in Ukraine than he thought, but he has broader ambitions than just, quote-unquote, swallowing Ukraine.
And to both of you, let me ask you first, Ambassador, we've got a short time left. Do you think that there's any mileage in what the Ukrainians keep saying, and that they want a direct face-to-face between the two presidents? Putin has said no. Do you think does he consider Zelensky his equal? He's very dismissive.
No, he considers Zelensky to be clearly subordinate to him. I don't understand why Zelensky wants it, but I don't think there's going to be anything that comes of it. Putin will have to understand at some point that his military ambitions in Ukraine are a failure, at which point real negotiations, not the show we've seen thus far, might begin.
And last word to you, Angela Sten, what do you think? Can you see any room for a negotiation?
Well, not at the moment, but the Russians aren't serious about it, and the Kremlin keeps saying that nothing has progressed there. Maybe down the road there will be, but that will only be when the Russians realize that their military defeat is imminent, or at least they're not doing nearly as well as they wanted to. They're not ready for real negotiations now.
Interesting, the U.S. intelligence says that they think Russia is aiming for an early May victory somewhere in the east, which we've just been told corresponds to, Victory Day back in World War II. Angela Sten, Ambassador John Herbst, thank you very much indeed for joining me. Now, still ahead, dysfunctional and demoralized, new intelligence indicates that some Russian soldiers are refusing to carry out orders, some even lying to Vladimir Putin. Now, the West could be using that against him. We'll discuss next.
Before I got Aura, 24 of my online accounts were hacked.
He uses the same password for everything.
I didn't want to deal with it.
But Aura Digital Security just dealt with it.
Are we worried about it again?
Shopping on public Wi-Fi is sketchy. But with Aura Digital Security, my devices are protected in like 3 minutes.
It's time to protect your life online with Aura's all-in-one digital security. Try it for free today at Aura.com.
What was that password anyway?
Ew.
Michael's lowest prices of the season sale is back. Get 60% off select candies and frames and score great deals on DIY supplies and more. Plus, earn 10% in Michael's rewards on your entire purchase. Get it all today with curbside pickup and same-day delivery.
They line up by the thousands, each one with a story that breaks your heart. Like Bravette, every step brought her pain. Their only hope, Mercy Ships, the largest floating civilian hospital in the world, bringing free surgeries to people who have no other hope. $19 a month will provide urgently needed surgery for so many still suffering. So don't wait. Call 877-426-8845 or donate at mercyships.org.
For the line crew and the go-getters. For shoulders to lean on and backs that don't break. For everyday heroes keeping doors open, lights on, and gears turning, there's Granger. Supplies and solutions for every industry, plus 24/7 support and over 250 local branches. Call Granger.com or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
Will you help an animal who's starving today? An animal who's been left with no hope and never-ending pain? Go online, call, or scan the QR code right now. Because hunger hurts, and no animal should have to suffer this way. Your gift of just $19 a month can rescue an animal from an agonizing life and get them the food and care they need so desperately. Today could actually be the day you save a life. Go online, call, or scan now, and we'll send you this free welcome kit. It's yours for taking action to help an animal in need today. Do it in the next 10 minutes, and we'll also include this one-of-a-kind t-shirt because you took action right away to show you care. For the animals who need food and kindness, please show them your heart and tell them you'll help. Go online, call, or scan right now.
Your shipping manager left to find themselves, leaving you lost. You need to hire. I need Indeed. Indeed you do. Indeed Instant Match instantly delivers quality candidates matching your job description. Visit Indeed.com/hire.
When Alaska Airlines needed a partner with complex operations and travel, they made the switch to T-Mobile. Our 5G has Alaska Airlines and their customers covered from major hubs to remote destinations. With 5G coverage ready now for the demands of today and the future. T-Mobile's network powers Alaska Airlines as they deliver next-level care for all customers. 5G ready now. That's how unconventional thinking is better for business.
And officials this week chose to declassify several damaging and damning reports about how misinformed, dysfunctional, and demoralized Putin's army really is. CNN national security analyst Steve Hall is joining me now. Steve, welcome to the program. You have had so much, experience being former CIA, Russia being your area of expertise. Does this ring true to you? The idea that even now, in global communications, with everything out there in real time, the president can be misinformed about what's happening on the battlefield that he started?
Well, it's really difficult to say, Sam, with regard to what's going on inside the Kremlin. It's an incredibly Byzantine type of structure, and I think, most of us are familiar with, staff meetings. We all sit around the table in our Western backgrounds and, try to speak openly with one another, and that's, of course, not at all what it's like in Moscow and in the Kremlin. Vladimir Putin will say whatever he needs to say to get his point across. His subordinates, I think, pick up on that and know that they need to say to him what he needs to hear unless they want to risk something terrible. But Putin's a smart guy. He's a former KGB officer himself. And so he's got to try to wire those individuals, even if they're sitting around the table supposedly helping them understand what's going on, his intelligence officers. He has to have penetrations inside of the people that are in the room to try to best understand what's going on. So it's a really convoluted, mixed up situation there. Difficult to say what he's hearing, what he's really understanding, what his intelligence people are actually telling him.
So what about in the last couple of hours, U.S. Officials of intelligence has basically said that they believe that he has set his next target or his new target on the Donbass in the east and on consolidating, winning there, maybe to the south as well, by early May. And then I was reminded by one of our guests that May 9th is the day they celebrate every year of the end of the Great Patriotic War. They've been doing that since obviously the end of World War II, so it's a major date for them. Is that even possible, do you think, that given what you've seen unfold on the ground over the last six plus weeks, that they could secure that kind of victory in that period?
It doesn't seem likely that they're able to get anything close to the type of victory that Putin has promised, not only Russians, but that he's been promised also by his military. So it's difficult to imagine how that could happen. What's not at all difficult to imagine is Putin's propaganda machine and his misinformation, disinformation operations, basically lying the fact that yes, that's what's happened. Because of course, as your previous guests were indicating, the vast majority of Russians get no other information aside from what Vladimir Putin's government gives them. And so it would be a relatively simple matter for them to say, yes, we have captured, fill in the blank, large portions of the eastern part of the country, the entirety of the Donbass, Kiev itself, whatever he wants to make up, the Russian people are going to believe what he says. And that, I think, is a good deal more important to him than what the international community actually thinks and indeed knows.
And what he actually might have or not have on the battlefield. I mean, he started this with a maximalist goal. He still apparently spouts his maximalist demands to any of these international interlocutors. And, he might get to hear what he wants to hear, but what about when the mothers start complaining about where are their children? Or what about when the bodies start coming back? Can you close yourself off to that, even in that kind of dictatorship, for a significant period of time?
Yeah, it's a fascinating issue because look at what's happened just around the world in just really the last couple of years. So, in this country and in other Western democracies, you've had this call for, police wearing body cameras to make sure that the police are not up to no good. You had everybody basically walking around with a TV camera essentially in their pocket in the form of their cell phones. And so you were seeing firsthand, I think, in a way that we really haven't seen before, some amazing images, photography, a lot of cases audio as well. And that is something that Putin will not be able to filter, not only from his own population, but really from himself, as completely as he could, say, just a few years ago. Of course, you also allude to the fact of what was really a big problem for the Russians in the Afghan war, which is when the body bags started coming from, and you had the formation of these groups like the Concerned Mothers. And so even if the repressive regime, which is extant right now in the Kremlin, represses those organizations and those people, you were still going to get people in the streets of Moscow, families saying, have you heard from your son? What about your cousin? What about your brother? That sort of thing is extremely
so much. And ahead, I speak to a Ukrainian member of parliament. She's a mother of 3, and she's carrying a gun these days. It's next to her heart. What she wants President Putin to know.
Here's to real flavors. Real meals, real good. All of Knorr's high-quality pasta and rice sides are now made with no artificial flavors or preservatives. Knorr, taste for good.
You don't know how much pressure you put on your septic system, but Riddex does. In a 21-month study, scientists proved that Riddex reduces up to 20% of waste buildup every month. Get the pressure off with Riddex.
Okay, let's talk about those changes to your financial plan.
Bill, Mary?
Hey, it's our former worker Carl.
Carl, say hi to Nina, our Schwab financial consultant.
I know how difficult these calls can be.
No, Schwab. Nina made it easier to set up our financial plan.
We can check in on it anytime.
It changes when our goals change.
Planning can't be that easy.
Actually, it can be, Carl.
Look forward to planning with Schwab.
I've always been prone to the hair thinning.
Right, because I'm under a lot of stress. I was getting older.
I started taking Nutrafol.
Nutrafol is the #1 dermatologist recommended hair growth supplement. I know that it's me. Start your hair growth journey at Nutrafol.com.
This is an urgent appeal from UNHCR, the UN Refugee Agency. As conflict and tragedy strike Ukraine, the world is watching and worrying, desperate to save their lives and protect loved ones. Some have fled within their country, while others have sought safety across borders. Most are women and youth, and a heartbreaking amount of children are arriving in neighboring countries alone. Please go online and give what you can today. Should have called the problem.
I got this. I watch a lot of home improvement shows on Sling TV. I'm gonna need a gallon of spackle, 5 tons of concrete, and stud finder. A big one.
With Sling, be confident you're getting the TV you love for a price you love. Sling, try it today.
This is Remington. He's a member of the family for sure. We always fed him kibble. It just seemed like the thing to do. But he was getting picky, and we started noticing some allergy symptoms. We heard about the farmer's dog, and it was a complete transformation. His allergies were going away, and he just had amazing energy. It's a no-brainer that Remington should have the best, nutritious, and delicious food possible. And invested in my dog's health and happiness.
Get started at longlivedogs.com.
I tell you, I bought a car from Carvana.
Yeah, Mom.
It was so easy. I found the perfect car. Under budget, too. And I get 7 days to love it or my money back. I love it. I thought online meant no one to help me, but Susan from Carvana got all the answers. She didn't try to outsell me, not once, because they're not salespeople. What do you guess who just checked in on me? Susan from Carvana.
They'll drive you happy. At Carvana, sometimes the most compelling stories aren't based on a true story. They are true stories.
They are some of the hottest videos on social media. Those videos claiming to instantly get rid of bags under your eyes. Annette Figueroa is here to tell us why she says this one is for real. This one is for real, and I'm so excited. Not only does it work on the bags, it works on the appearance of crow's feet, fine lines, and wrinkles. We even have a video, and all he uses is a small amount, and that's how easy it is. And I did this to my father. We were at home. 4 minutes, 34 seconds, completely gone. My real true opinion is only words I can't say on camera. This is absolutely unbelievable. I mean, I can feel it just lifting my skin. It's amazing. It feels good. It feels great. Looks even better.
At our $14.95 price, it's the best way to try Plexiderm and see it work for yourself after your first application. Your solution is at plexidermtrial.com or call the number on your screen.
Cheers. Stanley Tucci, searching for Italy. New season coming this spring.
Today, Ukrainian officials urge all citizens living in liberated and safe areas to get back to normal life. The officials say it is important also for the psychological health of this nation. Now, at the beginning of this week, here in Kyiv, I met Nesia Vasilenko. She's a member of determined to do just that, get back to normal life. We spoke about Putin's ongoing demands, even as his forces face major setbacks.
One country cannot declare itself more sovereign than another country, and Russia tried to do just that. They decided that their sovereignty is more important and is bigger than the sovereignty of Ukraine. So they said to us, you cannot join NATO. Before 2014, they said you cannot join the EU. We have 8 years of war and an escalation of atrocities over the last 34 days. We cannot go for that compromise, because that compromise to Putin would also mean a compromise of the general framework of defense and security of the world. Giving in to dictators means incentivizing them to grab more land and to make more ridiculous demands. And that's not just how it's going to work. This place is all about freedom, and Ukraine will continue to fight for its own freedom and for the freedom of all nations across the world.
Lesia, we spoke before I got here and in the first week of the war, and you said we are going to fight. And everybody willed you to, but nobody knew that you would put up such a resistance, you and your country and your president. It's really surprised the world, and Putin, obviously.
Yeah, 3 days they gave us, right? Putin thought he would be here in a matter of hours. But then here we are, 34 days, Ukraine is still standing. Kyiv is beautiful, a fortress now, quite changed, but still standing, and we will continue to do so. The difference is that we are fighting for our existence. We are fighting for our lives and for our families, and this is what drives us. I'm not a military expert, not at all, but I've read somebody commenting from the military side saying that the morale of the troops is always 3 times more important than the actual physical and the actual numbers of the troops. So sometimes it's 200 people who can take on 200,000 just because they have a cause, and we have a cause for sure.
How long, though, do you think this resistance, this spirit, this morale will last? Do you ever see a day when maybe Putin reinforces, maybe the ground battle goes better than it's going now?
We don't think about this in those terms in Ukraine. We know that we are doing this for our very survival, and when the survival instinct kicks in, people can do amazing things. People become superheroes, and this is what you're witnessing in Ukraine. And at the end of the day, I hope that the West will wake up and get their rose-colored glasses off and actually start doing
You think they still
something
have
on the ground.
colored glasses on?
I do. About the fact that we can solve this in a diplomatic way, and that Putin will back off, and the reason can be found behind all of this. Well, no. Putin's aggression is of such a level that it can only be hit back by force, and the force bigger than its own. Ukraine is doing fine with all the weapons coming in from the West, but eventually, if we are to get rid of it once and for all, and to make our world a safer place for everyone, and send a strong message to dictators out there as well, then we must unite efforts, and the international community must be here on the ground, pushing back with us on this aggression.
Lesia, when we spoke in the first week of the war before I got here, you said I got my machine gun, and you tweeted that I've also got my manicures. Your resistance takes many, many forms, and you're actually carrying a pistol right now.
I am. I do have my PM with me, and I carry it actually with me all the time. It's become my best friend.
And as we speak, we can hear the multiple, anti-aircraft or anti-missile batteries.
Yeah. But to be honest, it's yes, it's small, it's compact, it's comfortable. You can carry it in this sort of backpack or a bag. Also, when I had a big puffy coat, I used to carry it.
And did you ever imagine in your life that as an MP in 2022 in Ukraine, you'd be forced to carry a gun around?
No, never. I'm actually very much anti-gun, and this gun caused a lot of problems for me because in order to recharge it, you have to sort of like do this thing, and with the nails, I had very nice, beautiful long nails. It was impossible to do so. They had to all come off. Yes, so in order to recharge it, you have to sort of like do this. It's okay, like when you put it back in, but this thing took me a long time to learn how to do, especially with the nails. So they came off.
And this is government issue, right? I mean, you've all been issued self-defense, self-protection. And so the nails, I mean, seriously,
They are done. It took me 30 years of my life to grow nails, long nails. I had this very bad habit of biting
Putin for most, that I lost my nails because of that. But at least I learned how to use a doctor. There's pros and cons everywhere.
And just so people are clear, the idea of beauty, self-maintenance, is also resistance.
Yes, all jokes aside, it's an important element for all women who are fighting alongside the man folk here. The women still want to be beautiful. They still want to have dignity as women. And to be human. And it's a sign of humanity that, life is coming back and life is worth living. So actually, along with the many cafes which are starting to reopen here, the salons are starting to reopen as well. You can get your hair done, you can get your nails done. I have a wonderful manicurist, Julia, who herself carries a gun, and she says, my salon is the most secure of them all. I can provide safety for my clients and do the nails.
And what message are you sending to the other side when you act like human beings and you're not dehuman? You basically said, Putin, that Ukraine doesn't exist as a nation. You don't exist as a people.
And we say to him, life goes on, we carry on living. Your war, your fighting against us is in the background now, and we'll go on fighting it for as long as we have to, but we will go on living at the same time.
Would you shoot somebody with that gun?
I would for sure, because it's your way to life. When you hear stories of Russian soldiers kicking the doors open, raping the women, killing the men, then you realize that that's the choice you have to make. You sleep with the God, you stay alive. You take it for granted, and that's it. You can be a victim.
And they won't be victims. That's it for now. Thank you for joining me. I'm Christiana Ampor in Kyiv, and Erica Hill takes over CNN Newsroom Live after a quick break. Have a good night.
Clearly beginning ready for his solo. But no, he's currently checking his investments. You gotta have a plan outside the band, man.
Digital tools so impressive, you just can't stop. What would you like the power to do?
With the timeless protection of ADT, it's safe to say, hey Google, unlock the front door. With ADT and the new battery-powered Google Nest doorbell, your front door is safer and smarter. Join the millions of people who choose ADT to help keep them safe.
Will you help an animal who's starving today? An animal who's been left with no hope and never-ending pain? Go online, call, or scan the QR code right now. Because hunger hurts, and no animal should have to suffer this way. Your gift of just $19 a month can rescue an animal from an agonizing life and get them the food and care they need so desperately. Today could actually be the day you save a life. Go online, call, or scan now, and we'll send you this free welcome kit. It's yours for taking action to help an animal in need today. Do it in the next 10 minutes, and we'll also include this one-of-a-kind t-shirt, because you took action right away to show you care. For the animals who need food and kindness, please show them your heart and tell them you'll help. Go online, call, or scan right now.
Boom. I won't be cleaning mold and mildew next week thanks to this.
Did you know Lysol disinfectant spray can actually prevent mold and mildew growth? Spray it every week to break the cycle. Lysol, what it takes to protect.
103% on Friday, including takeout with Chase Freedom Unlimited. That's a lot of cash back. Are you gonna stop me? I'm almost there. Too late. Boom. Earn big time with Chase Freedom Unlimited with no annual fee. How do you catch back? Chase, make more with yours.
Please raise it.
remains approved by the FDA. If your loved one developed cancer after the regular use of a CPAP, BiPAP, or ASV sleep device, the machine may have been faulty, and the manufacturer could be to blame. Call right now to find out if you qualify. You may be entitled to financial compensation. There are time deadlines to file a claim, so don't wait. Call right now. Call 800-735-2709.
Were you or a loved one diagnosed with lung cancer, asbestos exposure on the job, or in the military, may be linked to lung cancer, mesothelioma, and asbestosis.
If you or a loved one were diagnosed with lung cancer, call 1-800-262-8080. I'm a monitoring spokesperson.
Message from the Foundation for a Better Life.
This is CNN. More people get their news from CNN than any other news source.
So we're in a bomb shelter in Odessa. This is where they're making bulletproof vests.
All of these vehicles have been branded with the Red Cross to try to ensure that they cannot be attacked on the road. I interviewed a young girl who was shot through the face, her mother said, by a Russian soldier while trying to make this journey.
You can see charities from all over the world. Everyone here really sincerely feels that this is a humanitarian crisis that they have to address.
It's so difficult. It's psychologically challenging. But when all of your life is back there in Ukraine, your soul aches.
Here in Ukraine, definitely they need to first. Definitely we need to
Thanks for joining us on America Hill. Pamela Brown is off tonight. We begin this hour in Ukraine and a shift in strategy for Russia. The Kremlin's new goal, seizing control of eastern Ukraine by early next month. That's according to several U.S. officials familiar with the latest intelligence. Also today, a terrifying reminder that any suburban neighborhood, any city square, frankly, any civilian building is a target for Russia and its lethal firepower. So this video, if you're watching, you hear the gunshots, you hear what's happening, there are explosions, you see the people scattering. Why? They were peacefully protesting Russian occupation of their town. I'm going to show you that attack now from a different angle. Take a look. At least 4 people were reported to be injured. Ukraine's deputy defense minister says the Kyiv region, meantime, has been, quote, liberated. And these images lending some support to that claim. Outside of Kyiv, Russian forces have apparently just abandoned a strategic airport that they had captured back on day 1 of the invasion. Also today in central Ukraine, Russia attacking military airfields and a major oil refinery. And this, of course, comes just 1 day after Russia accused Ukraine of striking a fuel depot on Russian soil. Ukraine, in a statement, would neither confirm nor deny that accusation. The Ukrainian flag is once again flying over Chernobyl, the site of the 1986 nuclear disaster. Russian troops have withdrawn from the area, some of them reportedly sick from radiation exposure. Meantime, in and around the capital of Kyiv, a cautious welcoming as these Russian attacks appear to be a reprieve from the Russian attacks. But as CNN's Plitkin reports, the war is still being felt.
Hi, America. Well, it's certainly gotten a lot quieter here in the Ukrainian capital of Kyiv. You know, we have air raid sirens a couple of times during the day, but by and large, it certainly is a lot less than what we've been seeing this past week and even the past couple of days. And the Ukrainians are essentially saying that the Russians are leaving the districts around Kyiv, are retreating. The Russians, of course, claim this was always part of their plan and they're just pulling back right now. What we're seeing now as the Russians are moving out is that they certainly have taken some serious losses. You know, I was out in some of these districts around Kyiv, and we saw a lot of tank carcasses, destroyed armored vehicles, and then just also positions that were abandoned by the Russians as they moved out of here. The other thing, unfortunately, that we're also finding is that there are still a lot of dead bodies that have yet to be recovered. In fact, there was some video that came out out of a district called Bucha, which is just to the northwest of Kyiv, away and clean that whole area up. The Ukrainians, for their part, are saying that this is definitely not the end. They say they believe that the Russian forces were beaten as they tried to invade the capital of Kiev and are now essentially trying to regroup. Officials say they believe that they will actually intensify, especially certainly something.
Is now National Security Officer Jim O'Meara, the National Executive Director of the Association of the Navy, a veteran of the Army Special Forces, and tonight, as we look at what's happening after intel reportedly shows victory in eastern Ukraine in early May, which coincides with a major victory today, May 9th. Is this further confirmation of what there were rumblings of earlier that this is perhaps Putin's safe face?
Yeah, absolutely. We've gotten hammered from the outside. Within 48 hours, this looked like a failed invasion. Logistics, supply, morale, equipment. They're absolutely getting their lunch handed back to them by the Ukrainians. So this looks like Putin's safe face. He's trying to get in front of this. Doesn't want to lose the Duma. Doesn't want to lose the Kremlin. And he really doesn't want to lose the people. There's a lot of bodies coming back to Russia or being crematorium on site in Ukraine. So this is not a good situation for him. I think he's trying to make the best out of a bad situation.
As he's trying to make the best out of it, if he were able to gain control of parts of the East, is there any reason to think that it would stop there?
Well, one of the main reasons he's likely to have to regroup for a while is, again, he's lost a lot of equipment, generals that have been killed in this battle, and troops. So everything points to the fact that they're trying to clean this up. Ukraine has to take advantage of, it's not quite a lull, but the repositioning of forces, and where they can, they have to continue the press. They need to be adaptive and innovative, going in, harassing and interdicting the lines. This is their best chance of putting Putin so far on his back heels that he has to get the negotiation table before he is threatened in power. And that's a long way off for him. If he can settle things now, that's part of what you're seeing is a scramble to retreat, pound the cities while he's doing it. That's a little bit of a retrograde military operation, and he's angry. So this is a little bit of a vengeance play.
Look, there's been a lot of concern about how this is impacting him, right, on that personal level, if he is, and especially after we learned this week that he's apparently not being given the full story by some of those closest around him. When you look at this, though, we have Ukrainian officials saying, listen, you got to prepare for difficult days ahead in the south and in the east. They don't see this ending anytime soon. I think it's interesting you bring up this idea of negotiations and diplomacy. Do you think that the Russians are actually involved in these negotiations? Are they actually coming to the table with an idea that they could meet somewhere in the middle on something?
They're not ready to meet in the middle yet. They're going to play the game and try to appear as if they're part of the talks. But all the actions on the ground, I mean, they are killing civilians in atrocious manners. This is not a professional military. And yes, Putin's been lied to, but that's not a surprise. He's run his government in such a way that he was never going to get the truth anyways. So what they're trying to do again is to keep the Ukrainians from gaining too much leverage at the eventual negotiation table. And when we say this is ending, we don't mean a hard end. For example, after the annexation of Crimea in 2014, there's been a hot war in the east since then. So the Ukrainians have been rotating forces to the front line to get this experience, this combat experience. You see it paying off. All the training, our special operations, Green Berets, been in there for 8 years, really training this stuff. So it's paying off now. Putin is trying to, again, make the most face-saving efforts possible. But Ukraine, it's up to the Ukrainians now to break his will on the battlefield and let the negotiations play out after that.
When we look at where things stand, so we're learning, we heard yesterday from Germany, right? Transferring armored vehicles. The U.S. is now going to facilitate the transfer of Soviet-era tanks. Also another $300 million in support, including some of these Switchblade drones and some anti-drone equipment. How important is this new influx, if you will, of equipment, and how long do you think that could last?
So it's very important, but the right equipment. So you mentioned the tanks. Don't forget that the Ukrainians have been battlefield recovering Russian tanks from the beginning of this onset, and tanks are not the preferred advantage in this occasion. So right now, the Switchblade drones you mentioned that loiter over a target and then come in like a kamikaze and blow up, those are very powerful,
as soon as Zelensky gets his hands on them, he needs to distribute them to places like Mariupol and Chernihiv in order to break the siege. If they don't break those artillery pieces, which they haven't been able to do by manpower, then this is going to go on forever. He has got to demonstrate with those weapons immediately that he can shift the battlefield focus. And that means the U.S. had better get on top of the game for supplies and logistics. Not easy to do, but it's got to be done right.
Jason Beardsley, great to have your insight and your expertise with us tonight. Thank you. Still to come here, much more on the new U.S. efforts to get that Soviet-era military equipment into Ukraine to bolster the Ukrainian fight against the Russians. Plus, as sky-high gas prices hit your wallet, just how much will President Biden's plan to release an unprecedented amount of oil from the nation's strategic reserves help? And the tiniest refugees, Ukrainian babies born in Poland just after their mothers were able to safely cross the border. We're going to introduce you to the women who fled their war-torn country and are now facing the tiniest survivors in an uncertain future.
Are your sneezes putting your friends in awkward positions? Stay with Zyrtec. Zyrtec starts working hard at hour 1 and works twice as hard when you take it again the next day. Zyrtec, mumble.
Here's to real flavors. Real meals, real good. All of Nora's high-quality pasta and rice sides are now made with no artificial flavors or preservatives. Nora, taste for good.
Giant wooden clock towers, golf simulators, portable projectors, get-togethers just got a whole lot more interesting. Home Tech Adventure. See the curated collection of unique items for yourself at touchofmodern.com.
Frank is a fan of fast. He's a fast talker, a fast walker. And for unexpected heartburn, Frank is a fan of Pepsi. It works in minutes. Next in 24-hour, problems that go to sleep can take 1 to 4 days to fully work. Pepsi, strong relief for fans of fast.
If you struggle with mobility, the sturdy and comfortable Hurricane helps you log on to any surface and truly stands alone. It comes with a worry-free 100% money-back guarantee plus free shipping. Get America's #1 selling cane at hurricane.com.
It's the celebrity church, right? It's easy to mistake emotional manipulation for a movement of God.
Private jet supports vaccines in inappropriate sexual relationships.
Intimidation, narcissism, control. It could have taken my life if I stayed a minute longer.
Church Exposed on Discovery Plus. Stream for $4.99.
Wow, we're crunching tons of polygons here. What's going on? Where's Regina?
Hi, I'm LaDonna. I invest in Invesco QQQ, a fund that gives me access to NASDAQ 100 innovations like real-time CGI. Okay. Yeah, it's going. Don't worry, I got it.
Become an agent of innovation with Invesco QQQ. For investment, company being considered for investment charges, risk charges, expenses, and more. Prospectus at Invesco.com. Guys, got hair loss? I know what you're thinking. Should I shave my head? Comb it over? Wear a hat? Just stop. This isn't 1970. Keep your hair and your confidence because Bosley, America's #1 hair restoration experts, can give you your real hair back permanently. Check them out because they're giving away an absolutely free information kit and a free gift card to everyone who scans this QR code. Dude, you don't have to look like your dad because this isn't your dad's hair loss treatment. People all over the country trust Bosley because they're ahead of the curve. They use the latest technology to give you your real hair back. And the best part, Bosley's permanent solution is protected by the Bosley Guarantee. Let them show you for free how awesome your hair could look with an absolutely free information kit and a gift card for $250 off. Scan the QR code. Don't wait. Scan the code now and ask about the Bosley Guarantee.
Calm. Download the free app now.
More than 5 weeks into this war in Ukraine, it is the next 5 weeks, which may be perhaps even more pivotal. CNN has learned Russia is shifting its strategy now, aiming to take control of eastern Ukraine by early next month, or what it hopes it could claim as a victory. This is according to U.S. officials familiar with the latest intelligence. CNN's Arlette Saenz joining us now from the White House. So, Arlette, what more do we know about these intel intercepts and what it reveals about Russia's plan?
Well, Erica, U.S. officials have said that Russia is looking at a target date of May 9th. They believe that Russian President Vladimir Putin is starting to shift his focus to try to take control of the Donbass and other regions in eastern Ukraine. These officials say that Putin is feeling the pressure to show some type of victory, especially as his forces have really been squeezed and not been able to keep control in some of the areas where they have been fighting. Now, that May 9th date has some historical significance. It is a major holiday in Russia where they celebrate the Nazis surrendering in World War II. But also there are some tactical concerns as well. As the winter starts to fade away and the ground is softening, U.S. analysts say that essentially they need to get their troops and units in there ASAP. Additionally, that area in Ukraine, there's already been these Russian fighters there for years. Back to the annexation of Crimea. Now, additionally, we've also learned that U.S. officials believe that Russia may soon name an overall commander for this war, likely someone from the south, where they've seen some successes in their fighting. This comes after previous reports that there is no theater-wide, on-the-ground commander for Russia in Ukraine, really contributing to some of the disorganization and dysfunction that has been seen over the course of this war so far. But clearly, these next 5 weeks for Russia, they are trying to show that there's some type of victory that they can achieve. But officials say that even if there's going to be some type of celebration in Russia, it doesn't mean that an actual victory is at hand, and that Putin is preparing for an extended war in Ukraine.
Well, meantime, the U.S., and we're learning Arlette, is also sending more aid to Ukraine. There's this new $300 million package of security assistance, including spy drones we were just talking about. Also, a plan to facilitate the transfer of some Soviet-era tanks. What more do you know about that package and these tanks?
Yeah, it's clear that the U.S. and allies are really trying to get more equipment into Ukraine to help the Ukrainians defend themselves. Last night, the Pentagon announcing that they were sending $300 million worth of security assistance to Ukraine. This includes suicide drones, as well as night vision equipment and anti-drone systems. In addition to that, sources have told us that the U.S. is planning to help facilitate the transfer of Soviet-era tanks from allied countries into Ukraine. It's unclear how many this will be, but this is something that Ukrainian President Zelensky has really been pushing for over the course of this past week, saying that he needs tanks, he needs more defense mechanisms to continue this fight against Russia. And one official has told our colleagues here that this essentially, these tanks will be delivered within days, not weeks. So we'll see what else we learn. But this is a very prominent and pivotal step coming from the U.S. and allies as they're preparing to send those tanks over to Ukraine.
Arlette, appreciate your reporting. Thank you. I'm still ahead here. Tough to miss this one. The impact of inflation. We all feel it, right? Just ahead, you'll hear from one small business owner struggling to sleep
Intuit QuickBooks helps you easily send your first invoice in 3 steps. Simple.
Busted? Original Gorilla Glue, of course. Works indoor, works outdoor. It's weatherproof, it's waterproof, it's versatile, and incredibly strong for the toughest jobs on planet Earth. This is Fubo TV. It's a better way to watch live news, shows, and sports without cable. Watch multiple games at once with multi-view. Try free at FuboTV.com.
With unprecedented detail, clarity, color, and the industry's best picture format, gives you the most live shots in 4K. It's the masters, legendary talent, stunning 4K HDR, complete coverage from Augusta National, 8 quarters, just like being there. It's live 4K HDR. If you don't have it, call and ask for it today.
Might be over $100 a month for cable. It's half the cost for Fubo TV. Get all the channels you want, all the entertainment you love, for the price that cable can't. Try free at FuboTV.com.
This is CNN.
Closed captioning brought to you by Mesobook.com.
We offer a free book on mesothelioma. Call for the free book and receive so much more. Call 1-800-831-3700.
Like so many Americans, small businesses right now are coping with high costs and hard decisions. CNN's Nadia Romero visited a small Atlanta bakery, forced to raise its prices for the first time in 5 years because everything from ingredients to deliveries is costing so much more. Every step of the baking process now costs more. When you look at your cost of goods sold, you're like, whoa. Almost 8 years ago, Kasha and Henry Adelaide started Cupcakery in East Point, Georgia. Their baking business almost a bust during pandemic shutdowns.
So that first 2 weeks was probably the scariest time of my life period. You just did not know.
But Cupcakery has kept baking and surviving. The president touting booming job growth nationwide, wages up, unemployment down. Georgia Commissioner of Labor Mark Butler says the state's an example of record-breaking bounce back.
We take a look right now in Georgia, we have, breaking records in a lot of the different sectors, like we talked about professional services, healthcare, warehouse and transportation. And so we're doing really good on it.
But inflation plagues the economy. Deliveries carried Cupcakery through COVID. But now, skyrocketing gas prices sour the sweet treats.
Gas prices are ridiculous. So we had to, increase our delivery costs for the first time ever.
And baking staples.
The cost of each cupcake at this point.
In 2019, Cupcakery would pay about $18 for 15 dozen eggs. Now,
They are $55 for 15 dozen.
cream cheese, about $6 per 3-pound loaf. Now,
$11 per loaf, so almost double the price of that.
their bottom line just didn't add up.
Last year, we actually had our busiest year ever and our lowest profit margin ever as well.
How does that happen?
Just everything's going up like tenfold.
There's going to be 39.81.
So for the first time, Cupcakery's cupcakes now cost 5 to 10% more.
If you want a cupcake, we got to charge the cost of it. Banana pudding, red velvet.
Customers take note.
I did frequent another bakery where their cakes they're nice, but the prices are excessive. So again, another reason for me to come and have the opportunity to try something different at a cost that I feel is inviting
A recent U.S. Chamber of Commerce survey shows most small business owners have raised their prices due to inflation, while also making big changes to attract a strong workforce.
I still think we're a ways off figuring out what the landscape's going to look like because there's been so many resets when it comes to the cost of goods, the cost of doing business, and wages.
With baby number 2 on the way, the Adelaide's fight to open a second cupcake location despite their challenges.
Some days you can't sleep at night when you see the numbers, but we're a business and we know we have to stay in business.
Georgia Commissioner of Labor Mark Butler says when inflation is driven by increases in wages, that's not something you can easily roll back. But he says answering the question of how do you stop inflation is harder now than it's ever been. Erica? Yeah, a lot of people agree with that. Nadia, appreciate it. Thank you. Well, speaking of inflation, how about the price of gas? The national average for a gallon of regular unleaded, $4.20 today, according to AAA. As the administration continues to pin the rise in gas prices on Putin and Russia's invasion of Ukraine, President Biden this week, in an unprecedented move, announced a plan to tap into the nation's strategic petroleum reserves. It's an effort to ease that burden on you, the consumer. The president authorizing the release of 1 million barrels of oil per day for the next 6 months. Joining me now with more, Bob McNally, president of Rapidian Energy. So the U.S., Bob, goes through about 20 million barrels of oil a day. I think the question for most Americans is, will these extra barrels have any impact on prices at the pump?
Hi, Erica, and great to be with you again. Unfortunately, probably not in a good way. Oil prices are probably headed higher because while the U.S. consumes about 20 million barrels a day, the right way to think about the United States adding 1 million barrels a day from strategic stocks is to compare it to the amount of oil that we could lose from Russia due to Putin's invasion of Ukraine. Russia is the world's largest oil exporter at almost 8 million barrels a day. Some 3 million barrels a day is directly threatened by sanctioning or self-sanctioning. So the problem the president has, and we all have, because crude oil prices in the world is what determines our local gasoline price, is that 1 million barrels a day isn't enough to address the Russia problem. So unfortunately, as long as Russia poses a problem to the global oil market, a disruption risk, gasoline prices are probably headed higher.
So they're probably headed higher, but again, just put this in perspective for us. The U.S. is not Europe, which relies on Russia for some 40%, right, of oil and gas and its energy. The U.S. does not rely on Russia like that. So just remind us again, why is it so important what's happening with Russian oil if we're not really using the U.S.?
Right. Well, the hard truth about the oil market is that even if you're like the United States, blessed to be self-sufficient in oil, we are a net exporter of oil. But it doesn't matter because a supply disruption anywhere leads to a price increase everywhere, including here. All consumers, whether you're Saudi Arabia, Canada, the United States, China, it doesn't matter. We all pay the same price, and that's determined in the global oil market.
So when we look at that, so releasing these barrels of oil every 6 months may not have an impact at the pump, might have a psychological impact, even perhaps in the markets. Eventually, we're going to need to replenish that back into these strategic reserves. Typically, that's done, what I understand, when oil is really cheap. Do we have to worry about replacing these barrels, these at today's prices?
No, I don't think the administration will replace at these prices or higher, most likely. They will wait until oil prices go lower, say $80 a barrel or $70 a barrel is what I believe they are thinking. We'll see those prices again anytime soon. If we don't refill the reserves, we're in trouble because there are all kinds of other disruptions in the world. Houthis are attacking Saudi facilities. Libya is unstable. If we don't replenish that emergency reserve in the coming years, we'll be even more vulnerable to price spikes when, as they always do, these geopolitical disruptions occur. So one way or the other, filling the SPR is going to be a challenge.
But just to, you say we don't replenish in the coming years. So just to, I don't want people to freak out too much at home, right? So we're talking about 180 million barrels. There will still be more than 400 million barrels, correct me if my math is wrong there, in the strategic reserves, which are also there for things that happen in the United States, right? So natural disaster, other issues here. Are we okay for the time being?
Not really. Unfortunately, Congress, and this has been a bipartisan problem, America, this is Democrats and Republicans, have been very irresponsible with the Strategic it has been sold down since 2008 when we had it over 700 million barrels to 568 now, down 21%. And that's to pay for non-emergency expenses. And in addition to the 180 million barrels, there are more barrels that are being sold, again, just to pay for regular expenses. So I think they're going to see a need to have to replenish this because the world is still dangerous and consumers are still vulnerable to these price spikes.
Let me ask you one other question. We talk so much right now, understandably, about the price of oil. It's been seesawing around $100. It's up, it's down one day, depending on what's being talked about in Washington, what's happening overseas. Should we really be, as consumers, right? If we're not trading this oil, should we be looking at this every day, or is this more like your 401k, where you're told, don't look at this every day. It's going to continue to change, and a lot of it's out of your control.
Yeah, I think you should look at sort of averages. The volatility now is even making professional traders dizzy and fall down. It's crazy, the volatility we're seeing in the oil market. So I wouldn't worry about that as a consumer. I would just look at the general trend, the averages over recent weeks, and that is headed higher, unfortunately. And I think it will continue to do so as long as Russia poses one of the biggest disruption risks in modern times to the global oil market. So look at those averages.
Bob McNally, great to have you with us. Thank you. Well, as the country is grappling with these soaring gas prices, the Biden administration announcing some landmark new fuel economy standards. So by 2026, all new cars and trucks sold in the U.S. must have an average fuel economy of 49 miles per gallon. Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg says this move it's not just about saving you, the individual driver, money. He says there's a bigger goal here, making America less dependent on oil.
Even if all of the oil we use in the USA were made in the USA, the price of it is still subject to powers and dynamics outside the USA, which means that until we achieve a form of energy independence that is based on clean energy created here at home, American citizens will still be vulnerable to wild price hikes like we're seeing right now during Putin's war.
The new standards also aim to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and air pollution. Protests in Hungary today, where polls are set to open in just a few hours. The war in Ukraine now upending a major political race there. We are live in Budapest as Hungary's leader tries to shift strategy.
For Russian policies of Viktor Orban, which are a very important building block of his entire political vision, are not exposed.
Welcome! It's time to see which chew is best in show for a long-lasting flea and tick protection. We may be here for weeks, or even months. Holy smokes! A rejection and protection at week 5. But Perfecto just won't quit. Let's hear from our veterinarian expert.
Perfectos are a clear winner. 12 weeks of powerful protection, nearly 3 times longer than any other chew.
Now that's what I'm talking about. Bravo, Perfecto. Bravo.
If you don't repaint every now and then, it's like the old you is still hanging around.
Elevator music.
So today, let's paint with Behr, America's most trusted paint brand, and make your home yours. Behr, exclusively at the Home Depot. We believe there's an innovator in all of us. That's why we build technology that makes it possible for every business and every person to come to the table and do more incredible things.
We are talking about my dating life, my adult dating life.
It's not just one great romantic act, it's about being there every single day.
We're like, this is what I need. This is what I want. Do you have that? Let's go for it.
Ready for match? Adults date better. Will you help an animal who's starving today? An animal who's been left with no hope and never-ending pain? Go online, call, or scan the QR code right now, because hunger hurts, and no animal should have to suffer this way. Your gift of just $19 a month can rescue an animal from an agonizing life and get them the food and care they need so desperately. Today could actually be the day you save a life. Go online, call, or scan now, and we'll send you this free welcome kit. It's yours for taking action to help an animal in need today. Do it in the next 10 minutes, and we'll also include this one-of-a-kind t-shirt, because you took action right away to show you care. For the animals who need food and kindness, please show them your heart and tell them you'll help. Go online, call, or scan right now.
Mental health is health. Adults with self-reported chronic health diagnoses report that calm helps them to improve their insomnia, anxiety, depression, PTSD, and pain.
With less moderate to severe eczema, why hide your skin if you can help heal your skin from within?
Hide my skin, not me.
Dupixent helps keep you one step ahead of eczema, clearer skin, and less itch. Don't use if you're allergic to Dupixent. Serious allergic reactions can occur and can be severe. Tell your doctor about new or worsening eye problems such as eye pain or vision changes, including blurred vision, joint aches and pain, or a parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma medicines without talking to your doctor. Ask your doctor about Dupixent.
These scenes from Budapest earlier today, where women marched through the streets to highlight the child victims of Russia's war on Ukraine. The war has put tremendous pressure on Putin's allies, including Hungary's Prime Minister Viktor Orban. Tomorrow, Hungarians head to the polls to determine his fate. Now, he's considered the most Kremlin-friendly leader in Europe, and his relationship with Putin has become part of the campaign for the opposition. His opponent says he's just following in the Russian leader's footsteps. CNN's Matt Rivers is in Budapest. Matt, just how likely is Orban to hold on to power at this point?
Well, it's probably the toughest re-election campaign he has faced in his 12 years in office as prime minister, if only because every single opposition party has united in what is pretty much a desperate attempt to get him out of office. But one thing I can tell you is that no one here in Hungary, let's say 2 months ago, expected that the biggest issue in national politics right now would be a war in Ukraine. Viktor Orban, by most measures, is the EU leader closest to Vladimir Putin recently. Just 3 weeks before the war began, Orban took a trip to Moscow, welcomed by Putin across a very long table. National elections in Hungary on Sunday will test whether Orban's 12-year run as prime minister will go another 4 years, and his relationship with Putin is suddenly at the center of Hungarian politics. What began as a campaign focused on local issues now has opposition leaders determined to link Orban with Putin and his bloody war in Ukraine, with political attack ads painting Orban as Moscow's puppet, a strongman leader determined to side with authoritarian Russia instead of the democratic West. This ad saying, quote, "We want Hungary to be a Western country again. If you're voting for Orban, you're voting for Putin." Or this one saying, quote, "Orban, tell your friend in 12 years, don't kill." Orban has undeniably supported Putin, vetoing sanctions against Moscow over the years and expanding the Russian-Hungarian partnership.
For Russian policies of Viktor Orban, which are a very important building block of his entire political vision, are now exposed.
And with Putin's popularity plummeting, the opposition calculus is simple. Orban plus Putin equals a winning political strategy. But not so fast. Because Orban is fighting back. Call it a flip-flop, call it a pivot, but Orban is no longer weapons pass through Hungary to Ukraine or provide military aid. But he's deflected any criticism of that by claiming he is simply a man of peace, counting on the notion that many Hungarians want nothing to do with the war.
And the gut reaction of most of the public is that, we should just not get involved with this thing. Yeah?
And Orban has taken advantage of that.
And that's what they are trying.
Whether it works remains to be seen, but polling, which isn't always reliable in Hungary, has Orban and his party out in front. One big name, the opposition, hopes will change that.
Послухай, Віктор, знаєш, що відбувається в Маріуполі? Ви маєте самі вирішити, за кого ви.
That's, of course, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky, who has criticized what he calls Orban's lack of support for Ukraine's fight for its existence. But it's not clear if that will be enough. At an anti-Orban rally on Saturday, Ukraine flags flew, and the crowd kept pushing the Orban-Putin narrative. But not many people showed up. Whether that's an ominous sign for the opposition or just the result of cold, rainy weather, we'll find out when the votes come in.
Now, Viktor Orban is still finding ways to help his old friend Vladimir Putin, despite not initially going along with the EU sanctions. Orban has drawn a line essentially saying that he will not impose a ban on Russian energy imports here to Hungary. He says that's because it would make life harder, more expensive for ordinary Hungarians. And while that's probably true, it also conveniently allows Vladimir Putin continued access to energy markets here in Hungary.
Matt Rivers, great reporting. Appreciate it. Thank you. Up next, a White House diarist speaks to the January 6th committee about Donald Trump's activities ahead of the insurrection as lawmakers work to fill the gaps in the White House official phone log on that day.
Does daily stress leave you feeling out of sync? New Dove Men Stress Relief Body Wash with a plant-based adaptogen helps alleviate stress on skin so you can get back in sync. New Dove Men, a restorative shower for body and mind. We're not saying Daily Harvest will change your life, or that it will be the first of many steps to help your habits. But we're not saying that. We can say that Daily Harvest takes care of food so that food can take care of you. Get started today at dailyharvest.com.
Hey, I was thinking about going back to school to get my master's.
I just saw something that said you could do it in a year for like $11K.
Order 11? Yes, here 11.
11 master. All right, please. Could be 11 buddy. Really?
Some things are too obvious to be a coincidence. This is the sound of nature breathing. And this is the sound of better breathing. Fasenra is a different kind of asthma medication. It's not a steroid or inhaler. Fasenra is an add-on treatment for asthma driven by eosinophils. It's one maintenance dose every 8 weeks. It helps prevent asthma attacks, improve breathing, and lower use of oral steroids. Nearly 7 out of 10 adults with asthma may have elevated eosinophils. Fasenra is designed to target and remove them. Fasenra is not a rescue medication or for other eosinophilic conditions. Fasenra may cause allergic reactions. Get help right away if you have swelling of your face, mouth, and tongue, or trouble breathing. Don't stop your asthma treatments unless your doctor tells you to. Tell your doctor if you have a parasitic infection or your asthma worsens. Headache and sore throat may occur. This is the sound of Fasenra. Ask your doctor about Fasenra.
It's your turn. It's your turn. I appreciate you so much. Thank you so much. No. I appreciate your appreciation. It fills me.
Save drivers, save money with farmers.
Just driving safely.
It's a farmer's policy work. Get farmers and you can get a safe driver discount simply for having a clean driving record for 3 years.
Come on. After you. After you.
Get a whole lot of something with farmers.
your smile the old-fashioned way with strips and trays that can take 30 minutes to an hour. I'm Jonathan Greenhut, the CEO of PowerSwaps. When I met Dr. Ginniker and he introduced me to PowerSwaps and I saw how effective they were and how easy they were to use, I knew we had to share it with the world. PowerSwaps was clinically studied to whiten natural teeth as well as stain caps, crowns, and veneers. It's so effective. It works on stains caused by coffee, tea, red wine, and even smoking.
After the 7 days, the results were awesome. PowerSwaps was easy to use every day from beginning to end. It's definitely whiter. They look clean. They feel clean. And people have made comments about it, which is nice.
Order PowerSwaps and receive up to 40% off the retail price. As an added bonus, get a free PowerSwaps Quick Stick pen with your order and get free shipping. Dial the number on your screen or visit powerswaps.com today.
Stanley Tucci, searching for Italy. New season coming this spring on CNN.
Former President Trump's son-in-law, Jared Kushner, spent 6 hours with the January 6th committee this week. His wife, Ivanka Trump, will appear before the panel soon. Meantime, one committee member tells CNN they will fill the gaps left by the White House official phone log. Within 7 hours of Donald Trump's phone records during the assault on the Capitol are not in that log. Now, the White House says his phone logs are complete. We know, though, the president made phone calls during that time. So apparently, if you're not in the log, that means they didn't go to the White House switchboard. Now, CNN has confirmed that during that 7-hour gap, the former president spoke with House Republican leader Kevin McCarthy, former New Jersey Governor Chris Christie, Republican Senators Mike Lee of Utah and Tommy Tuberville of Alabama, and an unidentified person on a call listed in the White House diary, but not in the phone log. CNN legal analyst Jennifer Rogers joining me now. So, Jen, you're a former federal prosecutor. How tough will it be for the committee to piece together its own record of Trump's calls during that 7-hour period?
Well, Eric, if this were a normal case, I would say it wouldn't be tough at all. You just go to the people that you know the former president was speaking to. You start to look at their phone records. You talk to witnesses who were with the president that day and find out who they think the president talked to or proceed from there. The problem is, in this particular instance, with so many of those people around former President Trump stonewalling the committee, they're not able to get the answers in the way that they would in a normal case. So I think it'll be more challenging, but they're starting to break through a little bit. You know, they're hearing from some witnesses now. They heard from Jared Kushner with some for 6 hours the other day. So I think they're starting to break through with some of the people close to the former president. So that certainly will help in this endeavor, as well as their overall goal of just finding out what happened.
6 hours for Jared Kushner. What does that tell you?
Well, as some of the folks who were there are saying, he was very cooperative. You know, he wasn't stonewalling them. He wasn't pleading the fifth every other question. He was cooperative. He spoke to them. He answered the questions, and that can only be a good thing for the investigation. It likely means, I would guess, also that Ivanka will cooperate as well. So it's a very good thing. It's good to see someone who was very close to the former president understand that now he should cooperate and he should tell them what he knows. So it's a positive sign.
So that's the positive sign. There's a lot of frustration. It's hard to avoid this growing frustration from some committee members, specifically aimed at Attorney General Merrick Garland. Take a listen.
This committee is doing its job. The Department of Justice needs to do theirs.
And the Department of Justice must act swiftly. I will echo what my colleagues have already said, but more bluntly, Attorney General Garland, do your job so that we can do ours.
Well, on Friday, Garland made clear he is going to continue to do things his way, saying the only pressure he feels is to do the right thing. What's the impact? Does this public pressure have any impact on the Department of Justice and the Attorney General?
Well, he's certainly feeling that pressure, and it can, you can't help but have it affect you in some ways, but I don't think it's going to change what they're doing. Listen, they can't be swayed by public sentiment. They can't be swayed by political pressure. Otherwise, they're not doing what they're supposed to do, right? Pursuant to their oaths to uphold the rule of law without fear or favor. So I think he is doing the right thing for now. It is frustrating to wait for accountability and justice the way that we are, but we just have to trust in the system. We have to trust in Merrick Garland's integrity and the Department of Justice's integrity, and hope that what's going on behind the scenes is a lot more than we're saying, So they're really going to be doing their work here at the outset, even more than is usually the case. But also there is kind of an exploding timeline on this, which is I think they want to be sure that they can complete this case before potentially losing the Department of Justice. They don't care about the politics of the midterm elections, and they don't care in theory about the 2024 election, except that if Republicans take over, I think it is fair to say that there will likely be political interference in this case. And so I think they're going to want to make sure to get it done before that. And to me, that probably means charging sometime early next year to make sure you can get through pre-trial, get through a trial, get to a point where interference wouldn't actually succeed.
Really quickly, CNN has learned that federal criminal investigators are looking into the fundraising for the rally ahead of the insurrection. What's your sense? What kind of charges could come from that?
Well, they're looking at conspiracy against the United States. So if you think about this as a conspiracy to interrupt Congress in what they were doing and doing their duty on January 6th, and the rally as being a big piece of doing that as they marched to actually invade the Capitol, then the people behind the rally start to seem potentially to be part of that same conspiracy. So I think they're still looking at the same things, a conspiracy against the United States. They might also be looking potentially kind of fraudulent fundraising and that sort of thing. But I think they're really keyed more into this broader conspiracy to stop the steal, the big lie, ultimately what happened on January 6th. And they want to know who brought those people there, right? What were they planning? So this is all a part of that, this broader investigation that we're now seeing a little bit more as it moves forward at DOJ and, of course, with the Select Committee as well.
Jennifer Rogers, always good to see you. Thank you. Still ahead here, Russia claiming a shift in its war strategy as a Ukrainian official says the capital region, Kyiv, is liberated. We're live in Ukraine.
We built the Redfin app to help you win. Get alerts on your phone every time a new home hits the market. Then schedule a tour when it works for you, even the same day. Find your next home fast with the Redfin app.
I brought in Shortmax protein with 30 grams of protein. Those who tried me felt more energy in just 2 weeks. Here, I'll take that.
Get Shortmax protein with 30 grams of protein, 1 gram of sugar, and nutrients to support immune health. Will you help an animal who's starving today? An animal who's been left with no hope and never-ending pain? Go online, call, or scan the QR code right now. Because hunger hurts, and no animal should have to suffer this way. Your gift of just $19 a month can rescue an animal from an agonizing life and get them the food and care they need so desperately. Today could actually be the day you save a life. Go online, call, or scan now, and we'll send you this free welcome kit. It's yours for taking action to help an animal in need today. Do it in the next 10 minutes, and we'll also include this one-of-a-kind t-shirt because you took action right away to show you care. For the animals who need food and kindness, please show them your heart and tell them you'll help. Go online, call, or scan right now.
Call 1-800-604-4405. That's 1-800-604-4405. Why pay over $100 a month for cable when it's half the cost for Fubo TV? Get the channels you want and the entertainment you love for the price that cable can't beat. Shop free at FuboTV.com.
The Sleep Number 360 Smart Bed is on sale now. Why choose proven quality sleep from Sleep Number? Because the Sleep Number 360 Smart Bed is really smart. It senses your movement, automatically adjusts to help keep you both comfortable all night. It's also temperature balancing, so you stay cool. It's so smart, it knows exactly how long, how well, and when you slept. Sleep Number takes care of the silence. All you have to do is sleep. Don't miss our weekend special. Save 50% on the Sleep Number 360 limited edition Smart Bed, plus free premium delivery when you add minutes and Smart Bed. To learn more, go to sleepnumber.com.
I'm Ivan Watson in Zaporizhzhia, Ukraine. This is CNN.
Closed captioning brought to you by InventHelp. Call 1-800-710-0020.
Do you have an idea for an invention?
Call today for free information. Call 800-710-0020.
When Russian missiles rained down on the city of Mariupol, 14-year-old Karina took out a pen and paper and started to draw. For this young Ukrainian cartoonist, her art became her refuge for the 2 weeks that she was hiding with her family in their apartment basement, witnessing missile strikes and shelling from underground.
I drew my fears. I was afraid of the war. I was afraid when I shopped in the streets. Every day it got worse and worse. Then the strong explosions began. Even in the basement, the walls began to shake. The shooting also pushed into the basement a little. Then a huge fire started in the house. It was very scary. When I came out of the basement into the street, all the houses were on fire. Black smoke everywhere. All houses, all glass, it was simply gone. I drew this for myself, for the future, so that later I could see what I experienced.
Karina's family sheltered in their basement. It's funny to see here, no electricity, no heating, no water supply. They have since escaped to Poland. For more information about how you can help humanitarian efforts in Ukraine, just log on to CNN.com/impact. CNN audiences have already donated more than $7 million. Good evening, America Hill in New York. Pamela Brown has the night off through the CNN newsroom. And on this Saturday night, there are major signs of a shift in Russia's war against Ukraine. Ukraine's deputy defense minister says the Kyiv region is, quote, liberated from the invader. While CNN is not yet able to verify that claim, the Ukrainian military is regaining control of suburbs around the capital. We're also seeing tonight this. Ex-prisoners of war newly freed 86 Ukrainian service members, including 15 women, released in prisoner swap. Some of them sharing horror stories about their time and their treatment in Russian captivity.
At first, they took us very aggressively and made us shout "Glory to Russia." And whoever didn't want to do that, they used physical measures.
They hit me in the face with machine gun butts and kicked me. My front teeth were also chipped.
Well, for whatever setbacks the Russians are suffering tonight, Vladimir Putin appears to be resetting the goals of his invasion, moving those goalposts. U.S. officials telling CNN it's a revised strategy, which is now focused on taking control of the Donbass and other regions in the east. And Putin may want them in control by May 9th. Why May 9th? Well, it's a key holiday in Russia. It's known as Victory Day. It commemorates the Nazis' surrender in World War II. The newest pictures, though, and sounds that we have for you still prove that the nation remains under siege. Gunfire and explosions aimed at peaceful protesters today, not far from the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant. That's, of course, the one that Russians attacked and seized a month ago. We have another view for you of the apparent flashbang rounds and the automatic weapons being used today. 4 people were injured. More developments to tell you about tonight in Ukraine. A member of Ukraine's negotiating team in talks with Russia says that the Russian side is responding positively to Ukrainian positions on a number of issues, and that it could lead to the possibility of, quote, direct consultations between President Zelensky and Putin. We're going to take a closer look at that and what it could be in just a few moments. Meantime, the International Red Cross is on the ground in Irpin, but is still unable to get into the besieged city of Mariupol. For the moment, the Red Cross says conditions made it impossible to proceed. And Pope Francis's trip to Ukraine is on the table for him. Now, he didn't offer details, but he did leave open the possibility after being questioned by reporters while traveling to Malta today. Our correspondents are covering the situation across Ukraine. Phil Black is in Lviv tonight with the newest information on that Russian troop presence. Phil?
Erica, President Zelensky says Russian forces are leaving the north of the country. In some cases, he says they are withdrawing voluntarily. From other areas, they have been expelled by Ukrainian counterattacks. You see it near the capital. Satellite images show there are positions that Russia held very early on in the invasion, in which they fought to hold as they sought to surround the capital, which are now abandoned, notably the town of Bucha and the Antonov airfield. An advisor to President Zelensky says Ukrainian forces have recaptured more than 30 settlements near Kiev. Further north, the Ukrainian flag flies again over the Chernobyl nuclear power plant after Russian forces suddenly departed that site and the surrounding area. But none of this is any cause for celebration here, because the Ukrainian government believes all of those forces will simply replenish and then likely rejoin the fight in the east of the country as Russia seeks to expand and consolidate control over the Donbass region. Another advisor to President Zelensky says if Russia develops a strong foothold in the east and the south, it will likely consolidate those positions, dig in, fortify, and will be very difficult to dislodge unless Western allies supply heavier weapons to the Ukrainian military. America.
Phil Black with the latest force from Lviv. Phil, thank you. Turning our attention now to Odessa in the south there, where CNN's Ed Lavandera has been for the last few days. Ed, good to see you tonight. So just a moment ago, we were talking about just how difficult it's been for the International Red Cross to get to Mariupol, to bring aid in there. And we do have these reports of some people being able to escape the city. What's your understanding of what the situation is now? What was actually able to be done today?
Well, the International Red Cross is saying that they have tried once again to reach Mariupol and have been unsuccessful. This has been going on now for several days. Promises of humanitarian corridors being opened up, but never really coming to fruition. But you're right, about a little more than 1,200 people we understand were able to evacuate the city of Mariupol. They did so by driving their own vehicles to get away. A very dangerous situation that has proven to be for these people as well as for countless others who have been attacked in those very same kind of situations over recent weeks. So the humanitarian crisis there just becomes worse and worse and worse as the days go by. It's even hard to imagine how we can possibly continue saying that. Some officials have said they're running out of adjectives to describe how bad the situation there is in Mariupol. And 1,200 is a decent number, but consider the fact that there's still about 100,000 people that need to be evacuated from that city. So it's just a desperate situation, Erica.
It absolutely is. Meantime, Edward, you are in Odessa. There were some Russian missile strikes yesterday. What was it like today, and what can you tell us about Friday's attack?
It was quiet today. No air raid sirens. We haven't really gotten a lot of clarity on what exactly the target of these missile strikes. It was 3 missiles that were fired a little over 24 hours ago here at the Odessa region in southern Ukraine. Military officials have released very little information, so we haven't gotten any indication that any kind of civilian targets were struck. In fact, one military official said that the 3 missiles that were fired from the Crimean Peninsula did not hit their intended targets. But beyond that, we really don't have a sense of what it was that the Russian forces were going after with this missile strike, and what the repercussions of it have been on the ground. Very little information on that front.
Ed Lavandera in Odessa. Stay safe, my friend. Thank you. to bring in now Ivo Dabler, the U.S. ambassador. He's the U.S. ambassador to NATO under President Obama. Mr. Ambassador, good to have you with us. Late this week, there seemed to be some optimism that was coming out of these talks in Istanbul that is until Friday morning, when there was, of course, an attack on an oil refinery in Russia. Russia blamed that on Ukraine, said it would hurt efforts for diplomacy. Now, Ukraine, as you know, in a statement, wouldn't confirm or deny involvement in that attack. What's interesting, though, is then today we heard from one of the Ukrainian negotiators who sounded pretty positive, noting there have been some advances. Perhaps there was even a chance for direct talks between Zelensky and Putin. What do you read into all of this? What do you think is really going on at those talks, and how much optimism do you have?
I think what we're seeing is just a continuation of the warfare and other means, using statements about making progress on peace negotiations, coming particularly from the Ukrainians who want to make sure that if there is no progress, it's the Russians who are torpedoing it. After all, after the Istanbul talks earlier this week that you just mentioned, the Ukrainians are very positive, the Turks are very positive, but within a day, the Russians were again saying not a lot of progress is being made, not much happening. Then, of course, the attack on the oil facility, which is an important military target for the Ukrainians to hit on Russian territory, led the Russians to say, if you're going to fight us on our soil, then we're not going to talk. Unfortunately, of course, the Russians have been fighting on Ukrainian soil for the better part of 6 weeks. So I think what we're seeing is, shadow boxing in some ways, but I don't really think we're anywhere close to having a real negotiation or a real agreement.
U.S. officials CNN has learned, based on intelligence intercepts, the thinking earlier this week too, in light of what we're learning about the misinformation that Vladimir Putin was being given, how terribly we know, we can see how things are going on the ground there, that there would perhaps be an effort to shift focus to somehow save face. Now that's coming to light in these intel intercepts we're learning about today from U.S. officials, that Putin wants to be able to point to a, quote, victory in eastern Ukraine in early May that would coincide, of course, with that victory day in Russia. By shifting this goalpost, what does that effectively change beyond the messaging?
Well, the goalpost, if they are shifted, and it looks like the military forces are also starting to concentrate, particularly in the east, as well as parts of the south, that's a big shift. It means that they're giving up the idea of taking Kyiv and changing the government. After all, that was and has always been the real purpose here. There's really no interest in Russia to have a part of Ukraine in the Far East. What they really want is to control the future of Ukraine's destiny, its decisions with regard to its own foreign policy, and it was hoping to do that with military force very, very quickly. If they now retreat and basically settle for what, frankly, the Russians almost achieved back in 2014 when they annexed Crimea and vomited a separatist movement inside the Donbass region, if that's all they end up with 15, perhaps 20, maybe even more thousand deaths on the Russian side, it's going to be very hard for Vladimir Putin to sell that as anything like the great victory that May 9th is supposed to celebrate. He really is in a box, and it's one of his own creation.
How concerning is that box? How concerning is it to have a Vladimir Putin backed into a corner?
Well, it is, and it's only a week ago or so that people in Brussels at the NATO summit were seriously thinking about the worry about escalation. And we do have to worry about the fact that he is in some ways regrouping rather than giving in. He's not turning tail. He's taking his forces away from Kyiv. He's not achieving some key objectives. But it doesn't mean he doesn't have a lot of very, very dangerous arrows still that he can shoot off, one of which is, of course, using chemical weapons or even nuclear weapons. That remains a real issue. It remains something we need to be concentrating on. We need to remember that even if this was a good week for Ukrainian forces, the Russians are strong. They have real capabilities. This is going to take quite a while of really brutal fighting and perhaps even some serious escalation. We all got to be prepared for that.
And Ukraine warning, right, that there continued his push, his global appeals this week. And he has, as we saw here in the US, as we've seen in every country that he's spoken to, right? He's really tailoring that message in the US. He invoked Pearl Harbor and 9/11. As we watch him continue to speak out, to continue to plead for more help, this is further evidence, I think, of this information campaign that Ukraine is waging. You mentioned the way that they're also talking about these discussions in Turkey. That's an important part of this information campaign. Do you think at this point it's having a tangible impact 5 weeks in?
I think it does. I think Zelensky in particular, of course, he's been able to rally his own people with his nightly video conferences that he has and television addresses. But he's also really, frankly, asked a lot from the Western world. And we're all sitting there and saying, okay, what more can we do? And it's working. We are now, latest reports are that the United States is helping to send Soviet-era tanks, T-72s, into Ukraine. We are upping our own capabilities that we're shipping in. We announced yesterday another $300 million worth of equipment. That brings to $1.65 billion of U.S. equipment being shipped into Ukraine since the start of the war. The Brits are doing it, the French are doing it, the Germans are doing it. We're providing significant intelligence capability, not least because Zelensky has been very, very effective in pointing out that we're on the front line of freedom. We're fighting for all of you, and it's if you're not going to be here in person, please give us the equipment to fighting for ourselves.
Ambassador Eagle, Dr. Really appreciate taking the time to join us tonight. Thank you.
My pleasure.
Still to come here, Ukrainian women crossing the border into Poland in time to give birth. They'll share their stories and where they're at right now. Plus, with rents and mortgages on the rise, some Americans are learning a fixer-upper may not be the cheapest way to get into homeownership. Plus, a pandemic-era rule that turned away migrants at the border is soon set to expire. We're going to bring you the latest from the southern border next.
Faces get all love. What about the body? New Dove Shower Collection is infused with hyaluronic and peptide serums to make your skin feel smoother and more radiant. New Dove Body Love face care ingredients now in the shower.
We're not saying Daily Harvest will change your life, or that it will be the first of many steps to help your habits. But we're not saying that. We can say that Daily Harvest takes care of food, so that food can take care of you. Get started today at dailyharvest.com.
Flair makes quality clothing easy to wear with fits that move with your body, easy to love with flattering styles, and easy to buy with affordable prices. Get $10 off and free shipping at Flair.com. Promo code FlairTV.
I'm rubbing the arms of my chair, admiring the craft and detail I've put into it. That way I try to convince myself that I'm in control of the business side of my business.
Intuit QuickBooks makes it easy for you to get a complete view of your business, so you can sit back and
Relax.
Selling a home is expensive and stressful. So we set out to create a better home selling experience with a network of the most successful real estate agents in America. They'll sell your home for as little as a 2% commission.
The icing on the cake with the ideal agent was that we saved $12,000 in commission.
We would definitely use Ideal Agent. Yeah, the whole process was so positive for us.
Excellent service. Getting right to the point of hiring an ideal agent, I wish we would have done that sooner, and we would have saved 6 months of time and mortgage payments that would have probably never happened. We would have just gone with it first.
They were so stress-free. The whole process was amazing, and I would definitely recommend them.
We certainly recommend Ideal Agent now to all of our family, all of our friends. It's just a great experience.
We are not a discount brokers. These are top-level agents that will get you the best results.
There's a different way to treat HIV. It's every other month injectable Cabenuva. For adults who are undetectable, Cabenuva is the only complete HIV treatment you can get every other month.
Cabenuva helps keep me undetectable. It's 2 injections given by my healthcare provider every other month.
It's one less thing to think about while traveling.
HIV pills aren't on my mind. A quick change in my plans is no big deal.
Don't receive Cabenuva if you're allergic to its ingredients or taking certain medicines which may interact with Cabenuva. Serious side effects include allergic reactions, post-injection reactions, liver problems, and depression. If you have a rash and other allergic reaction symptoms, stop Cabenuva and get
Technology that makes it possible for every business and every person to come to the table and do more incredible things.
I am here because they revolutionized
immunotherapy. I am here because they saw how cancer adapts to different oxygen levels and started.
I am here because they switched off the EGFR mutation and stopped the growth of tumor cells.
There's a place that's been making one advanced cancer discovery after another for 75 years.
I am here.
He is here. I am here because of Dana-Farber.
What we do here changes lives everywhere.
I am here.
U.S. border officials are bracing for a surge of migrants after the Biden administration announced it will end Title 42 next month. The Trump-era COVID restriction has been used to block migrants from entering the country. CNN's Polo Sandoval is in McAllen, Texas. So Polo, what are they bracing for in terms of numbers there, and how are they preparing?
So, Erica, the Department of Homeland Security says that it is preparing for a worst-case scenario that could mean up to 18,000 people a day showing up at the nation's doorstep. These are asylum seekers. Just to offer some perspective for our viewers, we heard just yesterday from the head of DHS, Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas, saying that right now they're only seeing about 7,000, and I say only when you compare it, obviously, to a worst-case scenario here. But here's the thing: out of those 7,000, according to the Secretary, about 50% of them are being expelled back south of the border, basically being deported through this Title 42 provision, this public health authority that's been in place for 2 years now. And the concern there is that once that's removed, is that so many families that have basically decided to wait just south of the border, right across the bridge from where I'm standing tonight, in poor communities all throughout northern Mexico, that as soon as that no longer is an issue, then they will finally make that very short journey to the nation's doorstep and request asylum. And that's where some critics of the Biden administration have basically been sounding off. For starters, even pleading with the Biden administration not to allow this to expire. But yesterday, we heard from the government basically allowing that to happen, and that is certainly concerning. But of course, migrant advocates here and many of the advocacy groups are applauding this move, saying that it has kept many of these families from reaching the relative safety of the United States for the last 2 years. But now that that's gone, that's really where we stand right now. But again, the big test, the ultimate test, will happen in late May when Title 42 is basically lifted, and that will be the ultimate test for government agencies, local, state, and federal, that have been working just constantly to make sure they can handle this blow, to see if this will be a coordinated effort or if we will once again see these overpopulated holding facilities, and then of course immigration in midterm year becoming yet another big topic of debate.
Yeah, absolutely. Do we know, Polo, what is the asylum process going to look like? I mean, when we think about how many people are waiting, how long is this going to take?
Yeah, we'll basically go from Title 42 to Title 8, which is just the way we've seen it, the way it's been done for decades, which is people that are coming from other countries basically showing at a port of entry and declaring that asylum, and then following the process here. And as we heard from the Secretary, again, many of them end up being deported, but now there's so many others are released. I heard from a Customs and Border Protection source just yesterday describing the plan as it meant to be a very streamlined and quick, expedited process, because the concern is that at border towns just across the Rio Grande, we're seeing up to 10,000 people that have basically been waiting there for weeks, months, perhaps even maybe up to the 2 years. And many of those people will certainly try to pour in, and that is where the U.S. government is certainly going to try to stay a step ahead. And here on the ground, we're seeing not only the federal government, but also a lot of the nonprofit groups. They're gearing up and preparing for that kind of worst case scenario. Again, up to 18,000 people a day showing up at the nation's doorstep, if that's what we end up seeing.
Polo Sandoval, I appreciate it. Thank you. Just ahead here, women and war, women giving birth far from home. Introduce you to some of the youngest refugees, newborns, and their mothers. That's next on CNN News.
Will you help an animal who's starving today? An animal who's been left with no hope and never-ending pain? Go online, call, or scan the QR code right now. Because hunger hurts, and no animal should have to suffer this way. Your gift of just $19 a month can rescue an animal from an agonizing life and get them the food and care they need so desperately. Today could actually be the day you save a life. Go online, call, or scan now, and we'll send you this free welcome kit. It's yours for taking action to help an animal in need today. Do it in the next 10 minutes, and we'll also include this one-of-a-kind t-shirt because you took action right away to show you care. For the animals who need food and kindness, please show them your heart and tell them you'll help. Go online, call, or scan right now.
So I had to quit college to help my mom, but I never wanted to quit my dream of a career in IT.
On Coursera, you can earn Google's IT Support Professional Certificate. No prior experience needed to enroll.
My job now is amazing.
Join for free at Coursera.org.
My dental health was not good. I had periodontal disease, and I just didn't feel well. But then I found Clear Choice.
Replacing Marcia's teeth with dental implants at Clear Choice was going to afford her that permanent solution.
Clear Choice dental implants gave me the ability to take on the world. I feel so much better, and I think that that is the key.
Me gustaría pedir algo de comer. Ah, ok, por supuesto.
How do you learn Spanish? So, Bubble, it's kind of like if my teacher is in your phone?
Kind of. The best part is helping make new friends.
Language for life. Go to Babbel.com and try it for free. I'm Cristiano Ampor, near Kiwi. This is CNN.
Closed captioning brought to you by Mesobook.com.
We offer a free book on mesothelioma. Call for the free book and receive so much more. Call 1-800-831-3700.
When the first Russian missiles landed in Ukraine, a number of people had a difficult choice, especially pregnant women. Do they stay home in that war zone? Or do they try for a long, treacherous journey across the border to hopefully give birth in a safer place? Stevens Kim lost hope with some new mothers who chose to flee to Poland.
Born just hours ago in Poland, baby Adelina is already a survivor of the war in Ukraine. Is it hard to be happy? It is, she says. Adelina is Kristina Pavlyuchenko's first child. You feel guilty? Why? Because I left, she says. Left her home in western Ukraine. The war had begun, with bombing near their city. Pavlyuchenko escaped by bus, then walked on foot across the border. Paramedics rushed her to the hospital. She delivered Adelina a month early, separated from her family. My mother, sister, grandparents still in Ukraine. He's killing our people, she says of Vladimir Putin. How could anyone be so cruel?
I'm terrified. I'm terrified that something like this can happen, that you can lead your everyday life and all of a sudden, because
because of decisions that you have no influence upon. There is a war and you have to flee. It's unbelievable. It's terrifying.
Dr. Magda Duch is a psychiatrist at Blanka Specialist Hospital in Warsaw. The hospital, focused on treating women, has seen 80 Ukrainian patients this month, delivered 11 babies, and treated cancer patients like 58-year-old Tatiana Mikhailov. I ran with my granddaughter in my arms, she says. Missiles had already blown out the windows in their building. As they fled, something exploded next to their car. Her city is now occupied by Russians. She's grateful for her doctors at the hospital and the free healthcare in Poland that's treating her cervical cancer. Christina is one of the doctors. We're not using her last name because she herself is also a refugee from Ukraine, a mother of a 5-year-old and the wife of a Ukrainian military man. Her husband. My husband has been in the military since 2014. At the moment, he's in Lviv.
You had to leave your husband behind.
Yes, she says. Now in Warsaw. I can't sit and do nothing, she says. I have this opportunity here to help women who fled the country. With each breath, baby Adelina offers her mother a respite from the war.
What will you tell your daughter about her birth?
The truth, she says. We will tell her everything as it was. She should know the truth. All the Ukrainian patients you've seen in this story, that healthcare is being covered by the government of Poland, including all the care once they leave the hospital. They're not the only ones. The Ministry of Healthcare in Poland says 197 Ukrainian children have been born in Poland since this war began. Hyun Wang, CNN, Warsaw, Poland.
For more on how you can help the humanitarian efforts for Ukrainian refugees and for Ukraine, go to CNN.com/impact. CNN audience have already donated more than $7 million. The White House is celebrating strong jobs reports. Many Americans, though, struggling to keep up with skyrocketing home prices and prices for upkeep, too. Up next, why that fixer-upper may not save you money in the long run.
I never have time to chop vegetables.
I don't want to eat highly processed food. Daily Harvest. Making it easy to eat more fruits and vegetables daily. Get started today at dailyharvest.com.
Here's to real flavors, real meals, real good. All of Knorr's high-quality pasta and rice sides are now made with no artificial flavors or preservatives. Knorr, taste for good.
Pesky leaks. Gorilla Waterproof Patch and Seal Spray, of course. Seals on water, air, and moisture, indoors and out. For the toughest jobs on planet Earth. Available in spray, liquid, and tape.
You don't belong with those lucky folks. Once you're fat, just take it.
You think you're gonna be the next John Wayne?
Get yourself a marvelous mop.
Your son was about to make a huge mistake.
I'm gonna be a priest.
For Halloween.
No one else cares, God does. He ain't giving up on you. Don't you dare go giving up on yourself. Author Stu, exclusively in movie theaters April 13th, rated R.
When it comes to real estate agents, experience matters. The best agents know how to market your home for top dollar and navigate through a complex transaction. At Ideal Agent, we created our smart seller system with top-rated local agents to sell your home for as low as a 2% commission.
I was amazed at the fact that my house sold in one day. Ideal Agents saved me in the neighborhood of $20,000 to $25,000 in commissions. So the process was as easy as it gets. It was turnkey. I'm a very busy guy, and they just took care of everything. They are the #1 way to sell your house.
I've used Ideal Agent 2 times. Ideal Agent guided me through the entire process, every step. You want to have the best agents, but you want to get the best deal. Using Ideal Agent with both properties, I've saved over $30,000. Our service is free, available nationwide, and there's zero obligation. Call us today or visit idealagent.com.
We built the Redfin app to help you win. Get alerts on your phone every time a new home hits the market. Then schedule a tour when it works for you, even the same day. Find your next home fast with the Redfin app.
Save yourself money with farmers. That's not wrong. When you switch your home and auto policies to farmers, you can save yourself an average of $730. That's something. You know, a whole lot of something with farmers.
We are farmers.
With less moderate to severe eczema, why hide your skin if you can help heal your skin from within?
Hide my skin? Not me.
Dupixent helps keep you one step ahead of eczema, clearer skin, and less itch.
Don't use if you're allergic to Dupixent. Serious allergic reactions can occur that can be severe. Tell your doctor about new or worsening eye problems such as eye pain or vision changes, including blurred vision, joint aches and pain, or a parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma medicines without talking to your doctor. Ask your doctor about Dupixent.
Okay, everyone. Our mission is to provide complete balanced nutrition for strength and energy.
Ensure complete balanced nutrition with 27 vitamins and minerals, and ensure complete with 30 grams of protein.
The job market right now is red hot. Employers adding 431,000 jobs in March. The unemployment rate just ticked down to a pandemic low of 3.6%. That's all really good news. President Biden, though, acknowledging yesterday that rising inflation overshadows that. It's still a big battle at the moment.
More and more Americans get jobs as they do. It's going to help ease the supply pressures we've seen. And that's good news for fighting inflation. It's good news for our economy. It means that our economy has gone from being on the mend to being on the move.
With home prices and rent prices soaring, though, many Americans are struggling to keep up. Routine maintenance costs are also on the rise, as you've likely learned, which means that fixer-upper that may have seemed like a good deal may be turning out to be the exact opposite. CNN's Vanessa Yurkevich reports.
This was nothing as I expected. Purchasing my first home.
Allison Braun bought her first home in February. After losing bidding wars and paying $75,000 over budget, she settled on a fixer-upper, expecting to save some money.
It was really surprising getting in here and fixing things up. Overwhelming is another way I'd explain it.
Rents are up a record 17% in the last year, with homes up nearly 20%. And so are construction costs. Ron, who works for the real estate company Redfin, is redoing nearly every space in her home. The kitchen needed new counters.
And we were really surprised by the cost, especially the labor to put them in. We wanted to figure out a way of how we can do our countertops on our own and save cost and labor. So the concrete countertops were born.
She saved $3,300 by doing them with her partner. She tried the same with her floors, but underestimated how much she would need and the rapidly rising costs of lumber.
Well, we didn't estimate enough wood for the first floor. And we went back to buy more wood for the flooring, and it ended up that after a month's time, the flooring went up about 25 cents per square foot.
But it's not just homeowners getting stuck with higher costs. Construction materials are up 24% in the last year. Bill McGrath's company is installing elevators in this new residential housing complex in New Jersey. So far, they've put in 2.
What are the materials in this elevator that you have seen an increase on?
Well, right here you have electronics, which this is stainless steel. You have the plastics, the electronic boards behind it. That's costing more. The ceilings, wood, you're standing on lumber. There's steel underneath.
And is all of it going up?
Supply chain slowdowns and demand have pushed construction costs up. forcing projects to come in over budget and over deadline.
How much more is this elevator going to cost than the one we just saw?
We're at, right, this one here is gonna cost 17% more material cost than the other two that we completed.
And he says his 18-person company is spending more on gas to bring materials in, up 24% in the last month. All of these rising costs will get passed down. Where's the end?
I guess the people that will be living here.
For Braun, the higher costs means accepting things like painting the outside of the house gets put on hold.
We'd love to hire somebody to do that. That's been put on the back burner now, and we're just gonna have to learn to love the dream.
Vanessa Yurkevich, CNN, Cherry Hill, New Jersey.
An annual COVID booster. Think of it like your yearly flu shot. Could that be the future? Chief White House medical advisor Dr. Anthony Fauci weighed in with CNN's Dr. Sanjay Gupta.
We don't know this as a fact, but it could be that we may need an intermittent boost on a yearly basis until we get this level so low down, because we don't know where COVID is going in the sense of the long range.
Dr. Peter Hotez joins me now. He's the co-director of the Center for Vaccine Development at Texas Children's Hospital. Always good to see you, Dr. Hotez. So Dr. Fauci there says we should be prepared for annual COVID boosters. I know back in the fall you wrote we'd likely be good after that third shot. How are you feeling today? Do you think an annual booster could be in our future?
Well, here's the problem, Erica. The mRNA technology may not be holding up as well in terms of boosters as we originally hoped. I remember saying to you, it's not going to be one and done and two and done, but it could be three and done. And I believed it at the time, but then we had disappointing news in that the effectiveness of the booster declined after several months to 66% against emergency room visit protection, 78% against hospitalization. Still good, but not as good as it was. And hence the reason now for the recommendation of the second booster. The question now is that going to be the same issue? Is it going to decline after a few months? So I think that's the reason why Dr. Fauci, mentions the possible need for an annual booster. But there's an alternative to think about as well. And maybe we need to look beyond the mRNA technology to something else. For instance, recombinant protein technology. We have a vaccine that's now been given to almost 20 million kids in India, and looking on something along those lines, I think has to be on the table.
And that's the vaccine that you worked on?
That's right. We've developed a recombinant protein vaccine that's now been released for emergency use authorization in India, given almost 20 million kids, 12 to 14. It's been approved now in Botswana. And, it doesn't necessarily have to be our vaccine, but another protein-based vaccine, another one is the Novavax vaccine. And maybe we should be looking at some of those for boosters if they give you more durable and lasting protection. And this is going to have to be a priority for the White House and the HHS agencies to really look at in detail.
Well, as we wait for that and we wait for the science and the research to be there to let us know, the reality is some people in this country are now eligible for that fourth shot, right? Those over 50 became eligible this week. The president, the vice president got theirs. How quickly do you think that fourth shot could be opened up to other age groups or even, frankly, to everybody?
Well, I think it's a real possibility. Moderna originally looked to the FDA to look at this for all adults. Right now, it's been green-lighted for those 50 and up, but I think, we may have to run it over time. And, a lot of this is going to be driven by how much of a wave is going to be produced by the BA.2 subvariant or future variants over the summer in the southern states. I think that will drive it a lot as well. But I do think we're probably going to be looking at universal second boosters at some point in this pandemic if it continues.
Some good news that we're getting this week. Hospitalizations at their lowest point of COVID-19. This is such an important metric. What does that say to you about the pandemic as a whole? Are we leaving pandemic stage, entering endemic stage?
Well, right now we're at a nadir, and people use the word endemic a lot. I don't really know what it means for COVID-19 because we've seen how this actually goes in very dramatic waves. So it's not like it's just percolating along at a low level of perpetuity. It goes way down, then it goes way up. So one of the big questions now is what happens with that BA.2 subvariant. It's not as clear cut as it was with the Alpha wave and the Delta wave and the Omicron wave, where once that became the dominant variant, then you saw a big peak. With BA.2 in Western Europe, we're seeing it all over the map. In some places it produces a big wave, in other places it doesn't. So we're kind of holding our breath to see where things fall out in the United States. It may be one scenario that's being tossed around is maybe it'll be a regional wave, not across the entire country. But we'll have to see. But in any case, because we've failed to vaccinate the world's low and middle income countries, which now generates all our worst variants of concern, even if we do okay with this BA.2 subvariant, we should expect another wave across the southern states and Texas during the summer, and then maybe an annual winter wave until we figure out how to vaccinate the world.
Dr. Hotez, appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Every day, thousands of Ukrainians are fleeing the fighting in their country. Up next, how some of them have been forced to take unconventional routes to safety.
If you don't repaint every now and then, it's like the old you is still hanging around.
I listen to music.
So today, let's paint with Behr, America's most trusted paint brand, and make your home yours. Behr, exclusively at the Home Depot.
I'm constantly nodding because I know everything about furniture, but with the business side, I'm feeling a little lost.
QuickBooks can help. An easy way to get paid, pay your staff, and know where your business stands. New business, no problem. Success starts with Intuit QuickBooks.
Will you help an animal who's starving today? An animal who's been left with no hope and never-ending pain? Go online, call, or scan the QR code right now. Because hunger hurts, and no animal should have to suffer this way. Your gift of just $19 a month can rescue an animal from an agonizing life and get them the food and care they need so desperately. Today could actually be the day you save a life. Go online, call, or scan now, and we'll send you this free welcome kit. It's yours for taking action to help an animal in need today. Do it in the next 10 minutes, and we'll also include this one-of-a-kind t-shirt because you took action right away to show you care. For the animals who need food and kindness, please show them your heart and tell them you'll help. Go online, call, or scan right now.
We believe there's an innovator in all of us. That's why we build technology that makes it possible for every business and every person to come to the table and do more incredible things. This is an incredible story.
I believe you are the son of God.
Isolation is an earthquake.
Do you find yourself buried in paper? This is the end. The end of paper.
The Epson Rapid Receipts Smart Organizer easily scans all your documents like contracts, tax records, warranties, wills, even recipes, and turns them into searchable PDFs, so the information is always right at your fingertips, safe and secure.
Paper goes in, and stress goes away.
Smart Organizer allows me to digitize my clients' tax documents, invoices, and financial records.
It's like a secret superpower. I use it to digitize receipts from my expense reports at my home office and on site. And back at the main office, I use the desktop scanner for large closing documents and client contracts. With this exclusive TV offer, you'll get over $300 in added value, including a robust time-saving software bundle, plus get free shipping and a money-back guarantee. Act now and save up to $100 for a limited time. Epson Rapid Receipt. Visit buyrapidreceipt.com or call.
It's a cake, baby. On the CNN original series, Nomad, Carlton McCall coming this spring to CNN.
Ukraine says more than 4,000 people were evacuated today through humanitarian corridors, but with Russian attacks making it really difficult to keep those corridors open, some refugees are turning to, frankly, more unconventional methods to try to get to safety. CNN's Ben Wiedemann reporting on one escape route that actually includes bribing Russian soldiers.
Everything will be all right, he sings, for every one of us. Words of comfort for those desperately in need. Popular singer and former lawmaker Sviatoslav Vakarchuk goes from village to village with a simple message. Smile. This church in the village of Pashtanka is now home, temporary home, for those who have managed to flee Russian-occupied territory. Volunteering in the kitchen, Svetlana Yashuk finds peace, but not peace of mind. It's really hard, says Svetlana. People here are very nice, but I just want to go home. Vitaly Butochen, a mechanic in peacetime, now runs a complex operation feeding and housing the displaced.
This fall, make us like a family, very close.
The church feels like an oasis of the ordinary, far from the madness outside. Early evening and a bus approaches, marked Becky, Russian for children. Alas, no guarantee of safety. It's coming from the town of Snihorivka, under Russian control. But it didn't pass through a humanitarian corridor negotiated by the Red Cross. The arrangement whereby these people are able to get out of the Russian-occupied areas to here is very simple. Men on the bus give Russian soldiers food and cigarettes, and the Russian soldiers let them pass. Larisa Shevchenko made it out, but remains tormented by fear for those who couldn't get away. Everything is really bad, she says. Her parents in Snihorivka are still hiding out in the basement. She hopes they'll get out tomorrow. Ben Wiedemann, CNN, Pashtanka, southern Ukraine.
Well, the slap. You saw and heard about the fallout. So what's next for Will Smith? Camila Bernal joins us with a live report right after this.
Appetite, low flash, and lots of introspection. Living in basement, discovering speaking God's language with a gangster dialect. Us at Disneyland are flying couple. Reinventing power suit. Only this develop how to host a dinner party and actually enjoy a delicious escape. They candy is angry, analyzing the couch, connecting children to their heritage, raising a daughter with grit.
Take a few moments to become still, relaxing with the natural rhythm of your breath.
When it comes to real estate agents, experience matters. The best agents know how to market your home for top dollar and navigate through a complex transaction. At Ideal Agent, we created our smart seller system with top-rated local agents to sell your home for as low as a 2% commission.
I was amazed at the fact that my house sold in one day. Ideal agents saved me in the neighborhood of $20,000 to $25,000 in commissions. The process was as easy as it gets. It was turnkey. I'm a very busy guy. They just took care of everything. They are the #1 way to sell your house.
I've used Ideal Agent 2 times.
think Daily Harvest will change your life, or that will be the first of many steps to help your habits. But we're not saying that. We can say that Daily Harvest takes care of food, so that food can take care of you. Get started today at dailyharvest.com.
We built the Redfin app to help you win. Get alerts on your phone every time a new home hits the market. Then schedule a tour when it works for you, even the same day. Find your next home fast with the Redfin app.
What if you could have the perspective to see more? Morgan Stanley, a global collective of thought leaders, offers investors a broader view. We see companies protecting the bottom line by putting people first. We see a bright future, still hungry for the ingenuity of those ready for the next challenge. Today, we're translating decades of experience into strategies for the road ahead. We are Morgan Stanley.
The best part about now and why this is such a good time for me to start dating now is just because I know who I am. As opposed to the decade ago, I was a big idiot. Years ago, I just wasn't ready.
None of us are, so you gotta go for it.
Ready for a match? Adults date better.
Non-attorney spokesperson. This is a paid advertisement for legal services sponsored by Nightline Legal. Cases assigned on a random basis to participating law firms. This medical advice remains approved by the FDA. If you or loved one developed cancer after the regular use of a CPAP, BiPAP, or ASV sleep device, the machine may have been faulty, and the manufacturer could be to blame. Call right now to find out if you qualify. You may be entitled to financial compensation. There are time deadlines to file a claim, so don't wait. Call right now. Call Intel 735-2709.
Selling a home is expensive and stressful. So we set out to create a better home selling experience with a network of the most successful real estate agents in America. They'll sell your home for as little as a 2% commission.
The icing on the cake would be is that we saved $12,000 in commission.
They were so stress-free, the whole process was amazing, and I would definitely recommend them.
We are not a discount brokers. These are top local agents that'll get you the best results.
I'm Ed Lavinera in Odessa, Ukraine. This is CNN.
Closed captioning brought to you by Mesobook.com.
We offer a free book on mesothelioma. Call for the free book and receive so much more. Call 1-800-831-3700.
Nearly a week on, the slap scene around the world still being felt. Will Smith, in an emotional statement, resigned from the Motion Picture Academy after, of course, that slap. He slapped Chris Rock across the face at the Oscars. CNN's Camila Bernal joins us now live from Los Angeles. So we know the Academy accepted Smith's resignation. What exactly does that mean, though, going forward? What's the real impact?
Yeah, Erica. So a couple of things. First, we don't know whether or not Will Smith will be invited to future Academy Awards. He also will not have access to film screenings that are being considered for an Oscar, and he will not be able to vote on nominees or potential nominees. These are all things that he is giving up willingly. As you mentioned in that resignation letter, he says that he will accept the consequences of his actions, and actions that he described as shocking, painful, and inexcusable. So, as you said, the Academy accepted that resignation, but they are still going to meet on April 18th to possibly discuss other consequences. Now, according to the bylines, the code of conduct, they could talk about whether or not he loses his award. So there could be more coming later on this month. So we are waiting for that, and we're also waiting for Chris Rock to speak out because he says that he will talk about this in length and says that it will be funny but also serious. Erica?
Yeah, well, meantime, the resignation, of course, comes a day after we've been learning a little bit more about what was happening in those moments after this slap. The lead producer for the Oscars, Will Packer, talking about Chris Rock's backstage reaction. What more did he reveal?
Yeah, look, Will Packer is saying he was devastated. He said that his heart dropped as he was watching all of this and said he thought it was a joke. Had to wait for Chris Rock to get off stage to have confirmation that this really did happen. And then he said that after they all got in a meeting and they were there with LAPD and they were asking Chris Rock whether or not he wanted to press charges. And Chris Rock
declined to do that. Here's what Will Packer said on ABC.
As they were talking, Chris he was being very dismissive of those options. He was like, no, I'm fine. He was like, no. And even to the point where I said, Rock, let him finish. The LAPD officers finished laying out what his options were. And they said, would you like us to take any action? And he said no.
Now, Packer did say that Will Smith reached out the day after and apologized for essentially overshadowing his success. Unfortunately, many others also feel like their success was overshadowed. Erica?
Camila Bernal with the latest for us. Appreciate it. Thank you. Our next hour starts right now.
So we're in the bomb shelter in Odessa. This is where they're making bulletproof vests.
All of these vehicles have been branded with the Red Cross to try to ensure that they cannot be attacked on the road. I interviewed a young girl who was shot through the face, her mother says, by a Russian soldier while trying to make this journey.
You can see charities from all over the world. Everyone here really sincerely feels that this is a humanitarian crisis that they have to address.
It's so difficult. It's psychologically challenging. But when all of your life is back there in Ukraine, your soul aches.
Thanks for joining us this hour. I'm Erica Hill in New York. Pamela Brown has the night off. You are in the CNN newsroom. It is 4 a.m. in Ukraine. That country now in its 39th day of unprovoked war from Russia. There is word now that Vladimir Putin and his generals are shifting their military strategy. The Kremlin's new goal: seize control of eastern Ukraine by early next month. That's according to several U.S. officials familiar with the latest intelligence. Also today, yet another reminder that any suburban neighborhood, any city square, any civilian building, home, is a target for lethal Russian firepower. You hear the shots, you hear the explosions, you see the civilians running, scattering there. Why were they being targeted? Well, their apparent offense was peacefully protesting Russian occupation of their town. We have another look at that attack for you from a different angle. At least 4 people were reported injured. Meantime, Ukraine's deputy defense minister says the Kyiv region has been, quote, liberated. And these images are lending some support to that claim. Outside of Kyiv, Russian forces have apparently abandoned a strategic airport which they had captured on day 1 of the invasion. In central Ukraine, a Russian general says Vladimir Putin's forces attacked military airfields and a major oil refinery. This, of course, coming just 1 day after Russia accused Ukraine of striking a fuel depot inside Russia's borders. Ukraine will neither confirm nor deny that accusation. In Ukraine, the country's flag once again flying over Chernobyl, the site, of course, of the 1986 nuclear disaster. Russian troops have now withdrawn from the area, some of them reportedly sick from radiation exposure. In and around the capital of Kyiv, there is a cautious welcoming of a reprieve from Russian attacks. But it's safe to say the scars of this war run very deep, as CNN's Fred Pleitman reports from Kyiv.
Hi, America. Well, it's certainly gotten a lot quieter here in the Ukrainian capital of Kyiv. We have air raid sirens a couple of times during the day, but by and large, it certainly is a lot less than what we've been seeing this past week and even the past couple of days. And the Ukrainians are essentially saying that the Russians are leaving the districts around Kyiv, are retreating. The Russians, of course, claim this was always part of their plan and that they're just pulling back right now. What we're seeing now as the Russians are moving out is that they certainly have taken some serious losses. I was out in some of these districts around Kyiv, and we saw a lot of tank carcasses, destroyed armored vehicles, and then just also positions that were abandoned by the Russians as they moved out of here. The other thing, unfortunately, that we're also finding is that there are still a lot of dead bodies that have yet to be recovered. In fact, there was some video that came out out of a district called Bucha, which is just to the northwest of Kyiv, the streets just seem to be lined with corpses. The Ukrainians now say they're obviously going to try to bring some of them away and clean that whole area up. The Ukrainians, for their part, are saying that this is definitely not the end. They say they believe that the Russian forces were beaten as they tried to invade the capital Kiev, and they're now essentially trying to regroup. In fact, Ukrainian officials say they believe that attacks will intensify, especially in the southeast of the country, and it's certainly something that they're bracing for, Erica.
Yeah, that's for sure. Fred, appreciate it. Thank you. Also with us tonight, CNN military analyst, retired U.S. Air Force Colonel Cedric Leighton. Colonel, good to see you as always. Ukraine's deputy defense minister says the Kyiv region has been, quote, liberated. What's your sense? Has that area been effectively liberated, or is this just more about Russia perhaps repositioning?
Well, Erica, good evening. Let's take a quick look at Kyiv and see exactly how this has worked out. I would say liberated might be too strong a term to use, but look at this. This is the first time that we've actually seen Ukrainian forces here and in this area. So basically what they're doing is northwest of Kyiv. They've got Irpin, which Fred was at, and they have Bucha, and then the next thing is the Antonov Airport, which they may very well have taken now, depending on which report. And then over here in the northeast and to the east of the city, there's substantial areas of Ukrainian efforts right here, this small one up here. So what these mean basically is that the Ukrainians have taken over some of the territory that the Russians had occupied previously, and they're pushing them back toward Belarus up this way and toward Russia this way. So it's not quite a liberation, but it is definitely going in the right direction from the Ukrainian point of view.
In central Ukraine, Russia struck 2 military airfields and a major oil refinery today, reportedly bombed from the air. We know for weeks now Ukraine has been asking to close that airspace, not happening for a no-fly zone, but when it comes to control of the airspace, does Russia have control at this point?
Not really, Erica. That's what's kind of surprising about this, the way this war has worked itself out, because the Russians, it was thought, would gain complete control of the airspace, what is called air supremacy in the military jargon, but they've not gotten that. They have air superiority to some extent, because they have far more airplanes and they fly far more sorties, in other words, flights over Ukrainian airspace than the Ukrainians do. But what it's basically telling us is that over this airspace right here, there is still an opportunity for the Ukrainians to take out Russian aircraft and to fly their own aircraft, and in some cases, as we saw yesterday, potentially take out Russian installations on the Russian side of the border as well.
Meantime, in terms of help, right? President Zelensky still out there this past week asking countries around the world for more. The U.S. sending another $300 million in support and new aid, including some of those Switchblade suicide drones. What are we seeing in this package? What we know about what is being pledged here? Is this some of the more sophisticated weaponry that Ukraine has been asking for?
Some of it is actually, Erica. Not all of it, of course. And there are things that he wanted that aren't taken, like the MiG-29s, for example, the fighter jets that were to come from Poland. But we have the Switchblade drones, which are a type of kamikaze drone or suicide drone. We have anti-drone systems, armored vehicles, night vision equipment, and ammunition. Let me show you just one of these right here. This is the Puma UAV, and what it does is this shows you how versatile this is. A soldier can basically throw it like a glider, and it's very light, and it can go over any territory that it's directed to. It has a sensor platform, and it can see the things that it can be targeted. And that means that all kinds of things that the Russians have, such as their tanks, their armored personnel carriers, all of those are targetable by a team that can take a target out up to 60 kilometers or 40 miles distance. And they have a handheld device, just looks almost like an iPhone, that they can control this with. And that's the kind of thing that the Ukrainians are getting. Very mobile, very versatile, highly effective. And it's very similar to another drone that's out there, and this is made by the same company. These drones are, again, almost handheld. This one can be launched through a tube, and it can go after any target that it's directed to. So they're very versatile, modern equivalents on the battlefield that can take out many of the targets that are threatening the Ukrainians right now.
As we look at all of this, there is such a So 4,200 civilians, according to Ukraine, were able to be evacuated through humanitarian corridors today, but only a fraction of those folks are coming from Mariupol. Some 100,000 people still trapped in that city. Why is it so tough to establish these safe passageways at this point?
Well, Erica, I think the main problem is that the Russians don't want to have safe passageways in this case. And that's a real problem because what you were looking for here is a safe passage out this way from Mariupol, which is the city that's been besieged like you wouldn't believe. Other safe passage areas from here into this part of Ukraine, a lot of the safe passage efforts have been toward Dnipro, right in the center. So these are areas that could have safe corridors from a technical standpoint. It would be no problem to do that, but the Russians don't want them, and that is the reason, Erica, that they're not happening, and they're basically threatening the entire civilian population with harm, and that is why it's part of their policy, and that is why these corridors are not working at this point.
Yeah, as we heard from Ivan Lawson, one of our correspondents, saying to me yesterday, the International Red Cross and some of these folks that they're running out of adjectives to describe just how horrific the situation there is in Mariupol. Colonel, always appreciate it. Thank you so much.
You bet, Erica. Thanks for having me.
Still to come, how do you tell your country you're under attack? How do you report on the war when your family is also on the front lines? Ahead, you're going to hear from a prominent Ukrainian journalist who's doing just that. That's ahead. Plus, the president says he'll release an unprecedented amount of oil from the United States strategic reserves. Will that do anything to help ease the sky-high gas prices that we're all dealing with right now? Stay with us.
Here's to real flavors, real meals, real good. All of Knorr's high-quality pasta and rice sides are now made with no artificial flavors or preservatives. Knorr, taste for good. Save up to 70% on your favorite brands at Nordstrom Rack. Rock your look at Nordstrom Rack. In-store and at online.
Applebee's Irresistibles are back, now starting at $8.99. Now that's equal good in the neighborhood.
This is an urgent appeal from UNHCR, the UN Refugee Agency. As conflict and tragedy strike Ukraine, the world is watching and worrying, desperate to save their lives and protect loved ones. Some have fled within their country, while others have sought safety across borders. Most are women and youth, and a heartbreaking amount of children are arriving in neighboring countries alone. Please go online and give what you can today.
This is our premium platinum coverage map, and this is consumer cellular's map. See the difference?
No, I don't see the difference. Do you?
Well, that one's purple. Exactly. That's our premium.
What does that mean?
It's a cost more.
For the same coverage.
That's what makes it premium. That doesn't make sense, does it? No. But it is premium. I just go with consumer cellular. Get the exact same coverage as the nation's leading carrier, starting at $20. Consumer cellular.
Good most. Okay.
Sound fine.
At JP Morgan, the only definition of wealth that matters is yours. It can be a smaller house,
bigger nest egg, a goal to work toward, or the freedom to walk away. With 200 years of experience, personalized advice, and commission-free trades on an award-winning app, we are working for you. Planning, investing, advice. JP Morgan Wealth Management.
Russia's invasion understandably changed life for everyone in that country. CNN's Don Lemon spoke with the Ukrainian broadcaster who was the first to announce the war had begun and learned how she's still staying on the air.
How are you?
I never know what's the right answer to this question, considering who is asking me about this.
Yeah.
I mean, if people from Ukraine is asking me how am I would say I'm fine because I'm alive, my kids are okay, and my husband is alive. But I mean, if somebody from the outside is asking me, I think the comprehension of what is going on will come later because it still feels, even to me, so unreal.
I'm sure you could feel the pulse of the nation. I mean, you could feel, what was that like?
For me, it was very emotional because apart being a news anchor, the beginning, the start of the war for me meant that my husband was leaving for the army. Харківщині від вибуху загинув неповнолітніх. We understood that this war will be in every family in this way, in one way or another way. And that morning, we knew that some of the TV anchors were not able to be at the TV station just because they had to take care of their kids, to take them to safety. And actually, that the biggest discussion I think that I had with my husband maybe months before invasion, because he was being very responsible about this war. And he said, you have to make me a promise that on the day of the invasion or whenever it starts, you just put your kids in a car and take them to safety, and I go to the army. And I said, what about my job? I have a mission to go to a TV station, and I don't think it's less important than your mission to go to the army. So President Volodymyr Zelensky.
As you're on the air then, you knew your husband was going to go away. Did he go away immediately?
Actually, when I was done with my first broadcast, on that day, I rushed back home because he was already back from Western Ukraine where he had two kids, and he had only 15 minutes to get back his backpack, to put on his uniform, and to go and be at a designated place.
And what was that like?
For me, it was heartbreaking because I didn't know whether, to tell you the truth, I didn't know whether I was going to see him again. Because the guys go to the war. What can you expect?
How did you decide who goes on the air when? Because I noticed when I'm here, I'm flipping through channel after channel after channel, it has a different name on the screen.
Yeah.
But it's the same
picture.
Same people on.
Now it's divided very proportionally amongst all TV channels who are in this United News. One day we have a night shift, the next day we have morning shift, then we have day shift, and then we have this evening shift, and then we repeat. So it's all equally divided between channels, but we are also all the time in this reserved studio. So anytime somebody cannot be on the air, cannot broadcast for whatever reasons, they feel bad, I mean, they're sick or whatever happens with their technical facilities, or they have to go to the bomb shelter, we feel them.
There's a backup.
Yes.
But I noticed it's just, I think it's just one camera, straight to camera. There's no different, it's not fancy.
Yes, because
There's
it's
no bells and whistles.
Yes, it's wartime.
Is there any understanding for you as a media person that the Russian people are being brainwashed, that they're not seeing free press? And that's why they're in part doing what they're doing. Large part, really, because they're not getting the right information.
You know what? I have a very personal story about this because my husband was born and raised in Russia. His parents are in Russia. And they've been to Ukraine many times. They've seen us, they've seen people, they know what is going on. But still, at this point, they are brainwashed by Russian news and they think that we deserved it.
So you don't think you'll have a relationship with your in-laws?
Not very close relationships. We had some actually break after Crimea was ended.
You had a break.
We had a 5-year break.
You didn't talk to them?
No.
Did he talk to them?
Sometimes because their parents just saying how the kids are.
Has he spoken to them?
He asked his mom not to text him because he said that it's very hypocritical of her to be asking how he is or showing some care for him when our children are being bombarded by Russian missiles.
Do they believe him?
I don't think so. Because they never rolled back.
That's tough.
But having a job now, unlike many people in Ukraine, that's what keeps me distracted of all my worries that I have. Because that's the only time I don't think where my husband is or whether he's alive now or something.
It's a nice distraction.
Yes.
You said you have a mission. Is that a mission to inform people and not have them be like Russians?
This is the first mission that you said, that inform people and not to be real news and not propaganda. But now I see a special mission for myself, as I was the person to announce that the war has started. I have to announce that it has ended. So I'm waiting for this mission to happen in my life. Hopefully I'll see that moment this year.
What will you say?
I don't think that I'll have words at that point. And maybe I'll start saying something about Ukraine and will be pushing my partner to pick me up and will be crying because I think at that time I will have an excuse for tears.
Another tragic loss for the journalism community. A Ukrainian photojournalist who has worked with outlets including Reuters, Maxim Levin, was killed by Russian forces in Ukraine. We've learned he provided a number of compelling, honest images of the war there. He's been a contributor to Reuters since 2013. Maxim was found unarmed, 2 gunshot wounds, according to the Ukrainian Attorney General's office. He was, as he describes himself online, a photographer, videographer, father, and human being. He will be greatly missed and remembered by friends as a tenacious reporter who had no fear. What could the father of the bride possibly be doing on his phone? Checking with his medical advisor to see if he's on track to do this again. And again. Did I mention she made the guest list?
Digital tools so impressive, you just can't stop. What would you like the power to do?
If you don't repaint every now and then, it's like the old you is still hanging around.
I don't see any music.
So today, let's paint with Behr, America's most trusted paint brand, and make your home yours. Behr, exclusively at the Home Depot.
Hey, businesses, you all deserve something epic. So we're giving every business our best deals on every iPhone, including the iPhone 13 Pro with 5G. That's the home of the amazing camera. Yeah, every business deserves it. Like ones that reopen. We have to wait up. Every new business that just opened.
Like aromatherapy rugs.
I'll be one in blue, please.
It's not complicated. AT&T is giving new and existing business customers our best deals on every iPhone.
Showing appreciation with the perfect promotional item is a meaningful gesture that can be touched, held, and enjoyed. 4imprint can help your logo create moments that matter. Explore thousands of promotional products at 4imprint.com. 4imprint, for certain.
There is the therapeutic aspect of music, just expressing how you feel.
Telling how it feels a moment, I'll just be quiet in the back of my head and saying it.
It's your turn. It's your turn. I appreciate you so much. Thank you so much. Go. I appreciate your appreciation. It fills me.
Save drivers, save money with farmers.
Just driving safely.
It's a farmer's policy perk. Get farmers and you can get a safe driver discount simply for having a clean driving record for 3 years.
Come on.
After you. After you.
Get a whole lot of something with farmers policy perks.
We are farmers.
Their choice has changed my life for the better. It's given me my health back. There's an amazing life out there if you do something for your health now.
Selling a home is expensive and stressful. So we set out to create a better home selling experience with a network of the most successful real estate agents in America. They'll sell your home for as little as a 2% commission.
The icing on the cake with the ideal agent was that we saved $12,000 in commission.
They were so stress-free. The whole process was amazing, and I would definitely recommend them.
We are not a discount brokers. These are top-level agents that'll get you the best results.
I'm Frank Lightpick in Kiev, Ukraine, and this is CNN.
Closed captioning brought to you by Mesobook.com.
We offer a free book on mesothelioma. Call for the free book and receive so much more. Call 1-800-831-3700.
219 days until the midterms. I know you're probably counting too, but I just want to make sure I have the same number there. This is, though, in all seriousness, a lot of warning signs tonight for Democrats. President Biden's approval rating continues to trend the wrong way down. This despite a historic Supreme Court nomination and a major crisis as we're looking at what's happening overseas. Two events that at other times just might bring a bump in support. It's not happening. Democratic voters appear increasingly apathetic on top of all of this. 2/3 of Republicans, though, report high enthusiasm for the midterms. Look at this, just half of Democrats. So how concerned should Democrats be at this point? Joining me now, CNN senior political analyst Ron Brownstein. Ron, always good to see you. You know, we look at this, you have also, and we had this stellar jobs report yesterday, and yet that jobs report came on the heels of 3 different polls that found approval for the president's handling of the economy was at a third. So 2/3 of Americans say they don't like what he's doing with the economy, even if it is strong. That's really tough to surmount. How loudly should these alarm bells be ringing?
Very loud. And look, the disapproval on the economy really is not that hard to explain, as you might expect. We have not had a lot of moments in American history where we have had sustained high inflation, but when we have, it tends to eclipse everything else. I mean, it is really a giant cloud in front of the sun, blotting out all of the other good news in the economy. It's something that Americans feel every day, sometimes multiple times a day. And it's very hard to see the president's approval rating recovering in any significant way, particularly while gas prices are this high. You know, I talked to a number of leading economic forecasters a few weeks ago who said that originally they thought inflation might moderate significantly by the fall, allow Democrats to kind of avoid the worst. But now with the Ukraine war and the impact on gas prices, they're expecting they still expecting some moderation, but much smaller moderation. And that's a dangerous trajectory for Democrats in Congress.
You know, there have been some attempts by the administration to really pin not just gas prices, but even some of the other hikes that we're seeing on Putin. And that came up yesterday. I was talking with Labor Secretary Marty Walsh on the heels of this jobs report. And I got to push back on that, reminding him that the inflation was here before Putin invaded Russia. So here's his take on why we are where we are in terms of inflation and what could be ahead.
When you think about our economy really is a global economy at this point. So what happens in one part of the world will impact other parts of the world. The variants over in China, and we're seeing China shut down many cities because of rise in the new variants over there. In parts of Europe, we have to keep very close eyes on that as well, because that will indirectly impact our supply chain, which ultimately will potentially drive costs up. So, you know, some of this is not within our control.
It's not new for Democrats to have a messaging problem, Ron. Let's be honest here. They often have a hard time getting on the same page. But for something like this, heading into the midterms, do you see a message out of this?
No, there's not a message solution to a tangible problem in people's lives that the high costs of a number of things now represent. And as I said, there are serious, prominent economic forecasters who thought that this was going to get better this year, not eliminate, but get better, who now have kind of scaled back those expectations because of the disruptions of particularly the war in Ukraine, but also, as the Secretary mentioned, the potential supply chain disruptions from China's COVID resurgence. So it things are at this moment, and when they are unhappy, they take it out on the party in power. And it's worth noting that the last 4 times a president has gone into a midterm with unified control of government, which is what Democrats have now, they've lost it. So there is a very strong modern tradition of voters punishing the party in power halfway through the president's first term in particular. And Democrats right now, their best hope is trying to shift the focus more toward Republicans, toward Trump in particular, because that snapshot is highly unlikely to produce a kind of a positive verdict between now and November.
Oh wait, really quickly, let me push on that. Pushing the focus toward Trump, right? We saw how that did not work recently. Right. Is that really the smartest option for Democrats? Is to look backwards?
No. I'm pushing the focus toward Republicans, including Trump. I mean,
okay.
What we always hear from the party in power when people are dissatisfied is that they are going to make the election a choice, not a referendum. That's really hard to do in a midterm. Midterms tend, in a presidential year, absolutely, it can be a choice. In a midterm, it tends to be a referendum on the party in power. And as I said, the last 4 times one party's had unified control of government going into a midterm, voters have revoked it. Pattern going all the way back to 1994. So it's hard to do. But when 3/4 of Americans are saying the country is on the wrong track, which is roughly the number we have now, that is a referendum Democrats are not going to win. So their best chance is to try to focus more voters on whether they support what a likely Republican control of Congress is likely to mean. And one of the items in that argument certainly is going to be whether a Republican House or Senate or both would make it easier for Trump to try to steal the 2024 election. I think the best chance Democrats have to excite their voters, who, as you noted, in the traditional midterm pattern, the party in power, their voters, is going back really over 100 years, have shown less interest in the midterm than the other sides. The pattern we're seeing repeated now. Democrats need to find a way to solve that, or at least ameliorate it, and probably their best chance is to try to focus on what Republican governance would mean for particularly their key constituencies.
We will see if that happens. Ron Brownstein, always good to talk with you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Up next, as a Ukrainian official says the Kyiv region is liberated from Russian forces, our Christiana Amanpour speaks with some of the fighters who are showing her some of the Russian vehicles they've managed to destroy.
They didn't see us. They didn't know we were here. So they just started to work on houses. So I took the tank in my sights and I fired a rocket. Goodbye to him.
Plain aspirin could be hurting your stomach. Vazalore 325 liquid-filled aspirin capsule is clinically shown in the 7-day study to cause fewer ulcers than immediate-release aspirin. Vazalore, the first liquid-filled aspirin capsule, is amazing.
This is an urgent appeal from UNHCR, the UN Refugee Agency. As conflict and tragedy strike Ukraine, the world is watching and worrying, desperate to save their lives and protect loved ones. Some have fled within their country, while others have sought safety across borders. Most are women and youth, and a heartbreaking amount of children are arriving in neighbouring countries alone. Please go online and give what you can today.
We believe there's an innovator in all of us. That's why we build technology that makes it possible for every business and every person to come to the table and do more incredible things.
Selling a home is expensive and stressful. So we created our smart seller system to sell your home for top dollar and save you thousands in commissions.
I was amazed at the fact that my house sold in one day. Ideal agents saved me in the neighborhood of $20,000 to $25,000 in commission. The process was as easy as it gets. They are the number one way to sell your house.
Our service is free, available nationwide, and there's zero obligation. Call us today or visit idealagent.com.
3 times the electrolyzer and half the sugar. Pedialyte Powder Pass. Feel better fast.
There were 3
time to get back in shape, Total Gym makes it easy to take the first step, then the second, and the third. It works your entire body with over 80 different exercises. Using your body weight as resistance, it delivers cardio and strength training in every workout. Total Gym won't just change how you feel, it'll change your future. Total Gym is ready to ship. Get yours today. Go to TotalGymDirect.com for special offers.
Selling a home is expensive and stressful. So we set out to create a better home selling experience with a network of the most successful real estate agents in America that'll sell your home for as little as a 2% commission.
The icing on the cake with the agreement was that we saved $12,000 in commission.
They were so stress-free. The whole process was amazing, and I would definitely recommend them.
We are not a discount brokers. These are top local agents that'll get you the best results.
This is CNN, the world's news network.
The Ukrainian soldiers who have successfully defended Kyiv say their stronger morale and spirit give them an advantage over the Russians. Life in the capital, though, isn't exactly easy. People there are facing acute shortages. CNN's Christiana Amador.
The first thing you notice approaching the front northeast of Kyiv are the lines of villagers waiting for humanitarian handouts. They receive a bag of bread and basics to get them through these difficult days. The first week of the war, a shell hit us near the greenhouse. We barely survived, says this woman. We had help from strangers around us. They gave us bread and canned food. We wouldn't have managed otherwise. No one here knows when this war will end or whether Russia still has designs on Kyiv. The front line is about a mile away. For now, an uneasy calm prevails ever since the Ukrainian defenders stopped the Russian advance here. It was February 28th, they say, day 4 of the war. They want to show us how they did it, but first we have to clamber over the bridge they downed to see the armored column they managed to take out. The riverbank is littered with their skeletons. This was a turkey shoot. Russian armored vehicles and tanks had come off the road to avoid the anti-tank mines, only to find themselves unable to cross the bridge and unable to reverse in time. Ukrainian forces tell us none of the soldiers inside survived. A little further up the road, 2 tanks have been virtually smelted, blasted almost to smithereens. 40-year-old Yevgeny, a veteran fighter, proudly tells us this was his handiwork. We all here have one role, to keep the enemy off our land, he says. First thing they did after seeing the village, they started to shell houses, just like that. They didn't see us. They didn't know we were here, so they just started to work on houses. So I took the tank in my sights and I fired a rocket. Goodbye to him. The destroyed vehicles are stamped with an O. The Ukrainian officers here tell us this identifies them as Russian units that entered from Belarus to the north. Oleg is the officer who commanded this operation. As for now, looking at previous fighting we've had, I can tell you that we are trained better, he tells me. We have stronger morale and spirit because we're at home. They are afraid that they go because they're made to. He's been battle-hardened ever since the first Russian invasion in 2014. He says his side has enough weapons, ammunition, and determination to win. I can tell you I'm almost sure the Russians are regrouping and not retreating, he says. Besides, we are preparing ourselves to go forward. We're not preparing just to defend here. US and British intelligence say Putin seems to have, quote, massively misjudged this situation and clearly overestimated the abilities of his military to secure a rapid victory. This old lady tells us, I have seen one war and here we go again. I wish Putin would go away. The people of this land remain stalwart and the soldiers remain dug in, hoping they can continue to withstand whatever Putin has in store for them next. Christiana Amador, CNN, east of Kyiv.
For information on how you can help, head on to CNN.com/impact. CNN audiences have already donated more than $7 million. Still to come this hour, the impact of inflation. You'll meet one small business owner who's now struggling to sleep at night.
was writing just the way you are. I didn't have the lyrics. I recall the melody and the chords. And, so don't forget the freaking words. Let me get to a piano and then I'll write them.
Extraordinary with Fareed Zakaria. Exclusive Billy Joel interview. Now streaming only on CNN Plus.
Allergies don't have to be scary. Spraying Flonase daily stops your body from overreacting to allergens all season long. Flonase, all good.
Wow, we're crunching tons of polygons here.
What's going on? Where's Regina?
Hi, I'm LaDonna. I invest in Invesco QQQ, a fund that gives me access to NASDAQ 100 innovations like real-time CGI.
Okay.
Yeah, don't worry, I got it.
On the agent of innovation with Invesco QQQ. For investment, you have to read and consider for investment charges, risk charges, expenses, and more. Expect at Invesco.com.
are your sneezers putting your friends in awkward positions? Stay with Zyrtec. Zyrtec starts working hard at hour 1 and works twice as hard when you take it again the next day. Zyrtec,
The first step in selling your home is to find out how much it's worth. HomeLight uses the same tools banks and lenders use and is connected to the nation's best real estate experts. Find out how much your home is worth for free at homelight.com today.
I'll pick this one up. I earn 3% cash back on dining, including takeout with Chase Freedom Unlimited. So, it's not a problem at all. You guys don't want to give me a fake bill type.
Come on, Kev. You're earning 3% cash back.
Humor me.
Where's my wallet? Where's my wallet? Let me give it to you. It's the low.
No, stop. I insist. That was good. Earn things out with Chase Freedom Unlimited with no annual fee. How do you catch that? Chase, make more of what you want.
We built the Redfin app to help you win. Get alerts on your phone every time a new home hits the market. Then schedule a tour when it works for you, even the same day. Find your next home fast with the Redfin app.
Stuff. We love stuff. And there's some really great stuff out there. But I doubt that any of us will look back in our lives and think, I wish I bought an even thinner TV. Find a lighter light heater. Or had an even smarter smartphone. Do you think any of us will look back in our lives and regret the things we didn't buy? Or the places we didn't go?
Closed captioning brought to you by Page Publishing. We help publish, distribute, and sell your book.
Have you written a book and want to publish? Thousands of authors have with Page Publishing. If we decide to publish you, your work ends and ours begins.
Call for your free author submission kit.
When is a cupcake much more than a cupcake? When it's from a small business struggling to weather inflation, rising fuel costs, and a job market that frankly has a lot more openings than available workers. That cupcake, now a symbol of the struggles nationwide, CNN's Nadia Romero reports.
Every step of the baking process now costs more.
And you look at your cost of goods sold, and you're like, whoa.
Almost 8 years ago, Kasha and Henry Adelaide started Cupcakery in East Point, Georgia. Their baking business almost a bust during pandemic shutdowns.
So that first 2 weeks was probably the scariest time of my life period because we just did not know.
But Cupcakery has kept baking and surviving. The president touting booming job growth nationwide. Wages up, unemployment down. Georgia Commissioner of Labor Mark Butler says the state's an example of record-breaking bounce back.
You take a look right now in Georgia, we've been breaking records in a lot of different sectors, like we talked about professional services, healthcare, warehouse and transportation, and so we're doing really
But inflation plagues the economy. Deliveries carried cupcakery through COVID. But now, skyrocketing gas prices sour the sweet treats.
Gas prices are ridiculous. So we had to, increase our delivery costs for the first time ever.
And baking staples.
The cost of each cupcake at this point.
In 2019, cupcakery would pay about $18 for 15 dozen eggs. Now,
They are $55 for 15 dozen.
cream cheese about $6 per 3-pound loaf. Now,
$11 per loaf, so almost double the price of that.
their bottom line just didn't add up.
Last year, we actually had our busiest year ever and our lowest profit margin ever as well.
How does that happen?
Just everything's going up like tenfold.
There's going to be 39.81.
So for the first time, cupcakery's cupcakes now cost 5 to 10% more.
If you want a cupcake, we've got to charge the cost of it. Banana pudding, red velvet.
Customers take note.
I did frequent another bakery where their cakes they're nice, but the prices are excessive. So again, another reason for me to come and have the opportunity to try something different at a cost that I feel is inviting.
A recent U.S. Chamber of Commerce survey shows most small business owners have raised their prices due to inflation, while also making big changes to attract a strong workforce.
I still think we're a ways off to figuring out what the landscape's going to look like because there's been so many resets when it comes to the cost of goods, the cost of doing business, and wages.
With baby number 2 on the way, the Adelaide's fight to open a second cupcakery location despite their challenges.
Some days you can't sleep at night when you see the numbers, but we're a business and we know we have to stay in business.
Georgia Commissioner of Labor Mark Butler says when inflation is driven by increases in wages, that's not something you can easily roll back. But he says answering the question of how do you stop inflation is harder now than it's ever been. Erica? That's for sure, Nadia. Appreciate it. Thank you. As Russia's war on Ukraine rattles oil markets around the world, President Biden is planning to tap into the U.S. Strategic Petroleum Reserve in an effort to help combat high gas prices, authorizing the release of 1 million barrels of oil a day for the next 6 months. Earlier, I spoke with Bob McNally, president of Rapid Energy, to ask if this will actually ease the burden on Americans at the pump.
Unfortunately, probably not in a good way. Oil prices are probably headed higher because while the U.S. consumes about 20 million barrels a day, the right way to think about the United States adding 1 million barrels a day from strategic stocks is to compare it to the amount of oil that we could lose from Russia due to Putin's invasion of Ukraine. Russia is the world's largest oil exporter at almost 8 million barrels a day. Some 3 million barrels a day is directly threatened by sanctioning or self-sanctioning. So the problem the president has, and we all have, because crude oil prices in the world is what determines our local gasoline price, is that 1 million barrels a day isn't enough to address the Russia problem. So unfortunately, as long as Russia poses a problem to the global oil market, a disruption risk, and gasoline prices are probably headed higher.
So they're probably headed higher, but again, just put this in perspective for us. The U.S. is not Europe, which relies on Russia for what, some 40%, right, of oil and gas, its energy. The U.S. does not rely on Russia like that. So just remind us again, why is it so important what's happening with Russian oil if we're not really using it in the U.S.?
Right. Well, the hard truth about the oil market is that even if you're like the United States, blessed to be self-sufficient in oil, we are a net exporter of oil, but it doesn't matter because a supply disruption anywhere leads to a price increase everywhere, including here. All consumers, whether you're Saudi Arabia, Canada, the United States, an importing country, China, it doesn't matter. We all pay the same price, and that's determined in the global crude oil market pool.
So when we look at that price, right, so releasing these barrels of oil every day for the next 6 months may not have a big impact at the pump, might have a psychological impact, right, even perhaps on the markets. Eventually, we're going to need to replenish that back into these strategic reserves. Typically, that's done, from what I understand, when oil is pretty cheap. Do we have to worry about now replacing these barrels, these 180 million barrels, at today's prices?
administration will replace at these prices or higher, most likely. They will wait until oil prices go lower, say $80 a barrel or $70 a barrel is what I believe they are thinking about, if we see those prices again anytime soon. But if we don't refill the reserves, we're in trouble because there are all kinds of other disruptions in the world. Houthis are attacking Saudi facilities. Libya is unstable. If we don't replenish that emergency reserve in the coming years, we will be even more vulnerable to price spikes when, as they always do, these geopolitical disruptions occur. So one way or the other, filling the SPR is going to be a challenge.
So just you say we don't replenish in the coming years. So just to, I don't want people to freak out too much at home, right? So we're talking about 180 million barrels. There will still be more than 400 million barrels, correct me if my math is wrong there, in the strategic reserves, which are also there for things that happen in the United States, right? So natural disaster, other issues here. Are we okay for the time being?
Not really. Unfortunately, Congress, and this has been a bipartisan problem in America, this is Democrats and Republicans, have been very irresponsible with the Strategic Petroleum Reserve. It has been sold down since 2008 when we had it over 700 million barrels to 568 now, down 21%. And that's to pay for non-emergency expenses. And in addition to the 180 million barrels, there are more barrels that are being sold, again, just to pay for regular expenses. So I think they're going to see a need to have to replenish this because the world is still dangerous and consumers are still vulnerable to these price spikes.
Let me ask you one other question. We talk so much right now, understandably, about the price of oil. It's been seesawing around $100. It's up, it's down one day, depending on what's being talked about in Washington, what's happening overseas. Should we really be, as consumers, right? We're not trading this oil. Should we be looking at this every day, or is this more like your 401k, where you're told, don't look at this every day. It's going to continue to change, and a lot of it's out of your control.
Yeah, I think you should look at sort of averages. The volatility now is even making professional traders dizzy and fall down. It's crazy, the volatility we're seeing in the oil market. So I wouldn't worry about that as a consumer. I would just look at the general trend, the averages over recent weeks, and that is headed higher, unfortunately. And I think it will continue to do so as long as Russia poses one of the biggest disruption risks in modern times to the global oil market. So look at those averages.
Bob McNally, great to have you with us. Thank you. Just a little more perspective for you here. Let's take a look. AAA put out today's national average. This is for a gallon of regular unleaded. So today it's 420. Last month it was 366. Last year, maybe you don't want to look at that. I'm not even going to say it out loud. It's too big. Up next here, a chilling warning from scientists in California. While lack of snow means the state's drought could get much, much worse.
Should be standing on roughly 5 feet of snow, so my feet should be roughly right here.
Here's to real flavors, real meals, real good. Olive Noor's high-quality pasta and rice sides are now made with no artificial flavors or preservatives. Noor, taste for good.
Chef's been to the bottom of the ocean, the tops of mountains, and wherever this guy runs off to. A life well lived should continue at home. With Home's Pet Care, older adults can stay home safe and happy. Home's Pet, to us, it's personal.
This is an urgent appeal from UNHCR, the UN Refugee Agency. As conflict and tragedy strike Ukraine, the world is watching and worrying, desperate to save their lives and protect loved ones. Some have fled within their country, while others have sought safety across borders. Most are women and youth, and a heartbreaking amount of children are arriving in neighboring countries alone. Please go online and give what you can today.
Flair makes quality clothing easy to wear with fits that move with your body, easy to love with flattering styles, and easy to buy with affordable prices. Get $10 off and free shipping at Flair.com with promo code FlairTV.
Selling a home is expensive and stressful. So we created our smart seller system to sell your home for top dollar and save you thousands in commissions.
I was amazed at the fact that my house sold in one day. Ideal agents saved me in the neighborhood of $20,000 to $25,000 in commission. The process was as easy as it gets.
Our service is free, available nationwide, and there's zero obligation. Call us today or visit idealagent.com.
This is Fubo TV. It's a better way to watch live news, shows, and sports without cable. Watch multiple games at once with Multiview. Try it free at FuboTV.com.
The Sleep Number 360 smart bed is on sale now. Why choose proven quality sleep from Sleep Number? Because the Sleep Number 360 smart bed is really smart. It senses your movement and automatically adjusts to help keep you both comfortable all night. It's also temperature balancing, so you stay cool. It's so smart, it knows exactly how long, how well, and when you slept. Sleep Number takes care of the science. All you have to do is sleep. Don't miss our weekend special. Save 50% on the Sleep Number 360 limited edition swap bed, plus free premium delivery when you add beds and one bed. To learn more, go to sleepnumber.com.
You fill up my senses, come fill me again.
I'm Phil Black in Lviv, Western Ukraine, and this is CNN.
The country's most populous state is already experiencing its driest year in nearly a century. New evidence tonight, though, shows the devastating dry spell in California may actually be worsening. CNN's Stephanie Elam is here at Lake Tahoe.
The beautiful Sierra Nevada mountains, a winter wonderland where people come to enjoy the snow, but this is taking the fun out of it. In California's last snowpack survey of the wet season, just 2.5 inches of snow were measured, containing the equivalent of only 1 inch of water. That's a mere 4% of the April 1st average. Most of the 7 readings here were on dirt and grass.
As of April 1st, where we should be in terms of our snowpack, we should be standing on roughly 5 feet of snow. So my feet should be roughly right here.
Think of the snowpack as a frozen reservoir. The state says it's responsible for about 30% of California's water, including drinking water.
It's a beautiful day out here, but that's actually part of the problem. These rushing waters are because the snowpack is already melting, but not all of this water is going to make it to California's reservoirs, which are already low.
We could be losing it down into the groundwater, down into the soil. So that would also help replenish the groundwater. But at the same time, we could lose some through evaporation.
Winter in California started off wet, but hopes of a drought-busting rainy season quickly dried up. By March, the state had notched the driest first 3 months of a year in its recorded history.
Some would consider this a wake-up call. I disagree. The alarm's already gone off. Climate change is here, and it's been here across the American West.
According to the U.S. Drought Monitor, more of Northern California sank into extreme drought. So did parts of Utah and New Mexico. Even worse, parts of Oregon and Nevada are in exceptional drought.
We are encouraging people to do common sense things.
Last summer, California Governor Gavin Newsom called on residents to cut their water consumption.
A 15% voluntary reduction, not only on residences, but industrial, commercial operations, and agricultural operations.
Now the governor is urging local leaders to institute bans on watering grass near commercial and industrial buildings. But for residential areas, no mandatory cuts for now.
We may really see some mandatory water restrictions in place by the summertime.
And Secretary Crowfoot pointing out that those reliably wet winters that we used to get in California, say 50 or 100 years ago, are just not something we should bank on any longer. And therefore, he says that residents in California and throughout the West really do need to change the relationship with water and learn to use less. Stephanie Elam, CNN, near Lake Tahoe.
A new hour, CNN Newsroom starts right now. Thanks for joining us this hour. I'm Erica Hill in New York. Pamela Brown is off tonight. You are in the CNN Newsroom. And the breaking news at this hour, U.S. officials telling CNN Vladimir Putin may have a new war plan in mind. Now targeting the Donbass and other regions in eastern Ukraine with the goal of achieving victory in the region by next month, namely on May 9th, a Russian holiday. Meantime, Ukraine's deputy defense minister says the Kyiv region is, quote, liberated. CNN has not yet been able to confirm that claim. The Ukrainian military, however, is back in control of some of the suburbs around the capital. Also in Kyiv tonight, some scenes of joy. Newly freed ex-prisoners of war, 86 Ukrainian service members who were let go in a prisoner swap. Some of them describing brutal treatment while they were held by the Russians.
At first, they took us very aggressively and made us shout "Glory to Russia." And whoever didn't want to do that, they used physical measures.
They hit me in the face with machine gun butts and kicked me. My front teeth were also chipped.
Russian forces are still terrorizing Ukrainian citizens. Take a look and listen to this. Gunfire, explosions, see those flashbangs there. This was all aimed at peaceful war protesters today. This happened near the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant. You may remember that facility itself was attacked and seized last month early on in the war. We have another view for you of that attempted crackdown today, which left at least 4 people hurt. Take a look. Doctors treating the injured protesters are said to be running short on medication and other supplies. Also tonight, a member of the Ukrainian negotiating team, which is in talks with Russia, said the Russian side is responding positively to Ukrainian positions on a number of issues, and that it could lead to the possibility of, quote, direct consultations between Presidents Zelensky and Putin. Meantime, the International Red Cross, which is on the ground in the city of Irpin, is still unable to access the besieged city of Mariupol, where conditions have made it, quote, impossible to proceed, according to the organization. And Pope Francis says the trip to Ukraine is on the table. He didn't offer up any details, but did leave that possibility open after being questioned by reporters today while traveling to Malta. Let's begin our coverage this hour with CNN's Bill Black, who was in Lviv in the western part of Ukraine tonight, monitoring some of those Russian troop movements. Bill?
American President Zelensky says Russian forces are leaving the north of the country. In some cases, he says they are withdrawing voluntarily. From other areas, they have been expelled by Ukrainian counterattacks. You see it near the capital. Satellite images show there are positions that Russia held very early on in the invasion, in which they fought to hold as they sought to surround the capital, which are now abandoned, notably the town of Bucha and the Antonov airfield. An advisor to President Zelensky says Ukrainian forces have recaptured more than 30 settlements near Kiev. Further north, the Ukrainian flag flies again over the Chernobyl nuclear power plant after Russian forces suddenly departed that site and the surrounding area. But none of this is any cause for celebration here, because the Ukrainian government believes all of those forces will simply replenish and then likely rejoin the fight in the east of the country as Russia seeks to expand and consolidate control over the Donbass region. Another advisor to President Zelensky says if Russia develops a strong foothold in the east and the south, it will likely consolidate those positions, dig in, fortify, and will be very difficult to dislodge unless Western allies supply heavier weapons to the Ukrainian military.
Bill Black with the latest voice from Lviv. Bill, thank you. CNN's Ed Lavandera is in Odessa, Ukraine tonight, where the fight to help, more on the fight to help get families in and out of Mariupol.
Erica, in southern Ukraine, the main focus continues to be on efforts to resolve the humanitarian crisis that continues to escalate and worsen by the day, specifically in the city of Mariupol. That is where we still believe that there are more than 100,000 people that desperately need to be evacuated. One official says that the people left in the city are living like mice underground. We do understand that there have been efforts to create humanitarian corridors, but after days and days of talking about this, it still doesn't seem to come to fruition. The International Red Cross says it has been trying to reach the city. On Saturday, they were once again unable to do so. But we did hear that there were about 1,200 people or so who were able to escape. They had to do so by driving their own vehicles. dangers that has been for tens of thousands of other people who tried to flee their villages and cities in similar ways. So that is a situation that continues to unfold and will continue to unfold for the days to come as that situation continues to worsen. Down the southern part of Ukraine, here in Odessa, where we are, there were significant 3 missile strikes that were launched at this city Friday evening. There's not a whole lot of information that has come out from that, but one military official did say that the missiles that were fired came from the Crimean Peninsula, and that they did not hit their intended targets here in the Odessa region. But the extent of how many people injured is not clear, and exactly where these missiles landed is not clear either. Erica?
And Lavender with the latest reports from Odessa, and thank you. Well, when Russia attacked Ukraine, my next guest fled her home in Kharkiv along with 23 international students. She shared that journey on TikTok. She's continuing to update now that she has made it to some safety in Romania, where she's also helping other Ukrainian refugees. Alina Sheglova joining me now with more. Alina, it's good to have you with us. First of all, at this point, how are you doing?
I would love to say I'm doing great, as I always used to say, and but I'll be honest, I'm not okay mentally because every day, no matter what I'm doing, I feel like it's not enough to stop this terrible war, and it's not enough to help more people be safe. This makes me feel sad, and I can just look at this, dying people, and especially yesterday, we saw fresh news about a place that was rescued from Russia. It's called Bucha, and we saw a lot of dead people, a lot of Ukrainians, just dead bodies on the streets, and it's just horrible. So I'm not gonna lie, I'm not okay.
Yeah, they're incredibly disturbing images in the accounts coming out of Bucha. You're right. It's the survivor's guilt, right, which we know and hear so much about. As I mentioned, you left Kharkiv. Are you still in touch with people there? Do you have a sense of what the situation is like in your hometown?
Yeah, of course. I still have colleagues and friends and grandparents there, and I try to be in touch every day. And yeah, so it's still not safe. So yeah,
How
we struggle.
How are your grandparents?
Yeah, I can say they are alive. That's all what makes me feel that there is it's not a hopeless situation. And the district where they live is kind of safe. I can say this, but still they hear exposure and shooting every day, and it's just really stress for them because my grandma. She was a small child when it was World War II, and she still remember a lot of, and she lost her parents on the World War II, and she's been through a lot, and now she's going through one more war.
Yeah, just crazy. She has to live through it again while remembering the trauma of World War II. When you left, I mentioned you helped. You left. There were a group of 23 international students. I'm guessing they were probably able to go home. Do you think about going home? Do you think about what it will be like when you're able to go back?
If I'm thinking what I'm gonna feel, how I will come back to my home, this.
Yeah, or if you even allow yourself to think about that.
I'm already thinking about that every day. I keep watching updates about Kharkiv, and every day I see that our people start, cleaning the city and, removing some trash from the parks and putting flowers. Right now I'm even thinking like how I am gonna come back and, rebuilding my home again. So of course I'm thinking about it every day. I can't just stop thinking. I love my city so much. It's the most beautiful city in the world. I want to come back as soon as possible.
As I mentioned before we started talking, you're in Romania now, you're safely in Romania, but part of what you're doing while you're there is you're trying to help other Ukrainians, other refugees. How are you doing that? What are some of the things you're doing to help some of your fellow Ukrainians?
Basically, I'm every day right now on the border in Skulin, it's the border with Moldova, and the main responsibility for me is help with translation because a lot of Ukrainians don't speak English, and when they come in, they not all of them understand what's going on. They just so stressed, they just running away from work, and they don't think about specific plan when they're gonna leave, when they're gonna stay, or in which country they're gonna go. So my job basically to talk with them firstly to understand their needs and to help them with the good information, with the safe information where they can go, either find for them accommodation in Romania if they plan to stay in Romania, if they go into other countries to try to connect them with other volunteers in other countries. During these 3 weeks on the border, I already have a lot of contacts with another volunteer around the world. So if I have people, for example, going to Germany, and I know that there are some people who can help them, I just connect them with each other and try to provide any useful information for them. And sometimes we have some cases like urgent cases like we had last week. There was a woman with 30 kids from Kherson. She was alone with 3 daughters, and they need a really serious operation for a small daughter, 9 months old daughter. And we organized for them a hospital here in Romania where they will do operation. And currently they live in the city where I live, so in Iași, and every day, I keep in touch with them, coming to visit them to make sure they're okay and they're not stressed. Because just first days, they didn't trust no one. They would just keep crying and stressing because they've been through a lot. They live very close to Crimea, and they saw a lot of horrible stuff that was going on, and they was just living under these rockets, and it was just crazy. And till now, we in touch with them every day, and then coming to visit them, spending time with them, to make sure that they're okay. So we have also this kind of cases, and I'm really happy that that I can help my people and they can be useful here.
Yeah.
Because my goal was not just escape from war and just sit in Europe and feeling cool. No, because I know that so many people still need help. How can I just sit and do nothing? So this is why I'm really happy that I have this opportunity to support my people and help them.
Alina Sheglova, we appreciate you taking the time to join us tonight and appreciate everything that you are doing. It certainly cannot be easy. I hope that you are able to go home soon and be with your grandparents again in your beautiful city of Kharkiv. Thank you. I wish you safety.
Thank you so much.
With millions of people fleeing the war in Ukraine, some of them are actually making their way all the way to the southern border of the U.S., where they're attempting to seek asylum. In fact, hundreds of Ukrainian families right now are in a makeshift refugee camp in Tijuana, Mexico. They're assigned a number to keep track of who's next in line as they wait to be processed. Volunteers say the camp itself has grown exponentially in recent weeks.
Most of them are tired. Most of them just want to get across. And some of them haven't slept for days. So they're tired. Some of them are upset. But I think most of them are happy to be here and have a chance to cross over and be in a safe place.
The growing number of Ukrainian migrants is just one situation U.S. border officials will have to deal with. We have much more on that just ahead. Also coming up this hour, new efforts by the U.S. to get Soviet-era military equipment to Ukrainian forces.
hours to weeks after injection, causing serious symptoms. Alert your doctor right away as difficulty swallowing, speaking, breathing, eye problems, or muscle weakness may be a sign of a life-threatening condition. Do not receive Botox Cosmetic if you have a skin infection. Side effects may include allergic reactions, injection site pain, headache, eyebrow, eyelid drooping, and eyelid swelling. Tell your doctor about your medical history, muscle or nerve conditions, and medications, including botulinum toxins, as these may increase the risk of serious side effects. See for yourself at BotoxCosmetic.com.
Selling a home is expensive and stressful. So we created our Smart Seller system to sell your home for top dollar and save you thousands in commissions.
I was amazed at the fact that my house sold in one day. Ideal agents saved me in the neighborhood of $20,000 to $25,000 in commission. The process was as easy as it gets. They are the number one way to sell your house.
Our service is free, available nationwide, and there's zero obligation. Call us today or visit idealagent.com.
I'm over here waiting, looking intensely for a print that I never actually printed, so I don't have to deal with that terrifying pile of invoices. Into a QuickBooks helps you easily send your first invoice in 3 steps. Simple.
Introducing Astound Business Solutions. To stay competitive in today's business world, you need an astounding network and partner. Astound Business Solutions delivers high-capacity enterprise fiber connectivity in more than 400 cities, with dedicated local experts available 24/7 to support the secure, reliable, advanced solutions you need for mission-critical systems. Stay connected with your teams, your partners, with the world. With Astound.
3 times the electrolytes and half the sugar. Pedialyte Power Packs. Feel better fast.
U.S. officials along the border with Mexico are bracing for a surge of migrants in the coming weeks. Next month, the Biden administration will end a Trump-era rule that blocked migrants from entering the U.S. citing the pandemic. CNN's Paul Sandoval has the latest for us from the southern border.
The Department of Homeland Security says that it's preparing for a worst-case scenario in which they see up to 18,000 asylum seekers a day show up at the nation's doorstep. Just to add some perspective here, we heard yesterday from the DHS Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas saying that they're currently seeing about 7,000 roughly. The thing is, according to the Secretary, they've been able to expel about 50% of them, which has left many of those nonprofits on the U.S. side of the border that deal with these migrant families with a fairly workable number, according to the people that we've been speaking to on the U.S. side of the border. But the concern here comes from Title 42, which is that public health authority they mentioned a little while ago, as we heard from the Biden administration that it is to be lifted late next month, which means that many of the migrants that have been basically accumulating and waiting on the Mexican side of the border will likely seize the opportunity to make that very short trip over an international bridge, just like the one that we're at here in Hidalgo, Texas, and will seek asylum. And that, some critics of the Biden administration say, potentially overwhelm the infrastructure that you'll find in border communities related throughout the country here. So that's one of the big concerns. It's also what's been causing some division. I want you to hear from one Democratic lawmaker that actually represents this area that just earlier this week actually signed on to a letter among some Republican lawmakers basically calling on the Biden administration to be ready for the surge that is likely to come with the removal of Title 42.
When I say I'm against lifting Title 42 and I'm against the disorderly process of migrants crossing our southern border, I'm not saying this as a Democrat or as a Republican. I'm saying this as a South Texan and as an American, that we need to find an orderly process. If we're going to allow migrants into this country, I think they should be applying for asylum in their home country or in their neighboring country, and we should find better ways and a better process for people to either be accepted or denied asylum.
And DHS has maintained that they are taking these steps to make sure that they're as ready as they can be, and that includes taking some temporary housing and also deploying additional resources to the region. The big question here is the ultimate test will be once Title 42 is lifted, will they be able to keep up with the demand of these families that are seeking asylum in the United States area?
So we'll be watching for. Polo, appreciate it. There are horrific new images showing the brutality of Russia's war in Ukraine. Civilians possibly having been executed, their bodies left lying in the streets. We have more on this new development next.
allergies don't have to be scary. Spraying Flonase daily stops your body from overreacting to allergens all season long. Flonase, all good.
It's beautiful out here. Sure is. And I earn 5% cash back on travel purchase with Chase with Chase Freedom Unlimited. That means I earn 5% on my rental car, I earn 5% on my cabin. I mean, come on. Hello, cash back. I'm scared. In a good way. I'm like, let's get this out. Earn big time with Chase Freedom Unlimited with no annual fee. How do you catch that? Chase, make more of what you do.
The first step to selling your home is to find out how much it's worth. HomeLine gives you a free home valuation and matches you with local top real estate agents for market analysis. Find out how much your home is worth for free at homeline.com today.
If I could be you, you could be me. Just 1 hour. Walk a mile in my shoes. Walk a mile in my shoes. Tell me
Applebee's Irresistibles are back, now starting at $8.99. Now that's eating good in the neighborhood.
Having a 5G phone not on T-Mobile makes as much sense as playing ice hockey. Using pool noodles. T-Mobile 5G more in 4 places. Another reason T-Mobile is the leader in 5G.
Save up to 70%. Anywhere, anytime at Nordstrom Rack. Wrap your way at Nordstrom Rack. In store and online.
CNN Plus is here.
We've been watching history unfold. There are 5 things you need to know.
Do you find yourself buried in paper? This is the end. The end of paper.
The Epson Rapid Receipt Smart Organizer easily scans all your documents like contracts, tax records, warranties, wills, even recipes, and turns them into searchable PDFs, so the information is always right at your fingertips, safe and secure.
Paper goes in, and stress goes away.
The Smart Organizer allows me to digitize my clients' tax documents, invoices, and financial records.
It's like a secret superpower. I use it to digitize receipts from my expense reports at my home office and on site. And back at the main office, I use the desktop scanner for large closing documents and client contracts. With this exclusive TV offer, you'll get over $300 in added value, including a robust time-saving software bundle, plus get free shipping and a money-back guarantee. Act now and save up to $100 for a limited time. Epson Rapid Receipt. Visit buyrapidreceipt.com or call.
Piece of cake, baby.
I'm Ivan Watson in Zaporizhzhia, Ukraine. This is CNN. Closed captioning brought to you by Mesobook.com.
We offer a free book on mesothelioma. Call for the free book and receive so much more. Call 1-800-831-3700.
We have just received some very disturbing images into CNN. The bodies of at least 20 civilian men found strewn across the street in the town of Bucha, outside of Kyiv in Ukraine. The images were graphic, they are disturbing, but we believe they're also important. They're important to show you because they show the reality of this war. This is the scene northwest of Kyiv after the withdrawal of Russian forces from the area. Now, CNN has not been able to independently confirm details around the deaths of these men. What we can tell you is they're all seen in civilian clothing, not in military uniforms. They were found in a variety of awkward poses, some of them face down against the pavement, others facing upwards, their mouths open. One of the men can be seen with his hands tied behind his back. The mayor of Bucha believes they were shot execution style, and CNN has not been able to confirm that. Russian forces withdrew from several towns near Kyiv in recent days after attempts to encircle the capital failed. CNN has also learned tonight Russia is shifting its strategy, aiming now to take control of eastern Ukraine by early next month. That's according to several U.S. officials familiar with the latest intel. CNN's Arlen Science has more from the White House.
Erica, Russia is starting to shift its war strategy in Ukraine, trying to focus on taking control of the Donbass and other regions of eastern Ukraine with a possible target
to the Ukrainian fighters. Just this weekend, the U.S. authorized sending over $300 million worth of security assistance to Ukraine. This would include suicide drones, night vision equipment, as well as anti-drone systems, really bringing the total that's been contributed to Ukraine to more than $2.3 billion. Now, additionally, sources have told CNN that the U.S. is working to help facilitate the transfer of Soviet-made tanks from allied countries into Ukraine. It's unclear just now where those tanks will be coming from or how many will be sent, but these tanks, one source says, would be T-72 tanks, which the Ukrainians know how to operate. And this one source also said that they would be sent over in a matter of days, not weeks. But clearly, the next 5 weeks of this war will be pivotal as Russia is trying to make a point, trying to show some type of victory. But U.S. officials say even if there is a Russian celebration, that does not mean that an absolute victory is at hand, especially as the Ukrainians continue to put up a fight. Erica?
Arlen, time for the latest from the White House. Arlen, thank you. The former Secretary of the U.S. Air Force under President Obama, Deborah Lee James, joins us now. She's the author of Aim High, Chart Your Course and Find Success. It's good to have you with us tonight. I want to pick up where we left off with a little bit of what Arlen was telling us about. The U.S. now facilitating the transfer of these Soviet-era tanks that the Ukrainian military, we're told, knows how to operate, in addition to this $300 million plus in new support and aid, which includes some of these Switchblade, kamikaze, or suicide drones. How important is that aid in both the short and the long term?
I think it's terribly important, Erica. Ultimately, I do believe that the end of this war will require negotiations, and it's very important that Ukraine be able to go into those negotiations in the strongest possible light. And the way to do that is to continue to have its own successes, to continue to do much better than anyone ever anticipated they could do against the Russian forces, and inflict as much damage as possible. Protecting the capital, protecting President Zelensky as well will be critical, and this aid will help them do that.
As we look at where things stand tonight, there had been rumblings that Vladimir Putin is going to need to look for a changing story. He's going to need to look for something else. And what we're learning now from U.S. officials, according to the latest intel, is that something else is going to be declaring quote-unquote victory is his goal now in eastern Ukraine by May 9th, this national holiday which commemorates the Nazi surrender in World War II in Russia. If, in fact, Russians are able to take control of eastern portions of Ukraine, what do you think that looks like, and what does it ultimately mean for Russia, and what else Vladimir Putin may want to do?
Well, there's just no question that Russia has botched this operation from their standpoint. They thought they were going to march into Ukraine and defeat the Ukrainians in probably less than a week, and everything possible has gone wrong with them. They have been terrible at logistics, terrible at command and control. Their troops have low morale, poor leadership, so everything that could have gone wrong, thank goodness, did go wrong for Russia. So what they're doing now, in my judgment, is they are withdrawing to where they are strongest. They are reflecting reality on the ground. They already have Crimea. They have separatists who have been fighting for years in Donbass who are pro-Russian. And so they will find a more welcoming situation there. And I do think they're going to continue to really hammer the area surrounding Mariupol, which of course, if they could secure that, would give them a land bridge in between the Donbass and Crimea, where they have occupied since 2014. This would, as your correspondents have already reported, allow Vladimir Putin
civilians? When we look at, you talked about the need ultimately for some sort of negotiation. We saw a little back and forth on this throughout this week with these talks in Turkey, ultimately hearing a little bit of optimism until that oil depot was bombed, was attacked rather inside of Russia. Then Russia said, whoa, this may mean that we can't, we may not be there for diplomacy. And then today we heard from one of the Ukrainians who's part of the negotiation saying, well, things are actually going okay. Russians are, thinking positively about some of the things that we proposed. We think there could actually be some sort of talk between President Zelensky and Putin. How much stock are you putting in that? How much of that is a helpful narrative for Ukrainians to put that out there to help down the line if things are perhaps not going as well?
Well, I think the Ukrainians have been masterful in many ways throughout this conflict, and in terms of their own ability to project presence, President Zelensky has been very masterful in this, creating morale and so on. So I wouldn't second guess them on that judgment whatsoever. My own feeling is that the time is not yet right for really serious negotiations, but that time will come. And as well as Ukraine has done against Russia, it's a little bit the David and Goliath story. David is holding his own for now, but ultimately in a war of attrition with a brutal power like Russia, who does have many, many more men under arms, they do have many more weaponry and so on, and even with the help of the aid that is flowing into Ukraine from the United States and allies to help them, to support them in this fight, it is a matter of time, I believe, if this continues to drag on and on and on. And so that is why I say the time is perhaps not right quite yet, but there will come a time when they have to come to the negotiating table. And I just hope that they will come in the strongest position possible.
Brother James, really appreciate your insight, your expertise tonight. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ties to Vladimir Putin may be hurting one European leader's chances at re-election. Just 90 minutes from now, Hungarians will go to the polls to decide the fate of their prime minister. We'll take a look at the controversy next.
Thanks for coming. Now, when it comes to a financial plan, this broker is your man. Let's open your binders to page 188.
Carl, are there different planning options in here?
Options?
Plans we can build on our own or with help from financial consultants like Schwab does. We adjust our plan like everybody in the house.
Some just started working out.
Do you offer a complimentary retirement plan?
As in free, just like Schwab.
Look forward to planning with Schwab. I started screening for colon cancer because of my late husband, Jay. I wish he could have seen our daughter Ellie get married on the best day of her life. But colon cancer took him from us, like it's taken so many others. That's why I've made it my mission to talk about getting screened and ask people to share their reasons why.
I screen for my growing family. Being with them means everything to me.
I screen for my girls. They're always surprising me.
I screen for my son. I'm his biggest fan. If you're a 45-year-old and at average risk, it's time to screen. Today, there are more screening options than ever before, including Cologuard.
Cologuard is non-invasive and finds 92% of colon cancers, even in early stages. It's not for those at high risk. False positive and negative results may occur. Ask your provider if Cologuard is right for you.
Everyone has a reason to screen for colon cancer. If you're 45 or older, get started at missiontoscreen.com.
Lactate is 100% real milk, just without the lactose, so you can enjoy it even if you're sensitive to dairy. So anyone who says lactate isn't real milk is also saying Mabel here isn't a real cow. And she really hates that.
For Imprint, this is Lisa. Hi, I like 50 Walton Wows and 300 customer. I love it. Promotional products from Ford Imprint are certain to deliver. Yes. Wow. Find some wow now at FordImprint.com. Ford Imprint, for certain.
When I was writing Just the Way They Are, I didn't have the lyrics. I recalled the melody and the chords.
So don't forget the freaking words. Let me get to a piano and then I'll write them.
Extraordinary with Fareed Zakaria, exclusive Billy Joel interview, now streaming
which means no more covering up. Get started at Keeps.com.
When you know it's time to get back in shape, Total Gym makes it easy to take the first step, then the second, and the third. It works your entire body with over 80 different exercises. Using your body weight as resistance, it delivers cardio and strength training in every workout. Total Gym won't just change how you feel, it'll change your future. Total Gym is ready to ship. Get yours today. Go to TotalGymDirect.com for special offers.
We all have obstacles, challenges at different points in life. I still push myself physically every single day. The first time I put on a pair of gloves, it was like someone released the pressure. It was so crazy. There's nothing like it.
Stanley Tucci, searching for Italy. New season coming this spring.
Russia's brutal, unprovoked war in Ukraine has put tremendous pressure on Putin's allies, including Hungary's Prime Minister Viktor Orban. Now, tomorrow, Hungarians head to the polls to determine his fate. He is considered the most Kremlin-friendly leader in Europe. His relationship with Putin has become part of the campaign for the opposition. In fact, his opponent says he's just following the Russian leader's footsteps. CNN's Matt Rivers is in Budapest with the latest.
Well, Erica, this is one of the closest re-election battles that Hungarian Prime Minister Viktor Orban has ever faced, in part because every opposition party has unified in a desperate attempt, really, to try and get him out of office, prevent another 4-year term. But what no one really saw coming, as recently as just 2 months ago, for example, is how central this war in Ukraine would become in this campaign. Viktor Orban, by most measures, is the EU leader closest to Vladimir Putin recently. Just 3 weeks before the war began, Orban took a trip to Moscow, welcomed by Putin across a very long table. National elections in Hungary on Sunday will test whether Orban's 12-year run as prime minister will go another 4 years, and his relationship with Putin is suddenly at the center of Hungarian politics. What began as a campaign focused on local issues now has opposition leaders determined to link Orban with Putin and his bloody war in Ukraine, with political attack ads painting Orban as Moscow's puppet, a strongman leader determined to side with authoritarian Russia instead of the democratic West. This ad saying, quote, "We want Hungary to be a Western country again. If you're voting for Orban, you're voting for Putin." Or this one saying, quote, "Orban, tell your friend in 12 years, don't kill." Orban has undeniably supported Putin, vetoing sanctions against Moscow over the years and expanding the Russian-Hungarian partnership.
For Russian policies of Viktor Orban, which are a very important building blocks of the regime, are not exposed.
And with Putin's popularity plummeting, the opposition calculus is simple. Orban plus Putin equals a winning political strategy. But not so fast. Because Orban is fighting back. Call it a flip-flop, call it a pivot, but Orban is no longer Putin's best buddy. Even though he's not openly criticizing him personally, the Hungarian leader went along with initial EU sanctions against Russia, has described the invasion as Russian aggression, and despite being vehemently anti-immigrant for years now, has let in hundreds of thousands of Ukrainian refugees in the past few weeks. He says we are a great country which gives everything to people who are fleeing trouble. Since the war began, Orban has refused to let weapons pass through Hungary to Ukraine or provide military aid. He's deflected any criticism of that by claiming he is simply a man of peace, counting on the notion that many Hungarians want nothing to do with the war.
The gut reaction of most of the public is that, we should just not get involved in this thing.
And Orban has taken advantage of that.
And that's what they are trying.
Whether it works remains to be seen, but polling, which isn't always reliable in Hungary, has Orban and his party out in front. One big name the opposition hopes will change that. That's, of course, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky, who has criticized what he calls Orban's lack of support for Ukraine's fight for its existence. But it's not clear if that will be enough. At an anti-Orban rally on Saturday, Ukraine flags flew, and the crowd kept pushing the Orban-Putin many people showed up? Whether that's an ominous sign for the opposition or just the result of cold, rainy weather, we'll find out when the votes come in. But Erica, Orban is still finding ways to help out his old friend Vladimir Putin. For example, even though Hungary went along with those initial EU sanctions, they have drawn the line. Orban has drawn the line at some sort of ban of energy imports here in Hungary. He said that he will continue to import Russian energy supplies because he said if he didn't, life would be harder for ordinary Hungarians. It would become more expensive, and that is likely true. However, it is also conveniently helpful to Vladimir Putin, who continues to get access to Hungarian energy markets. Erica?
It is. Matt, appreciate it. Thank you. As we continue to cover the war and the humanitarian crisis, there are a number of ways that you can help humanitarian efforts in Ukraine and for refugees who fled the country. Just go to CNN.com/impact. Our CNN audiences have already donated more than $7 million. A new type of vaccine could provide long-lasting protection against COVID. You'll hear about it from one of the doctors who worked on it next. Plus, the latest fallout from slaps seen around the world. Stay with us. You're in the CNN newsroom.
There were 3 sites in this facility. This is as close as you're going to get.
Just look at the utter destruction caused by this massive explosion. Imagine the good fortune of the truck driver. He managed to survive.
More than a month into the war here in Ukraine, the refugee crisis continues. It is not even remotely close to being a ceasefire.
In Kiev, Zaporizhzhia, believe this is CNN.
Selling a home is expensive and stressful. So we created our smart seller system to sell your home for top dollar and save you thousands in commissions.
I was amazed at the fact that my house sold in 1 day. Ideal Agent saved me in the neighborhood of $20,000 to $25,000 in commission. The process was as easy as it gets. They are the #1 way to sell your house.
Our service is free, available nationwide, and there's zero obligation. Call us today or visit idealagent.com.
Ready to skip invasive procedures by looking years younger? Now get visible, proven results for problem skin areas in just minutes, not weeks. Try clinically proven Plexaderm for dramatic results in younger looking skin at home in just 10 minutes. Results that last for hours.
Plexaderm is a really good alternative to getting injections because I had a huge 11 just 15 minutes ago, and right now there's no 11, and I look natural. It's not too tight, and it's great. I've spent so much money on tons of eye creams, eye gels. Finally, I tried something called Plexaderm, and I'm not joking. It works.
If you're ready to see how Plexaderm can help you, get a convenient trial kit now for the low cost of $14.95 plus free shipping and enjoy visible results like these in just 10 minutes for your money back. Plexaderm is made of naturally derived silicate minerals from shale clay that forms a safe and effective temporary firming layer on your skin, giving you visible, youthful results in minutes that last for hours.
I expected maybe to see a little difference, like a difference again with makeup. I did not expect to go back in time.
There's no smoke and mirrors. It's legit, and in just a few minutes, it's amazing.
Plexaderm comes with a 30-day money-back guarantee, but you won't need 30 days because you will know in the first 10 minutes. Try Plexaderm today and see how it can work for you. If after using Plexaderm you're not showing your best face to the world, we'll refund your money. No questions asked. Act now for this special offer. Get a convenient trial kit for just $14.95 plus free shipping by ordering online at plexadermtrial.com or by calling the number on your screen.
An electric guitar that hits all the right notes. Extraordinary. A coffee tea alarm clock that wakes up your senses. Unreal. A QR code that lets you explore and revel in a curated selection of the world's most unique and unexpected tech, fashion, home, and adventure items. One place. Open your phone's camera, scan the code, and discover all that awaits you at touchofmodern.com.
Closed captioning brought to you by Page Publishing. We help publish, distribute, and sell your book.
Have you written a book and want to publish it?
until we get this level so low down, because we don't know where COVID is going in the sense of the long, long range.
This is Americans 50 and older are now eligible for their fourth shot. The president and vice president both received their boosters earlier this week. Case counts in the U.S. remain low across the United States, and the CDC now says the highly transmissible BA.2 subvariant is the dominant COVID strain in the country. Elsewhere, mask mandates being lifted across the U.S. Boston ended its COVID-19 public health emergency on Friday. It did, however, keep the mask mandate in place for its schools. Other districts have done the same. Earlier tonight, I spoke with Dr. Peter Hotez about a new type of vaccine he helped to develop, which he says could provide more long-lasting protection against COVID-19. Take a listen.
We've developed a recombinant protein vaccine that's now been released for emergency use authorization in India, given almost 20 million kids, 12 to 14. It's been approved now in Botswana. And, it doesn't necessarily be our vaccine, but another protein-based vaccine, another one is the Novavax vaccine. And maybe we should be looking at some of those for boosters if they give you more durable and long-lasting protection. And this is going to have to be a priority for the White House and the HHS agencies to really look at.
Well, as we wait for that and we wait for the science and the research to be there to let us know, the reality is some people in this country are now eligible for that fourth shot, right? Those over 50 became eligible this week. The president, the vice president got theirs. How quickly do you think that fourth shot could be opened up to other age groups or even, frankly, to everybody?
Well, I think it's a real possibility. Moderna originally looked to the FDA to look at this for all adults. Right now, it's been green-lighted for those 50 and up, but I think, we may have to run it over time. And, a lot of this is going to be driven by how much of a wave is going to be produced by the BA.2 subvariant or future variants over the summer in the southern states. I think that will drive it a lot as well. But I do think we're probably going to be looking at universal second boosters at some point in this pandemic if it continues.
Some good news that we're getting this week: hospitalizations at their lowest point of COVID-19. This is such an important metric. What does that say to you about the pandemic as a whole? Are we leaving pandemic stage, entering endemic stage?
Well, right now we're in a nadir, and people use the word endemic a lot. I don't really know what it means for COVID-19 because we've seen how this actually goes in very dramatic waves. So it's not like it's just percolating along at a low level in perpetuity. It goes way down, then it goes way up. So one of the big questions now is what happens with that BA.2 subvariant. It's not as clear cut as it was with the Alpha wave and the Delta wave and the Omicron wave, where once that became the dominant variant, then you saw a big peak. With BA.2 in Western Europe, we're seeing it all over the map. In some places it produces a big wave, in other places it doesn't. So we're kind of holding our breath to see where things fall out in the United States. It may be one scenario that's being tossed around is maybe it'll be a regional wave, not across the entire country, but we'll have to see. But in any case, because we've failed to vaccinate the world's low and middle income countries, which now generates all our worst variants of concern, even if we do okay with this BA.2 subvariant, we should expect another wave across the southern states and Texas during the summer, and then maybe the annual winter wave until we figure out how to vaccinate the world.
Dr. Peter Hotez there with us. Well, award season may never be the same. Nearly a week after he slapped Chris Rock across the face of the Oscars, Will Smith has now resigned from the Motion Picture Academy. CNN's Camila Bernal has more on what happens next.
Erica, this resignation could mean a couple of things. First, we do not know whether or not Will Smith will be invited to future Academy Awards. He also will not have access to film screenings that are being considered for an Oscar, and he will not be able to vote on potential nominees. These are all things that he's giving up willingly. He said that he accepts the consequences of his actions that he described as shocking, painful, and inexcusable. The Academy accepted his resignation, but they are still meeting on April 18th to possibly discuss other consequences. According to the Code of Conduct, they could even speak about him losing his award. That's a decision that they will likely make during hear from Chris Rock because he says that in the future he will talk about this and says that it will be funny, but that it will also be serious. Now, we did hear from the show's producer, Will Packer, who says that he was devastated. He says that as he was watching this all unfold, he also thought it was a joke. He said that after all of this happened, they had to have a meeting with the Los Angeles Police Department, and during that meeting, Chris Rock declined to press charges against Will Smith. He said that Chris Rock did not want to make a bad situation even worse. Now, he did say he did not speak to Will Smith that night, but that he heard from him the following day, and he apologized and essentially said that he was sorry for overshadowing his success. Erica?
Ronaldo with the latest for us. Thank you. Well, Southwest Airlines, what a tough day. It canceled or delayed more than half of its flights today. The company says technology issues and bad weather are to blame. This has now impacted more than 1,900 flights. The website FlightAware shows disruptions for more than half of JetBlue and Spirit Airlines flights as well. Thanks so much for spending part of your evening with us. I'm Erica Hill. Pamela Brown will be back tomorrow. CNN Newsroom continues after this break. Three times the electrolytes and half the sugar. Pedialyte Power Packs. Feel better fast.
I'm rubbing the arms of my chair, admiring the craft and detail I put into it. That way I try to convince myself that I'm in control of the business side of my business. These QuickBooks makes it easy for you to get a complete view of your business, so you can sit back and relax.
This feeling of certainty comes from inspiring your customers and expressing heartfelt thank yous with promotional products people love from the experts at 4imprint. Enjoy that feeling of certainty at 4imprint. 4imprint for certain.
We believe there's an innovator in all of us. That's why we build technology that makes it possible for every business and every person to come to the table and do more incredible things.
The first step in selling your home is to find out how much it's worth. HomeLight uses the same tools banks and lenders use and is connected to the nation's best real estate experts. Find out how much your home is worth for free at homelight.com today.
Earn 50% cash back in drugstores with Chase Freedom Unlimited. So I got cards for birthdays, holidays, graduations. I'm covered for everything. Which reminds me, thank you for dropping me to the drugstore. Earn big time with Chase Freedom Unlimited with no annual fee. How do you catch that? Chase, make more for sure.
1-800-918-3178. That's 1-800-918-3178 now.
I'm Rafael Romo in Lviv, Ukraine. This is CNN.
Sometimes the most compelling stories aren't based on a true story. They are true stories. This is CNN Breaking News.
Hello and welcome to our viewers in the U.S. and around the world. I'm Allison Kosik in New York. Ukrainian forces are rapidly building on their recent battlefield successes as more Russian troops pull out of northern Ukraine. Ukraine's deputy defense minister on Saturday declared the Kyiv region liberated. An advisor to President Zelensky said another 30 settlements are back under Ukrainian control. A warning now, these next images are graphic. The true core of the Russian invasion is on full display in the town of Buga, a northern suburb of Kyiv. Journalists report at least 20 men dead in the streets. All were wearing civilian clothes. U.S. intelligence now suggests Moscow has set a goal of controlling the eastern region of Donbass by early May. Some officials believe President Vladimir Putin needs to show some sort of military victory in Ukraine by May 9th. That's when the Soviet defeat of the Nazis is celebrated each year in Moscow with a military parade at Red Square. Ukraine is asking for heavier weapons in anticipation of a renewed Russian offensive in the east. A source tells CNN the U.S. is expected to help send Soviet-era tanks from NATO partners, possibly within days. And here's how Ukrainian protesters were dealt with Saturday in a Russian-controlled town in central Ukraine. With gunfire and loud explosions, at least 4 people were reported hurt. The capital has been quieter than normal since the Russians began withdrawing, but gruesome scenes and destruction litter the landscape everywhere the Russians have been. CNN's Fred Plekin has the latest from Kyiv. And a warning here, some of the images are disturbing.
Well, it's certainly gotten a lot quieter here in the Ukrainian capital of Kyiv. We have air raid sirens a couple of times during the day, but by and large, it certainly is a lot less than what we've been seeing this past week and even the past couple of days. And the Ukrainians are essentially saying that the Russians are leaving the districts around Kyiv, are retreating. The Russians, of course, claim this was always part of their plan and they're just pulling back right now. What we're seeing now as the Russians are moving out is that they certainly have taken some serious losses. I was out in some of these districts around Kyiv, and we saw a lot of tank carcasses, destroyed armored vehicles, and then there's also positions that were abandoned by the Russians as they moved out of here. The other thing, unfortunately, that we're also finding is that there are still a lot of dead bodies that have yet to be recovered. In fact, there was a video that came out from a district called Bucha, which is just to the northwest of Kyiv, where the streets just seem to be lined with corpses. The Ukrainians now say they're obviously going to try to bring some of them away and clean that whole area up. The Ukrainians, for their part, are saying that this is definitely not the end. They say they believe that the Russian forces were beaten as they tried to invade the capital Kyiv, and are now essentially trying to regroup. In fact, Ukrainian officials say they believe that attacks will intensify, especially in the southeast of the country. That's certainly something that they're bracing for.
Okay, and our thanks to Fred Plekin for that report. Let's bring in CNN military analyst and former NATO Supreme Allied Commander, retired General Wesley Clark. General, thanks so much for your time today. Ukraine is claiming full control of Kyiv with its deputy defense minister declaring the region liberated. But do you actually think Russian troops are going to regroup for a later attack on the capital city?
Yes, I think it's great tactical success on the part of the Ukrainians. They've driven the Russians back. But this is so far from over. They've got to be very, very careful not to raise expectations. What has to happen now is lots more support has to come in to help Ukraine to drive the Russians out, to drive them out in the south, and to strengthen the Ukrainian force in the Donbass area. Now, what's going to happen is, you can see from the map, the Russians are north and south of Dnipro. Dnipro is going to be the next key objective. If they can drive to Dnipro, they'll cut off the Ukrainian forces that are holding back the separatists in the Donbass. And this is the next Russian objective, is to do an envelopment of these forces, cut them off,
we are, watching this from the sidelines, many of us 30 days into this conflict, what else are you hearing in military circles about the campaign?
Well, what we're hearing is, of course, the Ukrainians can really fight. They want to win this fight. They don't want to hold, they want to push the Russians out. And here's the thing, that for campaign after campaign in the last 50 years, 70 years, the United States tried to help countries defend themselves who weren't that prepared to fight. Now we've got a first world country. Their soldiers have education just as good as ours. They're just as good technically as we are. We give them our modern weapons, they can use them in 24 hours. Plus, they know how to fight on that terrain. So we're going to have to do a better job of listening to the Ukrainians, what they need, and get them the equipment they say they need. And by the way, not only do they need tanks and artillery, they need aircraft. They need air cover for those forces. So somehow, we've got to go back and revisit those issues and get them the aircraft they need. They need air support. And they can fly it, but they're going to have the aircraft.
General, what should we be reading into U.S. intelligence that's telling us that Russia is shifting its focus to having this victory in early May? If Russia takes control of parts of Ukraine, would Putin just stop there? Wouldn't he want more?
Oh, he's going to. The goal is not any different. He published what he wanted back in December. He wants Ukraine. He wants the Baltic states. He wants control over Eastern Europe. He wants to shatter NATO, and he wants the United States out. This is for all the marbles. All he's trying to do right now is stall. He'd like to stall Western reinforcement of Ukraine. He'd like to have us emotionally, morally disarmed to think that's all he wants. But it isn't. So he wants to disrupt the international system. And with him is China in this. China's on the sidelines, maybe, but rooting for him. China's looking at Taiwan. China wants to assert itself. So China and Russia have teamed up on this. Ukraine is just the current battlefield. But if the Ukrainians defeat Russia on this battlefield, everything changes. So the best way to protect NATO, the best way to protect the international system, is to give Ukraine the assistance it says it needs and let them handle Russia on this battlefield.
General, do you believe negotiations between Russia and Ukraine will wind up ending? Will it be negotiations that end this war, or will it be decided on the battlefield?
Well, that's exactly right. I mean, whatever shape these negotiations ultimately take is going to depend on what happens on the battlefield. But, it's in the interest of both Russia and Ukraine to keep these negotiations going. Looking for an opening for the Russians, forestalling Western assistance to Ukraine, raising hopes, dashing hopes, finding information, intimidating the Ukrainians. And at the same time, President Zelensky knows he has to be a willing participant in this because the European allies expected to. Germany, Italy, France, they just want it over. They're very short-sighted on this. They don't understand fully what's really at stake. They want to go back to business as usual in Europe, I guess. But they've got to understand that there is no more business as usual. These sanctions are for real. They've got to be kept on Russia. And the only way through this is to support Ukraine wholeheartedly and let them handle Russia militarily on the ground. So the ideal negotiation outcome is Russia says, please let me bring all of my troops out of Ukraine safely. You can have your country. That's the outcome the international community should be working.
All right, General Wesley Clark, thanks so much for joining us. Ukraine says more than 4,000 people were evacuated through humanitarian corridors on Saturday. But with Russian attacks making it hard to keep the corridors open, some refugees are finding their way to safety through more unconventional methods. CNN's Ben Weidman has that.
Everything will be all right, he sings, for every one of us. Words of comfort for those desperately in need. Popular singer and former lawmaker Sviatoslav Vakovchuk goes from village to village with a simple message. Smile. This church in the village of Bashtanka is now home, temporary home, for those who have managed to flee Russian-occupied volunteering in the kitchen, Svetlana Yashuk finds peace, but not peace of mind. It's really hard, says Svetlana. People here are very nice, but I just want to go home. Vitaly Butochev, a mechanic in peacetime, now runs a complex operation feeding and housing the displaced.
This war make us like a family, very close.
The church feels like an oasis of the ordinary, far from the madness outside. Early evening and a bus approaches, marked Betty, Russian for children, alas, no guarantee of safety. It's coming from the town of Snihorivka, under Russian control. But it didn't pass through a humanitarian corridor negotiated by the Red Cross. The arrangement whereby these people are able to get out of the Russian-occupied areas to here is very simple. The men on the bus give Russian soldiers food and cigarettes, and the Russian soldiers let them pass. Larisa Shevchenko made it out, but remains tormented by fear for those who couldn't get away. Everything is really bad, she says. Her parents in Snihorivka are still hiding out in the basement. She hopes they'll get out tomorrow. Benjamin CNN, Oshtanka, southern Ukraine.
A Ukrainian lawmaker says military resistance is not the only way to push back against Russia. Another one is carrying on with normal life as much as possible, but with a gun. Parliament member Lucia Vasilenko spoke with CNN's chief international anchor, Christiana Lampour, and told her what the stakes are for the Ukrainian people.
We are doing this for our very survival, and when the survival instinct kicks in, people can do amazing things. People become superheroes, and this is what you're witnessing in Ukraine. And at the end of the day, I hope that the West will wake up and get their rose-colored glasses off and actually start doing something on the ground. I do. About the fact that we can solve this in a diplomatic way and that Putin will back off and there's the reason can be found behind all of this. Well, no. Putin's aggression is of such a level that it can only be hit back by force, and the force bigger than its own. Ukraine is doing fine with all the weapons coming in from the West, but eventually, if we are to get rid of it once and for all and to make our world a safer place for everyone and send a strong message to dictators out there as well, then we must unite efforts, and the international community must be here on the ground pushing back with us on this suppression.
Let's hear when we spoke in the first week of the war before I got here. You said, I've got my machine gun, and you tweeted that I've also got my manicures. Your resistance takes many, many forms. And you're actually carrying your pistol right
I am. I do have my PM with me, and I carry it actually with me all the time. It's become my best friend.
And as we speak, we can hear the multiple, anti-aircraft or anti-missile batteries.
Yeah. But to be honest, it's small, it's compact, it's comfortable. You can carry it in the sort of backpack or a bag. Also, when I had a big puffy coat, I used to carry it with me.
And did you ever imagine in your life that as an MP in 2022 in Ukraine, you'd be forced to carry a gun around?
No, never. I'm actually very much anti-gun.
The lawmaker also said maintaining as normal life as possible is a form of resistance. She says it sends a message that people are human and life is worth living. Coming up, weary Ukrainians struggle to get out of war-ravaged areas and hope that an end to the fighting is near. Just ahead, I'll ask a former U.S. ambassador to Ukraine if this war could be resolved and how.
So we promise that we'll treat you right, we'll put you in control, and all of us will stop at nothing to drive you happy. We'll drive you happy at Carvana.
Showing appreciation with the perfect promotional item is a meaningful gesture that can be touched, held, and enjoyed. 4imprint can help your logo create moments that matter. Explore thousands of promotional products at 4imprint.com. 4imprint, for certain.
Earn 5% cash back when travel purchase through Chase with Chase Freedom Unlimited. Earn 5% on our cabin. Hello, cash back. Earn big time with Chase Freedom Unlimited with no annual fee. How do you cash back? Chase, make more of what's yours.
We built the Redfin app to help you win. Get alerts on your phone every time a new home hits the market. Then schedule a tour when it works for you, even the same day. Find your next home fast with the Redfin app.
When Mom started wandering at night, she needed 24/7 supervision. It was clearly taking a toll on Dad. So we called a place for Mom. Our advisor really understood our needs, guiding us through the process to find the best memory care community close to home. Mom is now in the perfect place, and Dad and I can now go back to being her loving husband and daughter again, instead of her caregivers.
Our service comes at no cost to your family. Connect with us today.
Before treating your chronic migraine, 15 or more headache days a month, each lasting 4 hours or more, you're not the only one with questions about Botox. Botox prevents headaches in adults with chronic migraine before they even start, with about 10 minutes of treatment once every 3 months. So ask your doctor if Botox is right for you, and if a sample is available.
Effects of Botox may spread hours to weeks after injection, causing serious symptoms. Alert your doctor right away, as difficulty swallowing, speaking, breathing, eye problems, or muscle weakness can be signs of a life-threatening condition. Side effects may include allergic reactions, neck and injection site pain, fatigue, and headache. Don't receive Botox if there's a skin infection. Tell your doctor your medical history, muscle or nerve conditions, and medications, including botulinum toxins, as these may increase the risk of serious side effects.
In a survey, 92% of current users said they wish they talked to their doctor and started Botox sooner. Plus, right now, you may pay $0 for Botox. Ask your doctor about Botox today.
Save yourself money with farmers? That's not wrong. When you switch your home and auto policies to farmers, you can save yourself an average of $730.
That's something. You know, a whole lot of something with farmers.
We are farmers.
Even as Russia pulls back in some parts of the country and groups are still struggling to get Ukrainians out of harm's way, the International Committee for the Red Cross has managed to get into the battered city of Irpin in recent days, treating the injured, delivering food, and hoping to return next week with more essential supplies. The aid group tried but was unable to reach Mariupol on Saturday after arrangements and conditions made it impossible to proceed. Some 100,000 residents remain trapped there. According to the UN, more than 4.1 million refugees have fled Ukraine since the fighting started. Joining me now is Stephen Piper. He's a research fellow at Stanford University and a former U.S. ambassador to Ukraine. Thanks so much for being with us.
Happy to be here.
Well, how do you see the war in Ukraine playing out? If this is really, how is this going to be resolved? Is it resolved through negotiations, or is this something that's going to be happening on the battlefield in kind of diplomacy by force?
Well, there is a negotiation to be had. I believe that President Zelensky is prepared for a serious negotiation. Unfortunately, however, there is no sign yet that Moscow is prepared seriously to engage in negotiations. And so I think that means for the time being that the fighting is going to continue, and it would be useful for the West to continue the flow of weapons to Ukraine to better enable the Ukrainians to defend themselves, and at some point perhaps force the Kremlin to conclude that it cannot achieve its goals on the battlefield and that it needs to negotiate. But unfortunately, we're not yet at that point.
Do you see Russia ever getting to that point, and how much can Putin really be trusted?
Well, I think there is some point where simply the accumulation of both losses of Russian soldiers, bear in mind that yes, it is now as many as 10,000 Russian soldiers have been killed in action in Ukraine in just 5 weeks. And they've lost an incredible amount of material, tanks, aircraft, armored personnel carriers. at some point, presumably, it becomes too painful, and the Kremlin will look to negotiate. And that's why it's important that the West continue to provide arms to the Ukrainians so they can reach that point. Now, any negotiation, once you get to it, is going to be very difficult. There's some hard questions there, but it's pretty clear that President Zelensky on the Ukrainian side is prepared for a serious give-and-take negotiation. The question is, when will Moscow reach that point?
If true peace talks between Russia and Ukraine actually unfold, one possibility on the table is that Ukraine becomes a neutral state. First, explain to us what that exactly means, and is that a good idea? And would that really ensure peace in the region?
Well, the Russians, one of their demands is that Ukraine be neutral. And President Zelensky has said he's prepared to move away from Ukraine's ambition to join NATO. Ukrainian negotiators last week said that they were prepared to accept neutrality. That would be non-bloc status for Ukraine. They would agree that there would be no foreign military bases on Ukrainian territory. And they would agree that Ukraine would not develop nuclear or other weapons of mass destruction. However, Ukraine has said that for that kind of neutral Ukraine, they would want firm security guarantees that there would not be a future invasion. And that's where it gets a little bit difficult, because some Ukrainians have suggested that what they're looking for is something like the Article 5.
How are you, the baby? How is our baby, huh? Kumusta yung baby namin? Jackie. Ang ina nyo. Jackie. Ababa.